Chapter 28 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. John Marshall, born 1755, died 1835. In the Revolutionary Army, his marriage, law lectures, at the bar, his intellectual powers, on the bench. The family stock of Marshall, like that of Jefferson, was Welsh, as is generally the case in names with a double letter, as a double F or a double L. This Welsh type was made steady by English infusions. The first Marshall came from Wales in 1730 and settled in the same county where Washington, Monroe, and the Lees were born. He was a poor man and lived in a tract called the Forest. His eldest son, Thomas, went out to Fauquier County at the foot of the Blue Ridge and settled on Goose Creek under Manassas Gap. This Thomas Marshall had been a playmate of George Washington, and like him was a mountain surveyor, and they loved each other. And when the Revolutionary War broke out, both went into the service, Thomas Marshall being colonel of one of the Virginia regiments. His son John Marshall, who was not 20 years old when the conflict began, became a lieutenant under his father. The mother of John Marshall was named Mary Keith, and his grandmother Elizabeth Markham, and the latter was born in England. Marshall's father had a good mind, not much education, but he was a great reader and especially loved poetry, and he taught his son to commit poetry to memory and to model his mind on the clear diction and heroic strain of poets like Milton, Shakespeare, Dryden, and Pope. In these books of poetry, the great Chief Justice found the springs to freshen his own good character. To the last day of his life, he loved literature and was especially fond of novels and of books written by females. He held the view that the United States must be a literary nation in the sense of having great and noble authors to leaven its people and teach them high thoughts. His schools were chiefly down in the Chesapeake Bay, in the county of his birth, and his teachers were poor Presbyterian clergymen from Scotland, who at that period were the teachers of nearly all the Middle States, from New York southward. He knew some Latin, but not very much. One of his teachers was his own father, who, with a large family, took delight in training this boy. Our Judge on Drill. In 1775, the country hunters and boors on the Blue Ridge Mountain went to their mustering place, and the senior officer being absent, this young marshal, with a gun on his shoulder, began to show them how to use it. Like them, he wore a blue hunting shirt and trousers of some stuff fringed with white, and in his round hat was a buck tail for a cockade. He was about 6 feet high, lean and straight, with a dark skin, black hair, and pretty low forehead, and rich, dark, small eyes, the whole making a face dutiful, pleasing, and modest. After the drill was over, he stood up and told those strange wild mountaineers, who had no newspapers and knew little of the world, what the war was about. He described to them the Battle of Lexington. They listened to him for an hour as if he had been some young preacher. Thus was our great Chief Justice introduced to public life. He had come to serve and found that he must instruct. When he marched with the regiment of these mountaineers who carried tomahawks and scalping knives, the people of Williamsburg trembled for their lives. At that time, the country near Harper's Ferry was the Far West. In a very little while, these mountaineers, by mingled stratagem and system, defeated Lord Dunmore, very much as Andrew Jackson defeated the British at New Orleans 35 years later. Marshall then went with the army to the vicinity of Philadelphia, was in the battles of Brandywine and Germantown, and in the long winter of Valley Forge. Almost naked at that place, he showed an abounding good nature that kept the whole camp content. If he had to eat meat without bread, he did it with a jest. Among his men he had the influence of a father, though a boy. He was so much better read than others that he frequently became a judge and advocate, and in this way he got to know Alexander Hamilton, who was on Washington's staff. Marshall was always willing to see the greatness of another person, and Judge Story says that he said of Hamilton that he was not only of consummate ability as both soldier and statesman, but that, in great comprehensive mind, sound principle, and purity of patriotism, No nation ever had his superior. It became Marshall's duty in the course of 25 years to try for high treason the man who killed his friend Hamilton, but he conducted that trial with such an absence of personal feeling that it was among the greatest marvels of our legal history. He could neither be influenced by his private grief for Hamilton, nor by Jefferson's attempt as president to injure Burr, nor by Burr himself, whom he charged the jury to acquit, but whom he held under bond on another charge to Burr's rage. Marshall was in the Battle of Monmouth, and at the storming of Stony Point, and at the surprise of Jersey City. In the army camps he became acquainted with the Northern men, and so far from comparing individuously with them, he recognized them all as fellow countrymen and brave men, and never in his life was there a single trace of sectionalism. His marriage. Near the close of the Revolution, Marshall went to Yorktown, somewhat before Cornwallis occupied it, to pay a visit, and there he saw Mary Ambler at the age of 14. She became his wife in 1783. Her father was Jacqueline Ambler, the treasurer of the state of Virginia. She lived with him 48 years and died in December 1831. He often remarked in subsequent life that the race of lovers had changed. Said he, "When I married my wife, all I had left after paying the minister his fee was a guinea, and I thought I was rich." General Burgoyne, whom Marshall's fellow soldiers so humiliated, wrote some verses, and among these were the following, which Marshall said over to himself often when thinking of his wife. Encompassed in an angel's frame, an angel's virtues lay. Too soon did heaven assert its claim and take its own away. My Mary's worth, my Mary's charms can never more return. What now shall fill these widowed arms? Ah me, my Mary's urn. Law lectures. The only law lectures Marshall ever attended were those of Chancellor Wythe at William and Mary College, Williamsburg, while the Revolution was still going on. Before the close of the war he was admitted to the bar, but the courts were all suspended until after Cornwallis's surrender. Before the war closed, Marshall walked from near Manassas Gap, or rather from Oak Hill, his father's residence, to Philadelphia on foot to be vaccinated. The distance was nearly 200 miles, but he walked about 35 miles a day, and when he got to Philadelphia, looked so shabby that they repelled him at the hotel. But this only made him laugh and find another hotel. He never paid much attention to his dress, and observed through life the simple habits he found agreeable as a boy. For 2 years he practiced in one rough native county, but it soon being evident that he was a man of extraordinary grasp of a law case, he removed to Richmond, which had not long been the capital, and there he lived until his death, which happened in 1835 in the city of Philadelphia, whither he had repaired to submit to a second operation. The first of these operations was cutting to the bladder for the stone, and he survived it. Subsequently his liver became enlarged and had abscesses on it, and his stomach would not retain much nutriment. Marshall was a social man, and at times convivial, and I should think it probable that though he lived to a good old age, these complaints were, to some extent, engendered by the fried food they insist upon in Virginia, and addiction to Madeira wine instead of lighter French or German wines. He was one of the last of the old Madeira drinkers of this country, like Washington, and his only point of pride was that he had perhaps the best Madeira at Richmond. Above all other men who ever lived at Richmond, Virginia, Marshall gives sanctity and character to the place. His house still stands there, and ought to become the property of the bar of this country. It is now a pretty old house, made of brick and moderately roomy. At the bar. The basis of Marshall's ability at the bar was his understanding. Not highly read, he had one of those clear understandings which was equal to a mill-pond of book learning. His first practice was among his old companions in arms, who felt that he was a soldier by nature, and one of those who loved the fellowship of the camp better than military or political ambition. Ragged and dissipated, they used to come to him for protection, and at a time when imprisonment for debt and cruel executions were in vogue. He not only defended them, but loaned them money. He lost some good clients by not paying more attention to his clothing, but these outward circumstances could not long keep back recognition of the fact that he was the finest arguer of a case at the Richmond bar, which then contained such men as Edmund Randolph, Patrick Henry, and later William Wirt. He was not an orator, did not cultivate his voice, did not labor hard, but he had the power to penetrate to the very center of the subject, discover the chief point, and rally all his forces there. If he was defending a case, he would turn his attention to some other than the main point in order to let the prosecution assemble its powers at the wrong place. With a military eye, he saw the strong and weak positions, and like Rembrandt painting, he threw all his light on the right spot. The character of his argument was a perspicuous, easy, onward, accumulative reasoning statement. He had but one gesture, to lift up his hand and bring it down on the place before him constantly. He discarded fancy or poetry in his arguments. William Wirt said of him, in a sentence worth committing to memory as a specimen of good style in the early quarter of this century, "All his eloquence consists in the apparent deep self-conviction and emphatic earnestness of his manner, the corresponding simplicity and energy of his style, the close and logical connection of his thoughts, and the easy gradations by which he opens his lights on the attentive minds of his hearers. The audience are never permitted to pause for a moment. There is no stopping to weave garlands of flowers to hang in festoons around a favorite argument. On the contrary, every sentence is progressive. Every idea sheds new light on the subject. The listener is kept perpetually in that sweetly pleasurable vibration with which the mind of man always receives new truths. The dawn advances with easy but unremitting pace. The subject opens gradually on the view, until rising in high relief in all its native colors and proportions, the argument is consummated by the conviction of the delighted hearer." Immediately after the Revolutionary War, the state courts were crowded with business, because of the numerous bankruptcies arising from war habits, the changes in the condition of families, repudiation of debts, false currency, etc. Marshall was one of the first lawyers who rose to the magnanimity to admit the propriety of a federal judiciary different from that of the states. The other lawyers thought it would not do to take the business away from these courts. They preferred to see the people hanging around Richmond with their cases undecided and unheard on account of the pressure of business, rather than to concede a national judiciary. All sorts of novel questions were arising at that time, cases which had no precedents, which the English law books did not reach, and where the man of native powers, pushing out like Columbus on the unknown, soon developed a sturdy strength and self-reliance the mere popinjay and student of the law could never get. Among the cases he argued was the British debt case, tried in 1793. The United States now had its Circuit Court, and Chief Justice Jay presided at Richmond. The Treaty of Peace of England provided that the creditors on either side should meet with no lawful impediment to the recovery of the full value of all bona fide debts theretofore contracted. The question was whether debts sequestrated by the Virginia legislature during the war came under this treaty. It is said that the Countess of Huntingdon heard the speeches on this case and said that every one of the lawyers, if in England, would have been given a peerage. Patrick Henry broke his voice down in this case and never again could speak with his old force. Marshall surpassed them all in the cogency of his reasoning. At that time he was thought to be rather lazy. He went into the state legislature in 1782, just before he married. His personal influence was such in Richmond that although he was constantly in the minority, he was always elected. His principal amusement was pitching the quoit, which he did to the end of his days, and could ring the meg, it is said, at a distance of 60 feet frequently. He arose early in the morning and went to market without a servant, and brought back his chickens in one hand and his market basket on the other arm. He never took offense, and once when a dude stopped him on the street and asked him where there was a fellow to take home his marketing, Marshall inquired where he lived and said, "I will take it for you." After he got home with the other man's marketing, the dude was much distressed to find that Mr. Marshall had been his supposed servant. Intellectual power. Nevertheless, the intellectual existence of the man was decided. From the beginning of his life he took the view that while Virginia was the state of his birth, his country was America, that all he and his neighbors could accomplish on this planet would be under the great government which comprehends all, and true to this one idea, he never wavered in his life. Mr. Jefferson, who was much his senior, he distrusted profoundly, regarding him as a man of cunning, lacking in large faith, and constitutionally biased in mind. In the sketch Marshall made of General Washington, he said, and it is believed that he referred to Jefferson, "He made no pretension to that vivacity which fascinates, or to that wit which dazzles, and frequently imposes on the understanding. More solid than brilliant, judgment rather than genius, constituted the most prominent feature of his character. No man has ever appeared upon the theatre of public action whose integrity was more incorruptible, or whose principles were more perfectly free from the contamination of those selfish and unworthy passions which find their nourishment in the conflicts of party. Having no views which required concealment, his real and avowed motives were the same, and his whole correspondence does not furnish a single case from which even an enemy would infer that he was capable, under any circumstances, of stooping to the employment of duplicity. No truth can be uttered with more confidence than that his ends were always upright and his means always pure. He exhibited the rare example of a politician to whom wiles were totally unknown, and whose professions to foreign governments and to his own countrymen were always sincere. In him was fully exemplified the real distinction which found existence between wisdom and cunning, and the importance, as well as the truth of the maxim, that honesty is the best policy. It is to be noted that Marshall's Life of Washington, though written by the Chief Justice of the United States, was not a success, and passed through only one edition. It gave him more annoyance than anything in his life. He wrote it with labor and sincerity, but he was incapable of writing mere smart, vivacious things, and in the attempt to give Washington his due proportions, he insensibly failed of making a popular book. Jefferson, who had been urging Tobias Lear, Washington's secretary, to get out of Washington's papers remarks injurious to himself, was greatly exercised at the publication of Marshall's book about as much as the better element dudes are at Blaine's book. Mr. Marshall, in 1788, assisted to make the new Constitution of Virginia. By the desire of Washington, he ran for Congress as a Federalist. President Washington offered him the place of Attorney General, which he declined. He also declined the minister to France, but subsequently accepted the position from President Adams, and in France was insulted with his fellow members by Talleyrand. John Adams, on his return, wished to make him a member of the Supreme Court, but this he declined, preferring the practice of the law. It was at Mount Vernon that Washington prevailed upon him to run for Congress. The story being raised that Patrick Henry was opposed to him. Old Henry came forward and said, "I should rather give my vote to John Marshall than to any citizen of this state at this juncture, only one excepted," meaning Washington. The father of Robert E. Lee was one of the old Federal minority rallying under Marshall. Marshall had scarcely taken his seat in Congress in 1799 when Washington died, and he officially announced the death at Philadelphia, and followed his remarks by introducing the resolutions drafted by General Lee, which contained the words, "First in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen." On the bench. John Marshall was next Secretary of State of John Adams, succeeding Timothy Pickering. Adams was defeated for re-election, but before he went out of office, he appointed Marshall Chief Justice at the age of 45. At the head of that great bench sat Marshall more than 1/3 of a century. Before him pleaded all the great lawyers of the country, like William Pickney, Hugh Lagar, Daniel Webster, Horace Binney, Luther Martin, and Walter Jones. John Marshall left as his great legacy to the United States his interpretation of the Constitution. While Chief Justice, he became a member of the Constitutional Convention of Virginia in company with Madison and Monroe, both of whom had been president. He gave the federal Constitution its liberal interpretation, that it was not merely a bone thrown to the general government, which must be watched with suspicion while it ate, but that it was a document with something of the elasticity of our population and climate, and that it was designed to convey to the general state powers noble enough to give us respect. Without a spot on his reputation, without an upright enemy, the old man attended to his duty absolutely, loved argument, encouraged all lawyers at the bar, and he lived down to the time of nullification, and when General Jackson issued his proclamation against the nullifiers, John Marshall and Judge Story went up to the White House and took a glass of wine with him. And thus those two old men silently appreciated each other near the end of their days, when the suspicions of Jefferson had resulted in an incipient rebellion that was to break out in less than 30 years, and which Marshall predicted unless there was a more general assent to the fact that we were one country, and not a parcel of political chicken coops. George Alfred Townsend. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. A Noble Mother, How She Trained Herself and Educated Her Boys. Harriet Ray, in the Christian Union some time ago, drew a picture of home life in the West which ought to be framed and hung up in every household of the land. In one of the prairie towns of northern Iowa, where the Illinois Central Railroad now passes from Dubuque to Sioux City, lived a woman whose experience repeats the truth that inherent forces, ready to be developed, are waiting for the emergencies that life may bring. She was born and brought up in New England. With the advantages of a country school and a few terms in a neighboring city, she became a fair scholar. Not at all remarkable. She was married at 21 to a young farmer, poor but intelligent and ambitious. In 10 years, after the death of their parents, they emigrated to Iowa and invested their money in land that bade fair to increase in value, but far away from neighbors. Here they lived, a happy family, for 5 years, when he died, leaving her at the age of 35 with 4 boys, the eldest nearly 14, the youngest 9. The blow came suddenly and at first was overwhelming. Alone in what seemed almost a wilderness, she had no thought of giving up the farm. It was home. There they must stay, and do the best they could. The prospect of a railroad passing near them in time was good. Then some of the land might be sold. A little money had been laid by, nothing that she ought to touch for the present. Daniel, the hired man who had come out with them, and who was a devoted friend and servant, she determined to keep. His judgment was excellent in farm matters. Hitherto the boys had gone regularly to school, a mile or 2 away, for a settlement in Iowa was never without its schoolhouse. They were bright and quick to learn. Their father had been eager to help and encourage them. Newspapers, magazines, and now and then a good book had found their way into this household. Though very fond of reading herself, with care of her house she had drifted along, as so many women do, until the discipline of study or any special application had been almost forgotten. It was the ambition of both parents that their sons should be well educated. Now Jerry and Thedie, the 2 oldest, must be kept at home during the summer to work. Nate and Johnny could help at night and in the morning. The boys had all been trained to habits of obedience. They were affectionate, and she knew that she could depend upon their love. One evening, alone in her bedroom, she overheard some part of a conversation as the children were sitting together around the open fireplace. "I don't mind the work," said Theodore, "if I could only be learning too. Father used to say he wanted me to be a civil engineer." "If Father was here," said 11-year-old Nate, "you could study evenings and recite to him. I wish Mother could help, but then I guess Mother's—" "Help how?" she heard Jerry ask sharply before Nate could finish his sentence, and she knew the boy was jealous at once for her. "Isn't she the best mother in the world?" "Yes, she is, and she likes stories too. But I was just thinking, now that you can't go to school, if she only knew a lot about everything, why, she could tell you." "Well," replied Jerry, with all the gravity of a man, "we must just take hold and help all we can. It's going to be hard enough for Mother. I just hate to give up school and pitch into work. Thedie, you shall go next winter anyway." "Shan't we be lonesome next winter?" said little Johnny, who had taken no part in the talk until now. "Won't Mother be afraid? I want my father back." And without a word of warning, he burst into tears. Dead silence for a few minutes. The outburst was so sudden she knew they were all weeping. It was Jerry again who spoke first. "Don't let Mother see us crying. Come, Johnny, let's take Bone and all go down to the trap." Then she heard them pass out of the house. Desolation fell upon that poor mother for the next hour. Like a knife, Nate's remark had passed through her heart. Father could have helped. Couldn't she help her boys, for whom she was ready to die? Was she only Mother, who prepared their meals and took care of their clothes? She wanted a part in the very best of their lives. She thought it all over, sitting up far into the night. If she could only create an interest in some study that should bind them all together, and in which she could lead. Was she too old to begin? Never had the desire to become the very center of interest to them taken such a hold upon her. A few weeks after, she said one morning at the breakfast table, "Boys, I've been thinking that we might begin geology this summer and study it, all of us together. Your father and I meant to do it sometime. I've found a textbook. By and by, perhaps, Thedie can draw us a chart. Jerry will take hold, I know, and Nate and Johnny can hunt for specimens. We'll have an hour or 2 every night." The children's interest awoke in a flash, and that very evening the question discussed was one brought in by Nate. What is the difference between limestone and granite? A simple one, but it opened the way for her, and their first meeting proved a success. She had to study each day to be ready and wide awake for her class. They lived in a limestone region. Different forms of coral abounded, and other fossils were plenty. An old cupboard in the shed was turned into a cabinet. One day, Nate, who had wandered off 2 or 3 miles, brought home a piece of rock where curious, long, finger-shaped creatures were embedded. Great was the delight of all to find them described as orthoceratites, and an expedition to the spot was planned for some half-holiday. Question after question led back to the origin of the earth. She found the nebular hypothesis, and hardly slept one night trying to comprehend it clearly enough to put it before others in a simple fashion. Her book was always at hand. By and by they classified each specimen, and the best of their kind were taken to shelves in the sitting room. Her own enthusiasm in study was aroused, and far from a hardship, it now became a delight. Her spirit was contagious. The boys, always fond of Mother, wondered what new life possessed her, but they accepted the change all the same. She found that she could teach, and could also inspire her pupils. They heard of a gully 5 or 6 miles away where crystals had been found. Making a holiday, for which the boys worked like Trojans, they took their lunch in the farm wagon and rode to the spot, and if their search was not altogether successful, it left them the memory of a happy time. In the meantime, the farm prospered. She did all the work in the house and all the sewing, going out, too, in the garden, where she raised a few flowers, and helping to gather vegetables. Daniel and the boys were bitterly opposed to her helping them. "Mother," said Jerry, "if you won't ever think you must go out, I'll do anything to make up. I don't want you to look like those women we see sometimes in the fields." Generally she yielded. Her work was enough for one pair of hands. Through it all now ran the thought that her children were growing up. They would become educated men. She would not let them get ahead, not so as to pass her entirely. Winter came. Now Daniel could see to the work, but these habits of study were not to be broken. "Boys, let us form a history club," was the proposition. "It shan't interfere with your lessons at school." They took the history of the United States, which the 2 younger children were studying. Beginning with the New England settlements, and being 6 in number, they called each other, for the time, after the 6 states, persuading old Daniel to take his native Rhode Island. "That woman beats all creation," he was heard to exclaim, "the way she works all day and goes on at night over her books." The mother used to say she hardly knew if she were any older than her boys when they were trying to trip each other with questions. The teacher of the district school came over one Saturday afternoon. "I never had such pupils," said he, "as your sons in history, and indeed they want to look into everything." Afterward he heard with delight the story of their evening's work. The deep snows often shut them in, but the red light shone clearly and bright from that sitting-room window, and a merry group were gathered around the table. Every 2 weeks an evening was given to some journey. It was laid out in advance and faithfully studied. Once, Theodore remembers, a shout of laughter was raised when 9 o'clock came by Jerry's exclamation, "Oh, Mother, don't go home now. We are all having such a good time." 5 years they lived this way, and almost entirely by themselves. They studied botany. She knew the name of every tree and shrub for miles round. The little boys made a collection of birds' eggs, and then began to watch closely the habits of the birds. It was a pure, simple life. It would have been too wild and lonely but for the charm of the devoted mother. Her hours of loneliness were hidden from them, but she learned in an unusual degree to throw every energy into the day's work of study, and create, as it were, a fresh enthusiasm for the present hour. Her loving sacrifice was rewarded. Each child made her his peculiar confidant. She became the inspiration of his life. English history opened a wide field to this family. One afternoon she brought in Shakespeare to prove some historical question. It was a rainy day and the boys were all at home. Jerry began to read Hamlet aloud. It proved a treasure that brought them into a new world of delight. Sometimes they took the different characters for representation, and the evening ended in a frolic, for good-natured mirth was never repressed. First of all, a preparation had been made for the Sabbath. There was a church in this town, but at a distance of several miles, and during many days the roads were impassable. She had leaned upon infinite strength, gathering wisdom through all these experiences. The secret of many a promise had been revealed to her understanding, and above everything, she desired that the Scriptures should become precious to her children. She took up Bible characters, bringing to bear the same vivid interest, the same power of making them realities. These lessons were varied by little sketches or reports of one Sunday to be read aloud the next. Of this, Nate took hold with a special zest. None of this family could sing. She thought of a substitute. They learned the Psalms, much of Isaiah, and many hymns, repeating them in concert, learning to count upon this hour around the fire as others do upon their music. How many of these times came to her in after life, the vision of the bright faces of her boys as they clustered affectionately around her. Time rolled by. The railroad passed through. A village sprang up, and the land was ready to sell. She could keep enough for her own use, and the boys could prepare for college. Thedie and Nate went away to school. The old home was kept bright and pleasant. Friends, new settlers came in, and now there was visiting and a social life. Jerry stayed on the farm. Theodore became a civil engineer. Nate a minister. Johnny went into business. Theodore used to say, "Mother, as I travel about, all the stones and the flowers make me think of you. I catch sight of some rock and stop to laugh over those blessed times." Nate said, "Mother, when I am reading a psalm in the pulpit, there always comes to me a picture of those old evenings, with you in the rocking chair by the firelight, and I hear all your voices again." Johnny wrote, "Mother, I think that everything I have has come to me through you." When Jerry, who remained faithful always, had listened to his brothers, he put his arm about her, saying tenderly, "There will never be anybody like Mother to me." She died at 65, very suddenly. Only a few hours before, she had exclaimed, as her children all came home together, "There never were such good boys as mine. You have repaid me 1,000-fold. God grant you all happy homes." They bore her coffin to the grave themselves. They would not let any other person touch it. In the evening they gathered around the old hearth stone in the sitting room and drew their chairs together. No one spoke until Nate said, "Boys, let us pray." And then, all kneeling around her vacant chair, he prayed that the mantle of their mother might fall upon them. They could ask nothing beyond that. No longer my own. In serving the Master I love, in doing his bidding each day, the sweetness of bondage I prove, and sing as I go on my way. I never such freedom have known, as now I'm no longer my own. His burden is easy to bear, my own was a mountain of lead. His yoke it is gladness to wear, my own with my lifeblood was red. I never such gladness have known, as now I'm no longer my own. Discharging the duties I owe to household and neighbor of mine, the beauty of bondage I know, and count it as beauty divine. I never such beauty have known, as now I'm no longer my own. And everywhere, Master, so dear, a dutiful bondman of thine, all things my possession appear, their glory so verily mine. I never such glory have known, as now I'm no longer my own. My heart overflows with brave cheer, for where is the bondage to dread? As long as the Master is dear, and love that is selfish is dead. I never such safety have known, as now I'm no longer my own. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. The care of the body. What Dr. Sargent of the Harvard Gymnasium says about it. Points for parents, teachers, and pupils. The time is coming, indeed has come, when every writer will divide the subject of education into physical, moral, and intellectual. We recognize theoretically that physical education is the basis of all education. From the time of Plato down to the time of Horace Mann and Herbert Spencer, that has been the theory. It has also been the theory of German educators. The idea that the mind is a distinct entity, apart from the body, was a theological idea that grew out of the reaction against pagan animalism. The development of the body among the Greeks and Romans was followed by those brutal exhibitions of physical prowess in the gladiatorial contests, where the physical only was cultivated and honored. With the dawn of Christianity, a reaction set in against this whole idea of developing the body. They thought no good could come from its supreme development because they had seen so much evil. The priests represented the great danger which accompanied this physical training without moral culture, and there is no doubt that they were right to a certain degree. Give a man only supreme physical education without any attention to the moral and intellectual, and he will go to pieces like our prize fighters and athletes. But the Christians went to the other extreme. They practiced the most absurd system of asceticism, depriving themselves of natural food and rest, and of course, the results which followed on a grand scale were just what would follow in the individual. Let a person follow the course they did, denying himself necessary raiment and food, taking no exercise and living in retirement, and nervous prostration will follow, and hysterical disturbances and troubles. This result in the individual was found on a large scale throughout Christendom. The idea that the Christians brought down from the very earliest dawn of Christianity, that the body and soul are distinct, and whatever is done to mortify the flesh increases the spiritual life, has a grain of truth in it. There were men in our army who, half starved, marched through the southern swamps in a state of exaltation. They imagined they were walking through floral gardens with birds flitting about and singing overhead. But it was an unnatural, morbid state. So priests deprived themselves of food and reduced themselves to the lowest extent physically, and then saw visions, and were in an exalted mental state. But it was morbid. If a man sit up till 12 o'clock to write on a certain theme, he may not have a single idea until that hour, but then his mind begins to work, and perhaps he can work better than under any other circumstances. But his condition is abnormal. It does not represent the man's true state of health. He is gaining that momentary advancement of power at terrible cost. The disregard of physical conditions is giving rise to national disturbance. It has thoroughly worked itself into our educational system. Though our schools profess to be purely secular, they still adhere to this old theological idea. You cannot get teachers to enter with zest into exercises for physical development because they think that a man who trains the body must be inferior to the man who trains the mind. They do not see that the two are closely allied. They will tell you that the time is all apportioned, so many hours for each study, and that if you take a half hour out for exercise, the boy must lose so much Latin or Greek or something else. The idea of the high school is to get the boy into college. They care nothing about the condition of the individual. The individual must be sacrificed to the reputation of the school or of the master. The standard must be kept up. If the master cannot get just such a percentage of scholars into college, his own reputation and the reputation of the school are injured. If he can get this percentage into college, he does not care what becomes of the individual. Our schools treat a boy as professional trainers treat a man on the field. The only idea is to make the boy win a certain prize. They do not care anything about his health. That is nothing to them. Their reputation is made upon the success of the boy in his entrance to college. Here I have to step in and say to the father, this boy must not go any farther. His future prospects ought not to be sacrificed in this way. Your son's success in life does not depend upon his going through the Latin school. Let him step out and take another year. Do not attempt to crowd him. The result of this lack of attention to physical training, even looking at it from the intellectual standpoint, is fatal. The boy gets a disgust for study, as one does for any special kind of food when kept exclusively upon it. Many a fellow who stood high in school breaks away from books as soon as he enters college and goes to the other extreme. That is nature's method of seeking relief. He has mental dyspepsia, and every opportunity that offers for physical play he accepts. He cannot help it, and he ought not to be blamed for it because it is natural law. The laws of assimilation govern the brain as well as the body. You can only store up just about so much matter, call it educational material if you will, in a given time. If you undertake to force the physical activity of the brain, you must supply it with more nourishment. If a boy takes no exercise to increase his appetite, if he does not invigorate and nourish his blood, which supplies brain substance, of course there is deterioration. If he has a good stock of reserve physical power, he will get on very well for a while, but all at once he will come to a stop. How many hundreds of those who stood well when they entered college get to a certain point and can get no farther because they have not the physical basis? They are like athletes who can run a certain speed but can never get beyond that. On the other hand, men who have had a more liberal physical training will go right by them, though not such good scholars, because they have more of a basis back in the physical. When these things are fully appreciated, the whole system of education will be revolutionized. To build the brain, we must build the body. We must not sacrifice nerve tissue and nerve power in physical training, as there is danger of doing if gymnastics are not guided by professional men. But the proper training of the body should produce the highest intellectual results. Certain parts of the body bear certain relations to one another. The office of the stomach is to supply the body with nourishment. The office of the heart is to pump this nourishment over the body. The office of the lungs is to feed the heart and stomach with pure blood. All support one another, and all are dependent on each other. If a boy sits in a cramped position in school, that interferes with the circulation of the blood, and that with the nourishment of the brain. You could in this way trace the cause of many a schoolboy's headache. Speaking roughly, we might say that 1/2 of the school children have a hollow at the bottom of the breastbone from sitting in such positions, and this depression interferes with digestion. And the moment the stomach gives out, that affects the whole physical and mental condition. When nutrition is imperfect, the action of the heart and the distribution of the blood are interfered with. The only way to remedy these evils is by popular education. It is of no use to attempt to bring about at once any regular or prescribed system of exercise, requiring such exercises to be carried out in school, because our schools, like our theaters, are what the public make them. There is many a master who knows he is pursuing the wrong course, but he is kept to it by the anxious solicitations of parents who wish their children kept up to a certain rank. They are forced to follow the present system by the inordinate demands of parents. The parents must be educated. The father and mother must be converted to the necessity, the absolute necessity for success in life, of physical culture. There are plenty of men who stand as political and financial leaders who are not highly educated men. A man who has the rudiments of education, reading, writing, arithmetic, with a good physique, good health, a well-balanced and organized frame, brought into contact with the world, stands a better chance of success than the one who goes through school and takes a high rank at the expense of his physique. Let a gifted but weakly lawyer go into a courtroom and meet some bull-headed opponent with not half the keen insight or knowledge of the law, but one who has tenacity, ability to hold on, and 9 times out 10, the abler man of the two, mentally, goes home wearied and defeated, and the other wins the case. Who are the men prominent in the pulpit? Are they weak, puny men, or men of physique? Who are the leaders in the churches? They are not leaders on account of their intellectual brilliancy, but by their wholeness as men. They find sympathy with the people because they are good specimens of manhood. There might be many more such had they been better trained. The best training school for the body is the gymnasium. That is the purpose of all its appliances and apparatus. But it may be dispensed with if one has an adequate desire for physical training. Give a boy to understand that his body is not impure and vile, but that it is as much worth consideration as his mind, and that if he does not take care of his body, he cannot do anything with his mind, and ways of physical training will not be wanting. All children should be examined at intervals by a physician and a record kept of their development. I measure my little boy every year. I know how he is growing. If he has been subject to too much excitement, there will be larger relative growth of the head, and we adjust his manner of life accordingly. The object of education is to develop the boy, not to put him through so much of arithmetic or so much language. The object is to get out of the boy all there is in him. The first thing, then, is to have the boy examined. If, instead of calling a physician when the children are sick, he is called while they are well, it would be much better. Is he getting round-shouldered? Has he a crook in the back? Is he beginning to stoop? There are many things which can be stopped in a child which can never be changed after the habits are hardened. Too late the parent may find that his child is incapacitated for the highest education because there is no room for the heart and lungs to play their parts. The boy is limited in his possibilities as a tree planted in an unfavorable soil is limited. He is stunted. He will reach a certain limit, and no efforts on his part will carry him further. But if he has been taken in hand in time, and these suggestions acted upon, different results might have been produced. These efforts to develop the boy's body will awaken the interest of the boy himself. It does not awaken animalism. Let a man have pride in his body, and his morals will look out for themselves. If a boy is thus examined and a record kept, he will take a pride in keeping up his record. It is not necessary then to have appliances. He can make trees and clothes horses and gates and fences take their place. Teach him the value of such opportunities. Teach him to increase the capacity of his lungs and heart and what relation they bear to the brain, and thus awaken his interest. He will soon learn to exercise in the best way. When the parent has to watch a boy to see that he exercises, exercise is of little to no avail. But let the father and mother realize the full value and importance of the body, and the results will follow naturally. Everything depends primarily upon the parent. If he simply commands exercise without sharing in it, he is like a father who lectures his sons about smoking and drinking while he smokes and drinks himself. This is a great field. It is opening up broader every day. I do not know any field where a man can go more enthusiastically to work. It affects not only the physical but the moral condition. We have brought about a higher moral tone at Harvard through physical training. There is less smoking and drinking by far than before the gymnasium was so universally used. Everything that develops the whole man affects morals. Our Maker did not put us here merely to be trained for somewhere else. No one can walk through the streets of Boston without feeling that there is need enough of work to do right here, in bringing about a better condition of affairs, something which shall be nearer an ideal heaven on earth. The Christian Union. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Saint Cecilia. The Patroness of Music. Myths concerning the origin of music. Its relation to work and blessedness. Her legend relates that about the year 230, which would be in the time of the Emperor Alexander Severus, Cecilia, a Roman lady, born of a noble and rich family, who in early youth had been converted to Christianity and had made a vow of perpetual virginity, was constrained by her parents to marry a certain Valerian, a pagan, whom she succeeded in converting to Christianity without infringing the vow she had made. She also converted her brother-in-law, Tiburtius, and a friend called Maximus, all of whom were martyred in consequence of their faith. It is further related, among other circumstances purely legendary, that Cecilia often united instrumental music to that of her voice in singing the praises of the Lord. On this all her fame has been founded, and she has become the special patroness of music and musicians all the world over. Half the musical societies of Europe have been named after her, and her supposed musical acquirements have led the votaries of a sister art to find subjects for their work in episodes of her life. The grand painting by Domenichino at Bologna, in which the saint is represented as wrapped in an ecstasy of devotion with a small organ, as it is called, an instrument resembling a large kind of Pandean pipes, in her hand, is well known, as is also Dryden's beautiful ode. The illustration which accompanies this chapter, after a painting by one of the brothers Carracci of the 17th century, represents Cecilia at the organ. Borne heavenward on the tide of music, she sees a vision of the Holy Family, the child Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, with an angel near at hand in quiet gladness. God's harmony is written all through in shining bars. The soul his love has smitten, as heaven is writ with stars. Myths concerning the origin of music. Music is so delightfully innocent and charming an art that we cannot wonder at finding it almost universally regarded as of divine origin. Pagan nations generally ascribe the invention of their musical instruments to their gods or to certain superhuman beings of a godlike nature. The Hebrews attributed it to man, but as Jubal is mentioned as the father of all such as handle the harp and organ only, and as instruments of percussion were almost invariably in use long before people were led to construct stringed and wind instruments, we may suppose that in the biblical records Jubal is not intended to be represented as the original inventor of all the Hebrew instruments, but rather as a great promoter of the art of music. However, be this as it may, this much is certain. There are among Christians at the present day not a few sincere upholders of the literal meaning of these records, who maintain that instrumental music was already practiced in heaven before the creation of the world. Elaborate treatises have been written on the nature and effect of that heavenly music, and passages from the Bible have been cited by the learned authors which are supposed to confirm indisputably the opinions advanced in their treatises. It may at first glance appear singular that nations have not generally such traditional records respecting the originator of their vocal music as they have respecting the invention of their musical instruments. The cause is, however, explicable. To sing is as natural to man as to speak, and uncivilized nations are not likely to speculate whether singing has ever been invented. There is no need to recount here the well-known mythological traditions of the ancient Greeks and Romans referring to the origin of their favorite musical instruments. Suffice it to remind the reader that Mercury and Apollo were believed to be the inventors of the lyre and cithara, guitar, that the invention of the flute was attributed to Minerva, and that Pan is said to have invented the syrinx. More worthy of our attention are some similar records of the Hindus, because they have hitherto scarcely been noticed in any work on music. In the mythology of the Hindus, the god Narada is the inventor of the veena, the principal musical instrument of Hindustan. Saraswati, the consort of Brahma, may be said to be considered as the Minerva of the Hindus. She is the goddess of music as well as of speech. To her is attributed the invention of the systematic arrangement of the sounds into a musical scale. She is represented as seated on a peacock and playing a stringed instrument of the guitar kind. Brahma himself we find depicted as a vigorous man with 4 handsome heads, beating with his hands upon a small drum. Arid Vishnu, in his incarnation as Krishna, is represented as a beautiful youth playing upon a flute. The Hindus still possess a peculiar kind of flute which they consider as the favorite instrument of Krishna. Furthermore, they have the divinity of Ganesa, the god of wisdom, who is represented as a man with the head of an elephant holding in his hands a tambora, a kind of lute with a long neck. Among the Chinese, we meet with a tradition according to which they obtained their musical scale from a miraculous bird called Huang Hong, which appears to have been a sort of phoenix. As regards the invention of musical instruments, the Chinese have various traditions. In one of these, we are told that the origin of some of their most popular instruments dates from the period when China was under the dominion of the heavenly spirits called Qi. Another assigns the invention of several of their stringed instruments to the great Fohi, called the Son of Heaven, who was, it is said, the founder of the Chinese Empire, and who is stated to have lived about B.C. 3000, which was long after the dominion of the Qi, or spirits. Again, another tradition holds that the most important Chinese musical instruments, and the systematic arrangement of the tones, are an invention of Niuva, a supernatural female who lived at the time of Fohi, and who was a virgin mother. When Confucius, the great Chinese philosopher, happened to hear, on a certain occasion, some divine music, he became so greatly enraptured that he could not take any food for 3 months. The music which produced the miraculous effect was that of Koei, the Orpheus of the Chinese, whose performance on the king, a kind of harmonicon constructed of slabs of sonorous stone, would draw wild animals around him and make them subservient to his will. The Japanese have a beautiful tradition, according to which the sun goddess, in resentment of the violence of an evil-disposed brother, retired into a cave, leaving the universe in darkness and anarchy, when the beneficent gods, in their concern for the welfare of mankind, devised music to lure her forth from her retreat, and their efforts soon proved successful. The Kalmucks, in the vicinity of the Caspian Sea, adore a beneficent divinity called Maidari, who is represented as a rather jovial-looking man, with a mustache and imperial, playing upon an instrument with 3 strings somewhat resembling the Russian balalaika. Almost all these ancient conceptions we meet with also among European nations, though more or less modified. Odin, the principal deity of the ancient Scandinavians, was the inventor of magic songs and runic writings. In the Finnish mythology, the divine Väinämöinen is said to have constructed the 5-stringed harp called the kantele, the old national instrument of the Finns. The frame he made out of the bones of a pike, and the teeth of the pike he used for the tuning pegs. The strings he made of hair from the tail of a spirited horse. When the harp fell into the sea and was lost, he made another. the frame of which was birch wood, with pegs made out of the branch of an oak tree. As strings for this harp he used the silky hair of a young girl. Wainamoinen took his harp and sat down on a hill near a silvery brook. There he played with so irresistible an effect that he entranced whatever came within hearing of his music. Men and animals listened enraptured. The wildest beasts of the forest lost their ferocity. The birds of the air were drawn toward him. The fishes rose to the surface of the water and remained immovable. The trees ceased to wave their branches. The brook retarded its course and the wind its haste. Even the mocking echo approached stealthily and listened with the utmost attention to the heavenly sounds. Soon the women began to cry. Then the old men and the children also began to cry, and the girls and the young men all cried for delight. At last Wainamoinen himself wept, and his big tears ran over his beard and rolled into the water and became beautiful pearls at the bottom of the sea. Several other musical gods or godlike musicians could be cited, and moreover innumerable minor spirits, all bearing evidence that music is of divine origin. True, people who think themselves more enlightened than their forefathers smile at these old traditions and say that the original home of music is the human heart. Be it so. But do not the purest and the most beautiful conceptions of man partake of a divine character? Is not the art of music generally acknowledged to be one of these? And is it not, therefore, even independently of myths and mysteries, entitled to be called the divine art? The relation of music to work and blessedness. Give us, says Carlyle, give us the man who sings at his work. Be his occupation what it may, he is equal to any of those who follow the same pursuit in silent sullenness. He will do more in the same time. He will do it better. He will persevere longer. One is scarcely sensible of fatigue whilst he marches to music. The very stars are said to make harmony as they revolve in their spheres. Wondrous is the strength of cheerfulness. Altogether past calculation its powers of endurance. Efforts to be permanently useful must be uniformly joyous, a spirit all sunshine, graceful from very gladness, beautiful because bright. Again this author says, who had so much music in his heart, though not of the softest kind, rather of the epic sort. The meaning of song goes deep. Who is there that in logical words can express the effect music has on us? A kind of inarticulate, unfathomable speech, which leads to the edge of the infinite and lets us for moments gaze into that. The late Canon Kingsley certainly conceived much of the height and depth and length and breadth of song when he wrote, "There is music in heaven, because in music there is no self-will. Music goes on certain rules and laws. Man did not make these laws of music, he has only found them out. And if he be self-willed and break them, there is an end of his music instantly. All he brings out is discord and ugly sounds. The greatest musician in the world is as much bound by those laws as the learner in the school, and the greatest musician is one who, instead of fancying that because he is clever he may throw aside the laws of music, knows the laws of music best and observes them most reverently. And therefore it was that the old Greeks, the wisest of the heathens, made a point of teaching their children music, because, they said, it taught them not to be self-willed and fanciful, but to see the beauty, the usefulness of rule, the divineness of laws. And therefore music is fit for heaven. Therefore music is a pattern and type of heaven, and of the everlasting life of God which perfect spirits live in heaven. A life of melody and order in themselves, a life of harmony with each other and with God. If thou fulfillest the law which God has given thee, the law of love and liberty, then thou makest music before God, and thy life is a hymn of praise to God. If thou act in love and charity with thy neighbors, thou art making sweeter harmony in the ears of our Lord Jesus Christ than psaltery, dulcimer, and all other kinds of music. If thou art living a righteous and a useful life, doing thy duty orderly and cheerfully where God has put thee, then thou art making sweeter melody in the ears of the Lord Jesus Christ than if thou hast the throat of the nightingale. For then thou, in thy humble place, art humbly copying the everlasting harmony and melody by which God made the worlds and all that therein is. And behold, it was very good, in the day when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy over the new created earth, which God made to be a pattern of his own perfection. The minstrel's heart in sadness was wrestling with his fate. Am I the sport of madness, he sighed, and born too late? No gifts are ever given, a friendly voice replied, on which the smile of heaven does not indeed abide. God's harmony is written all through in shining bars. The soul his love has smitten, as heaven is writ with stars. The major notes and minor are waiting for their wings. Pray thou the great diviner to touch the secret springs. He may not give expression in any ocean tide, but music, like confession, will waft thee to his side. Where thou, as on a river, the current deep and strong, shalt sail with him forever into the land of song. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 32, Thomas DeQuincy, born 1786, died 1859. A Life of Wonder and Warning. The English opium eater himself told publicly, throughout a period of between 30 and 40 years, whatever is known about him to anybody. And in sketching the events of his life, the recorder has little more to do than to indicate facts which may be found fully expanded in Mr. DeQuincy's Confession of an Opium Eater and autobiographic sketches. The business which he in fact left for others to do is that which, in spite of obvious impossibility, he was incessantly endeavoring to do himself. That of analyzing and forming a representation and judgment of his mind, and of his life as molded by his mind. The most intense metaphysician of a time remarkable for the predominance of metaphysical modes of thought, he was as completely unaware as smaller men of his mental habits that in his perpetual self-study and analysis he was never approaching the truth, for the simple reason that he was not even within ken of the necessary point of view. I, he says, whose disease it was to meditate too much and to observe too little. And the description was a true one as far as it went. And the completion of the description was one which he could never have himself arrived at. It must, we think, be concluded of DeQuincy that he was the most remarkable instance in his time of a more than abnormal, of an artificial condition of body and mind, a characterization which he must necessarily be the last man to conceive of. To understand this, it is necessary to glance at the events of his life. The briefest notice will suffice, as they are within the reach of all, as related in his own books. Thomas DeQuincy was the son of a merchant engaged in foreign commerce, and was born at Manchester in 1786. He was one of 8 children, of whom no more than 6 were ever living at once, and several of whom died in infancy. The survivors were reared in a country home, the incidents of which, when of a kind to excite emotion, impressed themselves on this singular child's memory from a very early age. We have known only 2 instances, in a rather wide experience of life, of persons distinctly remembering so far back as a year and a half old. This was DeQuincy's age when 3 deaths happened in the family, which he remembered, not by tradition, but by his own contemporary emotions. A sister of 3 1/2 died, and he was perplexed by her disappearance, and terrified by the household whisper that she had been ill-used just before her death by a servant. A grandmother died about the same time, leaving little impression because she had been little seen. The other death was of a beloved kingfisher, by a doleful accident. When the boy was 5, he lost his playfellow, and as he says, intellectual guide, his sister Elizabeth, 8 years old, dying of hydrocephalus, after manifesting an intellectual power which the forlorn brother recalled with admiration and wonder for life. The impression was undoubtedly genuine, but it is impossible to read the autobiographical sketch in which the death and funeral of the child are described, without perceiving that the writer referred back to the period he was describing, with emotions and reflex sensations which arose in him and fell from the pen at the moment. His father, meantime, was residing abroad year after year as a condition of his living at all, and he died of pulmonary consumption before Thomas was 7 years old. The elder brother, then 12, was obviously too eccentric for home management, if not for all control, and looking no farther than these constitutional cases, we are warranted in concluding that the opium eater entered life under peculiar and unfavorable conditions. He passed through a succession of schools and was distinguished by his eminent knowledge of Greek. At 15 he was pointed out by his master, himself a ripe scholar, to a stranger in the remarkable words, "That boy could harangue an Athenian mob better than you or I could address an English one." And it was not only the Greek, we imagine, but the eloquence, too, was included in this praise. In this, as in the subtlety of the analytical power, so strangely mistaken for entire intellectual supremacy in our day, DeQuincy must have strongly resembled Coleridge. Both were fine Grecians, charming discoursers, eminent opium takers, magnificent dreamers and seers, large in their promises and helpless in their failure of performance. DeQuincy set his heart upon going to college earlier than his guardians thought proper, and on his being disappointed in this matter he ran away from his tutor's house and was lost for several months, first in Wales and afterward in London. He was then 16. His whole life presents no more remarkable evidence of his constant absorption in introspection than the fact that while tortured with hunger in the streets of London for many weeks, and sleeping, or rather lying awake with cold and hunger, on the floor of an empty house, it never once occurred to him to earn money. As a classical corrector of the press, and in other ways, he might no doubt have obtained employment, but it was not until afterward asked why he did not, that the idea ever entered his mind. How he starved, how he would have died but for a glass of spiced wine in the middle of the night on some steps in Soho Square, the opium eater told all the world above 30 years since, and also of his entering college, of the love of wine generated by the comfort it had yielded in his days of starvation, and again, of the disorder of the functions of the stomach which naturally followed, and the resort to opium as a refuge from the pain. It is to be feared that the description given in those extraordinary confessions has acted more strongly in tempting young people to seek the 8 years' pleasures he derived from laudanum than that of his subsequent torments in deterring them. There was no one to present to them the consideration that the peculiar organization of DeQuincy and his bitter sufferings might well make a recourse to opium a different thing to him than to anybody else. The quality of his mind and the exhausted state of his body enhanced to him the enjoyments which he called divine, whereas there is no doubt of the miserable pain by which men of all constitutions have to expiate an habitual indulgence in opium. Others than DeQuincy may or may not procure the pleasures he experienced, but it is certain that everyone must expiate his offense against the laws of the human frame. And let it be remembered that DeQuincy's excuse is as singular as his excess. Of the many who have emulated his enjoyment, there can hardly have been one whose stomach had been well nigh destroyed by months of incessant, cruel hunger. This event of his life, his resort to opium, absorbed all the rest. There is little more to tell in the way of incident. His existence was thenceforth a series of dreams, undergone in different places, now at college and now in a Westmoreland cottage, with a gentle, suffering wife by his side, striving to minister to a need which was beyond the reach of nursing. He could amuse his predominant faculties by reading metaphysical philosophy and analytical reasoning on any subject, and by elaborating endless analyses and reasonings of his own, which he had not energy to embody. Occasionally the torpor encroached even on his predominant faculties, and then he roused himself to overcome the habit, underwent fearful suffering in the weaning, began to enjoy the vital happiness of temperance and health, and then fell back again. The influence upon the moral energies of his nature was, as might be supposed, fatal. Such energy he once had, as his earlier efforts at endurance amply testify. But as years passed on, he had not only become a more helpless victim to his prominent vice, but manifested an increasing insensibility to the most ordinary requisitions of honor and courtesy, to say nothing of gratitude and sincerity. In his hungry days in London, he would not beg nor borrow. 5 years later he wrote to Wordsworth in admiration and sympathy, received an invitation to his Westmoreland Valley, went more than once within a few miles, and withdrew and returned to Oxford, unable to conquer his painful shyness. Returned at last to live there in the very cottage which had been Wordsworth's, received for himself, his wife, and a growing family of children, an unintermitting series of friendly and neighborly offices, was necessarily admitted to much household confidence, and favored with substantial aid, which was certainly not given through any strong liking for his manners, conversation, or character. How did he recompense all this exertion and endurance on his behalf? In after years, when living, we believe, at Edinburgh, and pressed by debt, he did for once exert himself to write, and what he wrote was an exposure of everything about the Wordsworths which he knew merely by their kindness. He wrote papers which were eagerly read, and of course duly paid for, in which Wordsworth's personal foibles were malignantly exhibited with ingenious aggravations. The infirmities of one member of the family, the personal blemish of another, and the human weaknesses of all were displayed, and all for the purpose of deepening the dislike against Wordsworth himself, which the receiver of his money, the eater of his dinners, and the dreary provoker of his patients strove to excite. Moreover, he perpetrated an act of treachery scarcely paralleled, we hope, in the history of literature. In the confidence of their most familiar days, Wordsworth had communicated portions of his posthumous poem to his guest, who was perfectly well aware that the work was to rest in darkness and silence till after the poet's death. In these magazine articles, DeQuincy, using for this atrocious purpose his fine gift of memory, published a passage which he informed us was of far higher merit than anything else we had to expect. And what was Wordsworth's conduct under this unequaled experience of bad faith and bad feeling? While so many anecdotes were going of the poet's fireside, the following ought to be added. An old friend was talking with him by that fireside, and mentioned DeQuincy's magazine articles. Wordsworth begged to be spared any account of them, saying that the man had long passed away from the family life and mind, and that he did not wish to ruffle himself in a useless way about a misbehavior which could not be remedied. The friend acquiesced, saying, "Well, I will tell you only one thing that he says, and then we will talk of other things. He says your wife is too good for you." The old poet's dim eyes lighted up instantly, and he started from his seat and flung himself against the mantelpiece with his back to the fire, as he cried with very loud enthusiasm, "And that's true! There he is right." And his disgust and contempt for the traitor were visibly moderated. During a long course of years, DeQuincy went on dreaming always, sometimes scheming works of high value and great efficacy, which were never to exist, promising largely to booksellers and others, and failing through a weakness so deep-seated that it should have prevented his making any promises. When his 3 daughters were grown up and his wife was dead, he lived in a pleasant cottage at Lasswade, near Edinburgh, well known by name to those who have never seen its beauties as the scene of Scott's early married life and first great achievements in literature. There, while the family fortunes were expressly made contingent on his abstinence from his drug, DeQuincy did abstain, or observe moderation. His flow of conversation was then the delight of old acquaintance and admiring strangers, who came to hear the charmer and to receive the impression, which could never be lost, of the singular figure and countenance and the finely modulated voice, which were like nothing else in the world. It was a strange thing to look upon the fragile form and features, which might be those of a dying man, and to hear utterances such as his. Now the strangest comments and insignificant incidents, now pregnant remarks on great subjects, and then malignant gossip, virulent and base, but delivered with an air and a voice of philosophical calmness and intellectual commentary, such as caused the disgust of the listener to be largely qualified with amusement and surprise. One good thing was that nobody's name and fame could be really injured by anything DeQuincy could say. There was such a grotesque air about the mode of his evil speaking, and it was so gratuitous and excessive, that the hearer could not help regarding it as a singular sort of intellectual exercise, or an effort in the speaker to observe, for once, something outside of himself, rather than as any token of actual feeling towards the ostensible object. Let this strange commentator on individual character meet with more mercy and a wiser interpretation than he was himself capable of. He was not made like other men, and he did not live, think, or feel like them. A singular organization was singularly and fatally deranged in its action before it could show its best quality. Marvelous analytical faculty he had, but it all oozed out in barren words. Charming eloquence he had, but it degenerated into egotistical garrulity, rendered tempting by the gilding of his genius. It is questionable whether, if he had never touched opium or wine, his real achievements would have been substantial, for he had no conception of a veritable standpoint of philosophical investigation. But the actual effect of his intemperance was to aggravate to excess his introspective tendencies, and to remove him incessantly further from the needful discipline of true science. His conditions of body and mind were abnormal, and his study of the one thing he knew anything about, the human mind, was radically imperfect. His powers, noble and charming as they might have been, were at once wasted and weakened through their own partial excess. His moral nature relaxed and sank, as must always be the case where sensibility is stimulated and action paralyzed. And the man of genius, who 40 years before his death administered a moral warning to all England, and commanded the sympathy and admiration of a nation, lived on to achieve nothing but the delivery of some confidences of questionable value and beauty, and to command from us nothing more than a compassionate sorrow that an intellect so subtle, and an eloquence so charming in its pathos, its humor, its insight, and its music, should have left the world in no way the better for such gifts, unless by the warning afforded in Confessions first, and then by example against the curse which neutralized their influence and corrupted its source. Harriet Martineau. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 33, A Vision of Time. New Year's Eve. Oh, did you not see him that over the snow came on with a pace so cautious and slow? That measured his step to a pendulum tick, arriving in town when the darkness was thick? In the midst of a vision of mind and heart, a drama above all human art, I saw him last night, with locks so gray, a long way off as the light died away. And I knew him at once, so often before had he silently, mournfully passed at my door. He must be cold and weary, I said, coming so far with that measured tread. I will urge him to linger a while with me, till his withering chill and weariness flee. A story? Who knows? He may deign to rehearse, and when he is gone I will put it in verse. I turned to prepare for the coming guest, with curious, troublous thoughts oppressed. The window I cheered with the taper's glow, which glimmered afar o'er the spectral snow. My anxious care the hearthstone knew, and the red flames leaped and beckoned anew. But chiefly myself with singular care did I for the hoary presence prepare. Yet with little success, as I paced the room, did I labor to banish a sense of gloom. My thoughts were going and coming like bees, with store from the year's wide-stretching lees. Some laden with honey, some laden with gall, and into my heart they dropped it all. O miserable heart, at once overrun with the honey and gall thou canst not shun. O wretched heart, in sadness I cried, where is thy trust in the crucified? And in wrestling prayer did I labor long, that the mighty one would make me strong. That prayer was more than a useless breath. It brought to my soul God's saving health. The hours went by on their drowsy flight, and came the middle watch of the night. In part unmanned in spite of my care, I beheld my guest in the taper's glare. A wall of darkness around him thick, as onward he came to a pendulum tick. Then quickly I opened wide the door, and bade him pass my threshold o'er, and linger a while away from the cold, and repeat some story or ballad old. His weary limbs to strengthen with rest, for his course to the ever-receding west. Through the vacant door in wonder I glanced, and stood, was it long? As one entranced. Silence so awful did fill the room, that the tick of the clock was a cannon's boom. And my heart it sank to its lowest retreat, and in whelming awe did muffle its beat. For now I beheld as never before, and heard to forget, nevermore. For with outstretched hand, with scythe and glass, with naught of a pause did the traveller pass, and with upturned face he the silence broke, and thus as he went he measuredly spoke. My journey is long, but my limbs are strong, and I stay not for rest, for story or song. It is only a dirge that ever I sing, it is only of death the tale that I bring, of death that is life as it cometh to pass, of death that is death, alas, alas. And these I chant as I go on my way, as I go on my way for ever and aye. Call not thyself wretched, though bitter and sweet, in thy cup at this hour intermingle and meet. Some cloud with the sunshine must ever appear, and darkness prevails till morning is near. But who doth remember the gloom and the night, when the sky is aglow with a beautiful light? Oh, alas, if thou drinkest the bitter alone, nor heaven nor earth may stifle thy moan. Thy moan, and the echo died away. Thy moan, for ever and day. His measured voice I heard no more, but not till I stand on eternity's shore, and the things of time be forgotten all, shall I cease that traveller's words to recall. As onward he moved, to a pendulum tick, the gloom and the darkness around him thick, I fell on my knees and breathed a prayer, and it rose, I ween, through the midnight air, to a God who knoweth the wants and all, the evil and good of this earthly thrall. To one who suffered as on this day, and began our sins to purge away. To him who hath promised to heed our cry, and a troubled heart to purify. And I feel that the gall will ever grow less, till I see his face in righteousness. And now my soul is filled with cheer, for the march of a bright and happy new year. As years roll on, whether sun doth shine, or clouds overcast, I will never repine. For I know when the race of time is run, I shall enter a realm of eternal sun. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 34, John Bunyan. Born 1628, died 1688. From Darkness to Light. John Bunyan, the most popular religious writer in the English language, was born at Elstow, about a mile from Bedford, in the year 1628. He may be said to have been born a tinker. The tinkers then formed a hereditary caste which was held in no high estimation. They were generally vagrants and pilferers, and were often confounded with the gypsies, whom in truth they nearly resembled. Bunyan's father was more respectable than most of the tribe. He had a fixed residence, and was able to send his son to a village school where reading and writing were taught. The years of John's boyhood were those during which the Puritan spirit was in the highest vigor all over England, and nowhere had that spirit more influence than in Bedfordshire. It is not wonderful, therefore, that a lad to whom nature had given a powerful imagination, and sensibility which amounted to a disease, should have been early haunted by religious terrors. Before he was 10, his sports were interrupted by fits of remorse and despair, and his sleep was disturbed by dreams of fiends trying to fly away with him. As he grew older, his mental conflicts became still more violent. The strong language in which he described them has strangely misled all his biographers except Mr. Southey. It has long been an ordinary practice with pious writers to cite Bunyan as an instance of the supernatural power of divine grace to rescue the human soul from the lowest depths of wickedness. He is called in one book the most notorious of profligates, in another the brand plucked from the burning. He is designated in Mr. Ivamy's History of the Baptists as the depraved Bunyan, the wicked tinker of Elstow. Mr. Ryland, a man once of great note among the dissenters, breaks out into the following rhapsody. No man of common sense and common integrity can deny that Bunyan was a practical atheist, a worthless, contemptible infidel, a vile rebel to God and goodness, a common profligate, a soul-despising, a soul-murdering, a soul-damning, thoughtless wretch as could exist on the face of the earth. Now be astonished, O heavens, to eternity, and wonder, O earth and hell, while time endures. Behold this very man become a miracle of mercy, a mirror of wisdom, goodness, holiness, truth, and love. But whoever takes the trouble to examine the evidence will find that the good men who wrote this had been deceived by a phraseology which, as they had been hearing it and using it all their lives, they ought to have understood better. There cannot be a greater mistake than to infer, from the strong expressions in which a devout man bemoans his exceeding sinfulness, that he has led a worse life than his neighbors. Many excellent persons, whose moral character from boyhood to old age has been free from any stain discernible to their fellow creatures, have, in their autobiographies and diaries, applied to themselves, and doubtless with sincerity, epithets as severe as could be applied to Titus Oates or Mrs. Brownrigg. It is quite certain that Bunyan was, at 18, what in any but the most austerely Puritan circles would have been considered as a young man of singular gravity and innocence. Indeed, it may be remarked that he, like many other penitents, who in general terms acknowledge themselves to have been the worst of mankind, fired up and stood vigorously on his defense, whenever any particular charge was brought against him by others. He declares, it is true, that he had let loose the reins of the neck of his lusts, that he had delighted in all transgressions against the divine law, and that he had been the ringleader of the youth of Elstow in all manner of vice. But when those who wished him ill accused him of licentious amours, he called on God and the angels to attest his purity. No woman, he said, in heaven, earth, or hell could charge him with having ever made any improper advances to her. Not only had he been strictly faithful to his wife, but he had, even before marriage, been perfectly spotless. It does not appear from his own confessions or from the railings of his enemies that he was ever drunk in his life. One bad habit he contracted, that of using profane language, but he tells us that a single reproof cured him so effectually that he never offended again. The worst that can be laid to the charge of this poor youth, whom it has been the fashion to represent as the most desperate of reprobates, as a village Rochester, is that he had a great liking for some diversions, quite harmless in themselves, but condemned by the rigid Parisians among whom he lived, and for whose opinion he had a great respect. The 4 chief sins of which he was guilty were dancing, ringing the bells of the parish church, playing at tip-cat, and reading the history of Sir Bevis of Southampton. A rector of the school of Laud would have held such a young man up to the whole parish as a model. But Bunyan's notions of good and evil have been learned in a very different school, and he was made miserable by the conflict between his tastes and his scruples. When he was about 17, the ordinary course of his life was interrupted by an event which gave a lasting color to his thoughts. He enlisted in the parliamentary army and served during the decisive campaign of 1645. All that we know of his military career is that at the siege of Leicester, one of his comrades who had taken his post was killed by a shot from the town. Bunyan ever after considered himself as having been saved from death by the special interference of Providence. It may be observed that his imagination was strongly impressed by the glimpse which he had caught of the pomp of war. To the last he loved to draw his illustrations of sacred things from camps and fortresses, from guns, drums, trumpets, flags of truce, and regiments arrayed, each under its own banner. His Great Heart, his Captain Boanerges, and his Captain Credence are evidently portraits, of which the originals were among those martial saints who fought and expounded in Fairfax's army. In a few months Bunyan returned home and married. His wife had some pious relations and brought him as her only portion some pious books. And now his mind, excitable by nature, very imperfectly disciplined by education, and exposed, without any protection, to the infectious virulence of the enthusiasm which was then epidemic in England, began to be fearfully disordered. In outward things he soon became a strict Pharisee. He was constant in attendance at prayers and sermons. His favorite amusements were, one after another, relinquished, though not without many painful struggles. In the middle of a game at tip-cat he paused, and stood staring wildly upward with his stick in his hand. He had heard a voice asking him whether he would leave his sins and go to heaven, or keep his sins and go to hell, and he had seen an awful countenance frowning on him from the sky. The odious vice of bell-ringing he renounced, but he still for a time ventured to go to the church tower and look on while others pulled the ropes. But soon the thought struck him that if he persisted in such wickedness, the steeple would fall on his head, and he fled in terror from the accursed place. To give up dancing on the village green was still harder, and some months elapsed before he had the fortitude to part with this darling sin. When this last sacrifice had been made, he was, even when tried by the maxims of that austere time, faultless. All Elstow talked of him as an eminently pious youth, but his own mind was more unquiet than ever. Having nothing more to do in the way of visible reformation, yet finding in religion no pleasures to supply the place of the juvenile amusements which he had relinquished, he began to apprehend that he lay under some special malediction, and he was tormented by a succession of fantasies which seemed likely to drive him to suicide or to bedlam. At one time he took it into his head that all persons of Israelite blood would be saved, and tried to make out that he partook of that blood, but his hopes were speedily destroyed by his father, who seems to have had no ambition to be regarded as a Jew. At another time Bunyan was disturbed by a strange dilemma. If I have not faith, I am lost. If I have faith, I can work miracles. He was tempted to cry to the puddles between Elstow and Bedford, "Be ye dry," and to stake his eternal hopes on the event. Then he took up a notion that the day of grace for Bedford and the neighboring villages was past, that all who were to be saved in that part of England were already converted, and that he had begun to pray and strive some months too late. Then he was harassed by doubts whether the Turks were not in the right and the Christians in the wrong. Then he was troubled by a maniacal impulse which prompted him to pray to the trees, to a broomstick, to the parish bull. As yet, however, he was only entering the valley of the shadow of death. Soon the darkness grew thicker. Hideous forms floated before him. Sounds of cursing and wailing were in his ears. His way ran through stench and fire, close to the mouth of the bottomless pit. He began to be haunted by a strange curiosity about the unpardonable sin, and by a morbid longing to commit it. But the most frightful of all the forms which his disease took was a propensity to utter blasphemy, and especially to renounce his share in the benefits of the redemption. Night and day, in bed, at table, at work, evil spirits, as he imagined, were repeating close to his ear the words, "Sell him, sell him." He struck at the hobgoblins. He pushed them from him, but still they were ever at his side. He cried out in answer to them hour after hour, "Never, never, not for thousands of worlds, not for thousands." At length, worn out by this long agony, he suffered the fatal words to escape him, "Let him go if he will." Then his misery became more fearful than ever. He had done what could not be forgiven. He had forfeited his part of the great sacrifice. Like Esau, he had sold his birthright, and there was no longer any place for repentance. "None," he afterward wrote, "knows the terrors of those days but myself." He has described his sufferings with singular energy, simplicity, and pathos. He envied the brutes. He envied the very stones in the street and the tiles on the houses. The sun seemed to withhold its light and warmth from him. His body, though cast in a sturdy mold, and though still in the highest vigor of youth, trembled whole days together with the fear of death and judgment. He fancied that this trembling was the sign set on the worst reprobates, the sign which God had put on Cain. The unhappy man's emotion destroyed his power of digestion. He had such pains that he expected to burst asunder like Judas, whom he regarded as his prototype. Neither the books which Bunyan read nor the advisers whom he consulted were likely to do much good in a case like his. His small library had received a most unseasonable addition, the account of the lamentable end of Francis Spira. One ancient man of high repute for piety, whom the sufferer consulted, gave an opinion which might well have produced fatal consequences. "I am afraid," said Bunyan, "that I have committed the sin against the Holy Ghost." "Indeed," said the old fanatic, "I am afraid that you have." At length the clouds broke, the light became clearer and clearer, and the enthusiast, who had imagined that he was branded with the mark of the first murderer, and destined to the end of the arch traitor, enjoyed peace and a cheerful confidence in the mercy of God. Years elapsed, however, before his nerves, which had been so perilously overstrained, recovered their tone. When he had joined a Baptist society at Bedford and was for the first time admitted to partake of the Eucharist, it was with difficulty that he could refrain from imprecating destruction on his brethren while the cup was passing from hand to hand. After he had been some time a member of the congregation, he began to preach, and his sermons produced a powerful effect. He was indeed illiterate, but he spoke to illiterate men. The severe training through which he had passed had given him such an experimental knowledge of all the modes of religious melancholy as he could never have gathered from books, and his vigorous genius, animated by a fervent spirit of devotion, enabled him not only to exercise a great influence over the vulgar, but even to extort the half-contemptuous admiration of scholars. Yet it was long before he ceased to be tormented by an impulse which urged him to utter words of horrible impiety in the pulpit. Counter-irritants are of as great use, in moral as in physical diseases. It should seem that Bunyan was finally relieved from the internal sufferings which had embittered his life by sharp persecution from without. He had been 5 years a preacher when the Restoration put it in the power of the Cavalier gentlemen and clergymen all over the country to oppress the dissenters, and of all the dissenters whose history is known to us, he was perhaps the most hardly treated. In November 1660 he was flung into Bedford jail, and there he remained with some intervals of partial and precarious liberty during 12 years. His persecutors tried to extort from him a promise that he would abstain from preaching, but he was convinced that he was divinely set apart and commissioned to be a teacher of righteousness, and he was fully determined to obey God rather than men. He was brought before several tribunals, laughed at, caressed, reviled, menaced, but in vain. He was facetiously told that he was quite right in thinking that he ought not to hide his gift, but that his real gift was skill in repairing old kettles. He was compared to Alexander, the coppersmith. He was told that if he would give up preaching, he should be instantly liberated. He was warned that if he persisted in disobeying the law, he would be liable to banishment, and that if he were found in England after a certain time, his neck would be stretched. His answer was, "If you let me out today, I will preach again tomorrow." Year after year he lay patiently in a dungeon, compared with which the worst prison now to be found in the island is a palace. His fortitude is the more extraordinary because his domestic feelings were unusually strong. Indeed, he was considered by his stern brethren as somewhat too fond and indulgent a parent. He had several small children, and among them a daughter who was blind, and whom he loved with peculiar tenderness. He could not, she said, bear even to let the wind blow on her. And now she must suffer cold and hunger. She must beg, she must be beaten. Yet, he added, I must do it. While he lay in prison, he could do nothing in the way of his old trade for the support of his family. He determined, therefore, to take up a new trade. He learned to make long tagged thread laces, and many thousands of these articles were furnished by him to the hawkers. While his hands were thus busied, he had other employment for his mind and his lips. He gave religious instruction to his fellow captives, and formed from among them a little flock, of which he was himself the pastor. He studied indefatigably the few books which he possessed. His two chief companions were the Bible and Fox's Book of Martyrs. His knowledge of the Bible was such that he might have been called a living concordance, and on the margin of his copy of the Book of Martyrs are still legible the ill-spelled lines of doggerel in which he expressed his reverence for the brave sufferers and his implacable enmity to the mystical Babylon. At length he began to write, and though it was some time before he discovered where his strength lay, his writings were not unsuccessful. They were coarse, indeed, but they showed a keen mother wit, a great command of the homely mother tongue, an intimate knowledge of the English Bible, and a vast and dearly bought spiritual experience. They therefore, when the corrector of the press had improved the syntax and the spelling, were well received by the humbler class of dissenters. Much of Bunyan's time was spent in controversy. He wrote sharply against the Quakers, whom he seems always to have held in utter abhorrence. It is, however, a remarkable fact that he adopted one of their peculiar fashions. His practice was to write, not November or December, but 11th month and 12th month. He wrote against the liturgy of the Church of England. No two things, according to him, had less affinity than the form of prayer and the spirit of prayer. Those, he said with much point, who have most of the spirit of prayer are all to be found in jail, and those who have most zeal for the form of prayer are all to be found at the alehouse. The doctrinal articles, on the other hand, he warmly praised, and defended against some Arminian clergymen who had signed them. The most acrimonious of all his works is his answer to Edward Fowler, afterward Bishop of Gloucester, an excellent man, but not free from the taint of Pelagianism. Bunyan had also a dispute with some of the chiefs of the sect to which he belonged. He doubtless held with perfect sincerity the distinguishing tenet of that sect, but he did not consider that tenet as one of high importance, and willingly joined in communion with pious Presbyterians and Independents. The sterner Baptists therefore loudly pronounced him a false brother. A controversy arose which long survived the original combatants. In our own time, the cause which Bunyan had defended with rude logic and rhetoric against Kiffin and Danvers was pleaded by Robert Hall with an ingenuity and eloquence such as no polemical writer has ever surpassed. During the years which immediately followed the Restoration, Bunyan's confinement seems to have been strict, but as the passions of 1660 cooled, as the hatred with which the Puritans had been regarded while their reign was recent gave place to pity, he was less and less harshly treated. The distress of his family and his own patience, courage, and piety softened the hearts of his persecutors. Like his own Christian in the cage, he found protectors even among the crowd of Vanity Fair. The bishop of the diocese, Dr. Barlow, is said to have interceded for him. At length the prisoner was suffered to pass most of his time beyond the walls of the jail, on condition, as it should seem, that he remained within the town of Bedford. He owed his complete liberation to one of the worst acts of one of the worst governments that England has ever seen. In 1671 the cabal was in power. Charles II had concluded the treaty by which he bound himself to set up the Roman Catholic religion in England. The first step which he took toward that end was to annul, by an unconstitutional exercise of his prerogative, all the penal statutes against the Roman Catholics, and in order to disguise his real design, he annulled at the same time the penal statutes against Protestant nonconformists. Bunyan was consequently set at large. In the first warmth of his gratitude, he published a tract in which he compared Charles to that humane and generous Persian king, who, though not himself blessed with the light of the true religion, favored the chosen people, and permitted them, after years of captivity, to rebuild their beloved temple. To candid men, who consider how much Bunyan had suffered, and how little he could guess the secret designs of the court, the unsuspicious thankfulness with which he accepted the precious boon of freedom will not appear to require any apology. Before he left his prison, he had begun the book which has made his name immortal. The history of that book is remarkable. The author was, as he tells us, writing a treatise, in which he had occasion to speak of the stages of the Christian progress. He compared that progress, as many others had compared it, to a pilgrimage. Soon his quick wit discovered innumerable points of similarity which had escaped his predecessors. Images came crowding on his mind faster than he could put them into words. Quagmires and pits, steep hills, dark and horrible glens, soft vales, sunny pastures, a gloomy castle of which the courtyard was strewn with the skulls and bones of murdered prisoners, a town all bustle and splendor, like London on the Lord Mayor's day, and the narrow path, straight as a rule could make it, running on uphill and downhill, through city and through wilderness, to the Black River and the Shining Gate. He had found out, as most people would have said by accident, as he would doubtless have said by the guidance of Providence, where his powers lay. He had no suspicion, indeed, that he was producing a masterpiece. He could not guess what place his allegory would occupy in English literature, for of English literature he knew nothing. Those who supposed him to have studied the Fairy Queen might easily be confuted, if this were the proper place for a detailed examination of the passages in which the two allegories have been thought to resemble each other. The only work of fiction, in all probability, with which he could compare his pilgrim was his old favorite, The Legend of Sir Bevis of Southampton. He would have thought it a sin to borrow any time from the serious business of his life, from his expositions, his controversies, and his lace tags, for the purpose of amusing himself with what he considered merely as a trifle. It was only, he assures us, at spare moments that he returned to the House Beautiful, the Delectable Mountains, and the Enchanted Ground. He had no assistants. Nobody but himself saw a line till the whole was complete. He then consulted his pious friends. Some were pleased, others were much scandalized. It was a vain story, a mere romance about giants and lions and goblins and warriors, sometimes fighting with monsters, and sometimes regaled by fair ladies in stately palaces. The loose, atheistical wits at Will's might write such stuff to divert the painted Jezebels of the court, but did it become a minister of the gospel to copy the evil fashions of the world? There had been a time when the cant of such fools would have made Bunyan miserable, but that time was past, and his mind was now in a firm and healthy state. He saw that in employing fiction to make truth clear and goodness attractive, he was only following the example which every Christian ought to propose to himself, and he determined to print. The Pilgrim's Progress stole silently into the world. Not a single copy of the first edition is known to be in existence. The year of publication has not been ascertained. It is probable that during some months the little volume circulated only among poor and obscure sectaries. But soon the irresistible charm of a book which gratified the imagination of the reader with all the action and scenery of a fairy tale, which exercised his ingenuity by setting him to discover a multitude of curious analogies, which interested his feelings for human beings, frail like himself, and struggling with temptations from within and from without, which every moment drew a smile from him by some stroke of quaint yet simple pleasantry, and nevertheless left on his mind a sentiment of reverence for God and of sympathy for man, began to produce its effect. In puritanical circles, from which plays and novels were strictly excluded, that effect was such as no work of genius, though it were superior to the Iliad, to Don Quixote, or to Othello, can ever produce on a mind accustomed to indulge in literary luxury. In 1668 came forth a second edition with additions, and then the demand became immense. In the 4 following years the book was reprinted 6 times. The 8th edition, which contains the last improvements made by the author, was published in 1682, the 9th in 1684, the 10th in 1685. The help of the engraver had early been called in, and tens of thousands of children looked with terror and delight on execrable copperplates, which represented Christian thrusting his sword into Apollyon, or writhing in the grasp of giant despair. In Scotland and in some of the colonies, the Pilgrim was even more popular than in his native country. Bunyan has told us, with very pardonable vanity, that in New England his dream was the daily subject of the conversation of thousands, and was thought worthy to appear in the most superb binding. He had numerous admirers in Holland and among the Huguenots of France. With the pleasure, however, he experienced some of the pains of eminence. Knavish booksellers put forth volumes of trash under his name, and envious scribblers maintained it to be impossible that the poor ignorant tinker should really be the author of the book which was called his. He took the best way to confound both those who counterfeited him and those who slandered him. He continued to work the gold field which he had discovered, and to draw from it new treasures, not indeed with quite such ease and in quite such abundance as when the precious soil was still virgin, but yet with success which left all competition far behind. In 1684 appeared the second part of The Pilgrim's Progress. It was soon followed by The Holy War, which, if The Pilgrim's Progress did not exist, would be the best allegory that ever was written. Bunyan's place in society was now very different from what it had been. There had been a time when many dissenting ministers, who could talk Latin and read Greek, had affected to treat him with scorn, but his fame and influence now far exceeded theirs. He had so great an authority among the Baptists that he was popularly called Bishop Bunyan. His episcopal visitations were annual. From Bedford he rode every year to London and preached there to large and attentive congregations. From London he went his circuit through the country, animating the zeal of his brethren, collecting and distributing alms, and making up quarrels. The magistrates seem in general to have given him little trouble, but there is reason to believe that in the year 1685 he was in some danger of again occupying his old quarters in Bedford jail. In that year the rash and wicked enterprise of Monmouth gave the government a pretext for prosecuting the nonconformists, and scarcely one eminent divine of the Presbyterian, Independent, or Baptist persuasion remained unmolested. Baxter was in prison, Howe was driven into exile, Henry was arrested. 2 eminent Baptists, with whom Bunyan had been engaged in controversy, were in great peril and distress. Danvers was in danger of being hanged, and Kiffin's grandsons were actually hanged. The tradition is that during those evil days Bunyan was forced to disguise himself as a wagoner, and that he preached to his congregations at Bedford in a smock frock with a cart whip in his hand. But soon a great change took place. James II was at open war with the church and found it necessary to court the dissenters. Some of the creatures of the government tried to secure the aid of Bunyan. They probably knew that he had written in praise of the indulgence of 1672, and therefore hoped that he might be equally pleased with the indulgence of 1687. But 15 years of thought, observation, and commerce with the world had made him wiser. Nor were the cases exactly parallel. Charles was a professed Protestant. James was a professed Papist. The object of Charles's indulgence was disguised. The object of James's indulgence was patent. Bunyan was not deceived. He exhorted his hearers to prepare themselves by fasting and prayer for the danger which menaced their civil and religious liberties, and refused even to speak to the courtier who came down to remodel the corporation of Bedford, and who, as was supposed, had it in charge to offer some municipal dignity to the Bishop of the Baptists. Bunyan did not live to see the Revolution. In the summer of 1688 he undertook to plead the cause of a son with an angry father, and at length prevailed on the old man not to disinherit the young one. This good work cost the benevolent intercessor his life. He had to ride through heavy rain. He came drenched to his lodgings on Snow Hill, was seized with a violent fever, and died in a few days. He was buried in Bunhill Fields, and the spot where he lies is still regarded by the nonconformists with a feeling which seems scarcely in harmony with the stern spirit of their theology. Many Puritans, to whom the respect paid by Roman Catholics to the relics and tombs of saints seemed childish or sinful, are said to have begged with their dying breath that their coffins might be placed as near as possible to the coffin of the author of the Pilgrim's Progress. The fame of Bunyan during his life, and during the century which followed his death, was indeed great, but was almost entirely confined to religious families of the middle and lower classes. Very seldom was he, during that time, mentioned with respect by any writer of great literary eminence. Young coupled his prose with the poetry of the wretched D'Urfey. In the spiritual Quixote, the adventures of Christian are ranked with those of Jack the Giant Killer and John Hickathrift. Cowper ventured to praise the great allegorist, but did not venture to name him. It is a significant circumstance that till a recent period all the numerous editions of the Pilgrim's Progress were evidently meant for the cottage and the servants' hall. The paper, the printing, the plates were all of the meanest description. In general, when the educated minority and the common people differ about the merit of a book, the opinion of the educated minority finally prevails. The Pilgrim's Progress is perhaps the only book about which, after the lapse of 100 years, the educated minority has come over to the opinion of the common people. Macaulay. O king without a crown, O priest above the line, whose course is through the ages down, what wondrous eyes were thine! As in the sea of glass, so pictured in those eyes, were all the things that come to pass beneath, above the skies. Between two worlds the way, the sun, the cloud, the snares, the Pilgrim's Progress, day by day, the gladness God prepares. Enough, enough this vision, by thee built into story, to crown thy life by heaven's decision with monumental glory. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 35, Madame Roland. Born 1754, died 1793. The most remarkable woman of the French Revolution. The Iphigenia of France. Marie-Jeanne Flippon, for this was her maiden name, was born in Paris in the year 1754. Her father was an engraver. The daughter does not delineate him in her memoirs with such completeness as she has sketched her mother, but we can infer from the fleeting glimpses which she gives of him that he was a man of very considerable intellectual and physical force, but also of most irregular tendencies, which in his later years debased him to serious immoralities. He was a superior workman, discontented with his lot. He sought to better it by speculative operations outside his vocation. As his daughter expresses it, he went in pursuit of riches and met with ruin on his way. She also remarks of him that he could not be said to be a good man, but he had a great deal of what is called honor. Her mother was evidently an angelic woman. Many passages in the memoirs indicate that she possessed uncommon intellectual endowments, but so exceeding were her virtues that when her face rose to the daughter's view in the night of after years, and gazed compassionately on her through prison bars, the daughter, writing in the shadow of death, presents her in the light only of purest, noblest womanhood. Marie was so precocious that she could not remember when she was unable to read. The first book she remembered reading was the Old and New Testament. Her early religious teaching was most sufficient, and was submitted to by a mind which, although practical and realistic, was always devout and somewhat affected by mystical, vague, and enthusiastic tendencies. She was a prodigy in the catechism, and was an agent of terror to the excellent priest who taught her and the other children, for she frequently confounded him in open class by questions which have vexed persons of maturest years. She was taught the harp, the piano, the guitar, and the violin. She was proficient in dancing. Such was her astonishing aptitude in all studies, that she says, "I had not a single master who did not appear as much flattered by teaching me as I was grateful for being taught, nor one who, after attending me for a year or two, was not the first to say that his instructions were no longer necessary." It was her habit in childhood, after she had read any book, to lay it aside and reconstruct its contents by the processes of a most powerful memory, and while doing so, to meditate upon, analyze, and debate with it in the severest spirit of criticism and controversy. When 9 years of age, she was reading Appian, the romances of Scarron, which disgusted and did not taint her, the memoirs of Depate and of Madame de Montpensier. She mastered a treatise on heraldry so thoroughly that she corrected her father one day when she saw him engraving a seal inconformably to some minor rule of that art. She essayed a book on contracts, but it did not entice her to a complete perusal. She took great delight in Plutarch, which she often carried to church instead of her missal. She read the Candide of Voltaire, Fénelon on the education of girls, and Locke on that of children. During all this time her mind was troubled by those unanswerable and saddening reflections upon those recondite theological subjects which often torture such children, in which grown-up people are too often so forgetful of their own childhood that they fail to sympathize with them. She regarded with disapproval the transformation of the devil into a serpent, and thought it cruel in God to permit it. Referring to the time when her first communion drew near, she writes, "I felt a sacred terror take possession of my soul." She became profoundly humble and inexpressibly timid. As she grew older, she learned that she was to live in a world of errors, sorrows, and sins, and the mere knowledge of their existence, by some peculiar process of her wonderful mind, seemed to be the signal for their combined attack upon her soul. She watched her thoughts until forbidden topics were generated in her mind by the very act of watchfulness. She then regarded herself as an accomplice with every profane image which invaded her innocent imagination. She subjected herself to physical mortifications and austerities of a whimsical yet severe character. She aspired to the fate of holy women of old, who had suffered martyrdom, and she finally resolved to enter a convent. She was then 11 years old. She was placed in such an institution ostensibly for further education, but with the intention on her part there to always remain. It was like entering the vestibule of heaven. She records of her first night there, "I lifted up my eyes to the heavens. They were unclouded and serene. I imagined that I felt the presence of the deity smiling on my sacrifice, and already offering me a reward in the consolatory peace of a celestial abode." She was always an acute observer and a caustic commentator, and she soon discovered that the cloister is not necessarily a celestial abode, and that its inmates do not inevitably enjoy consolatory peace. She found feminine spite there of the same texture with that wreaked by worldly women upon each other, and she notes the cruel taunts which good, old, ugly, and learned Sister Sophia received from some stupid nuns, who, she says, were fond of exposing her defects because they did not possess her talents. But her devotional fervor did not abate. She fainted under the feeling of awe in the act of her first communion, for she literally believed that her lips touched the very substance of her God, and thereafter she was long brooded over by that perfect peace which passeth understanding. She remained there a year when her destiny was changed by some domestic events which made her services necessary to her parents, and she returned home. Her resolution was unchanged, and she read and meditated deeply upon the Philauti of St. Francis de Sales, upon the Manual of St. Augustine, and upon the polemical writings of Bossuet. But by this time the leaven of dissent began to work in that powerful intellect, for she remarks upon these works, that favorable as they are to the cause which they defended, they sometimes let me into the secret of objections which might be made to it, and set me to scrutinizing the articles of my faith. And she states that this was the first step toward a skepticism at which I was destined to arrive, after having been successively Jansenist, Cartesian, Stoic, and Deist. By this skepticism she doubtless meant merely skepticism as to creeds, for in her memoirs, written in daily expectation of death and in most intense self-communion, she writes upon the great subjects of immortality, deity, and providence in language of astonishing eloquence. She writes, can the sublime idea of a divine creator, whose providence watches over the world, the immateriality of the soul and its immortality, that consolatory hope of persecuted virtue, be nothing more than amiable and splendid chimeras? But in how much obscurity are these difficult problems involved? What accumulated objections arise when we wish to examine them with mathematical rigor? No, it is not given to the human mind to behold these truths in the full day of perfect evidence. But why should the man of sensibility repine at not being able to demonstrate what he feels to be true? In the silence of the closet and the dryness of discussion, I can agree with the atheist or the materialist as to the insolubility of certain questions. But in the contemplation of nature, my soul soars aloft to the vivifying principle which animates it, to the intellect which pervades it, and to the goodness which makes it so glorious. Now, when immense walls separate me from all I love, when all the evils of society have fallen upon us together, as if to punish us for having desired its greatest blessings, I see beyond the limits of life the reward of our sacrifices. How, in what manner, I cannot say. I only feel that so it ought to be. She read incongruously. Condillac, Voltaire, the Lives of the Fathers, Descartes, St. Jerome, Don Quixote, Pascal, Montesquieu, Burlamaqui, and the French dramatists were read, annotated, and commented on. She gives an appalling list of obsolete devotional books which she borrowed of a pious abbé, and returned with marginal notes which shocked him. She read the Dictionnaire philosophique, Diderot, D'Alembert, Raynal, Holbach, and took delight in the epistles of St. Paul. She was, while studying Malebranche and Descartes, so convinced that she considered her kitten, when it mewed, merely a piece of mechanism in the exercise of its functions. The chilling negations and arid skepticism of Helvetius shocked her, and she writes, I felt myself possessed of a generosity of soul of which he denied the existence. She concluded at this time that a republic is the true form of government, and that every other form is in derogation of man's natural rights. She mastered Clairaut's geometry by copying the book, plates and all, from beginning to end. She read Pufendorf's folio on the law of nature. She learned English and read the life of Cromwell. She read the great French preachers, Bossuet, Fléchier, Bourdelot, and Massillon. She was vexed by the terrorism of their arguments. She thought that they overrated the importance of the devil. She did not believe him to be as powerful as they feared. She thought that they might teach oftener what seemed to her the potent element of Christian faith, love, and leave the devil out sometimes. And so she herself wrote a sermon on brotherly love, with which that personage had nothing to do, and in which his name was not even mentioned. She also read the Protestant preachers, Blair especially. She entangled herself in the acute skepticism of Bayle. She seemed possessed of one of those assimilative intellects which extract by glances the substance from a book as the flash of lightning demagnetizes the lodestone. Her acquisitions were consequently immense. Though very yielding in the grasp of the mighty thinkers whom she encountered, yet she read them in the spirit of criticism, controversy, and dissent. She was, nevertheless, the farthest in the world from becoming a literary dragon. All this did not impair the freshness of girlhood. She was meek and pure. Passages in her autobiography, which I cannot repeat, yet which ought to be read, establish this. She was throughout entirely domestic. She did the marketing, cooked the food, nursed her mother, kept a sharp eye on the apprentices, nearly fell in love, for when the young painter Tabarel, who was 20 and blushed like a girl, visited her father's workshop, she always had a crayon or something else to seek there, but at the sight of him ran away trembling without saying a word. It was not difficult for her to be both scholar and housewife. Writing in after years of domestic cares, she says, "I never could comprehend how the attention of a woman who possesses method and activity can be engrossed by them. Nothing is wanting but a proper distribution of employments and a small share of vigilance. People who know how to employ themselves always find leisure moments, while those who do nothing are in want of time for anything. I think that a wife should keep the linen and clothes in order, or cause them to be so kept, nurse her children, give directions concerning the cookery, or superintend it herself, but without saying a word about it, and with such command of her temper and such management of her time as may leave her the means of talking of other matters, and of pleasing no less by her good humor than by the graces natural to her sex. It is nearly the same in the government of states as of families. Those famous housewives who are always expatiating on their labors are sure either to leave much in arrears or to render themselves tiresome to everyone around them. And, in like manner, those men in power so talkative and so full of business only make a mighty bustle about the difficulties they are in, because too awkward or too ignorant to remove them." An acquaintance which one of her uncles, who was an ecclesiastic, had with an upper servant of the royal household, enabled her to spend some days at the palace of Versailles. She was lodged with the servants, and enjoyed the servants' privilege of seeing everything and sparing nothing. Royalty was never put in the focus of eyes so critical. Her comments upon this visit are very brief. She expresses her detestation of what she saw, saying, "It gives me the feeling of injustice, and obliges me every moment to contemplate absurdity." The studies and experiences which have been described bring us to her 15th year. She was then a beautiful woman. In her memoirs she declines to state how she looked when a child, saying that she knows a better time for such a sketch. In describing herself at 15, she says, "I was 5 feet 4 inches tall, my leg was shapely, my hips high and prominent, my chest broad and nobly decorated, my shoulders flat. My face had nothing striking in it except a great deal of color and much softness and expression. My mouth is a little too wide. You may see prettier every day, but you will see none with a smile more tender and engaging. My eyes are not very large. The color of the iris is hazel. My hair is dark brown. My nose gave me some uneasiness. I thought it a little too flat at the end. It is only since my beauty has faded that I have known what it has been in its bloom. I was then unconscious of its value, which was probably augmented by my ignorance." That she understated her personal charms, the concurrent admiration of contemporary men and women fully attests. Her physical beauty was marvelous, and when great men were subjected to its influence, to the imperial functions of her intellect, and to the persuasions of an organization exceedingly spiritual and magnetic, it is no wonder that her influence, domestic woman, housewife as she always was, became so effectual over them. Let me here warn my hearers not to forestall this woman in her judgments. She was not a manlike female. No better wife ever guided her husband anonymously by her intuitions or assisted him by her learning. In the farmhouse and in the palace she was as wifely and retiring as any of the excellent women who have been the wives of American statesmen. Everyone knew her abilities and her stupendous acquirements, and she felt them herself, but notwithstanding she would never consent to write a line for publication and avow it as her own, and never did until that time when her husband was an outlaw, when her child was torn from her, when she herself stood in the shadow of the guillotine, and writhed under the foulest written and spoken calumnies that can torture outraged womanhood into eloquence. She then wrote, in 26 days, her immortal appeal to posterity, and those stirring letters and papers incident to her defense, from which some extracts have been here presented. She was mistress of a faultless style. Her command over the resources of her language was despotic. She could give to French prose and Italian rhythmus. She had wit and imagination, a reasoning imagination. She was erudite. Probably no woman ever lived better, entitled to a high position in literature, but she never claimed it. She holds it now only as a collateral result of her defense in the struggle in which her life was the stake, and in which she lost. She says, "Never, however, did I feel the smallest temptation to become an author. I perceived at a very early period that a woman who acquires this title loses far more than she gains. She forfeits the affections of the male sex and provokes the criticisms of her own. If her works be bad, she is ridiculed, and not without reason. If good, her right to them is disputed. Or if envy be forced to acknowledge the best part to be her own, her character, her morals, her conduct, and her talents are scrutinized in such a manner that the reputation of her genius is fully counterbalanced by the publicity given to her defects. Besides, my happiness was my chief concern, and I never saw the public intermeddle with that of anyone without marring it. During 12 years of my life, I shared in my husband's labors as I participated in his repasts, because one was as natural to me as the other. If any part of his works happened to be quoted in which particular graces of style were discovered, or if a flattering reception was given to any of the academic trifles which he took a pleasure in transmitting to the learned societies, of which he was a member, I partook of his satisfaction without reminding him that it was my own composition. If during his administration an occasion occurred for the expression of great and striking truths, I poured forth my whole soul upon the paper, and it was but natural that its effusions should be preferable to the laborious teamings of a secretary's brain. I loved my country. I was an enthusiast in the cause of liberty. I was unacquainted with any interest or any passions that could enter into competition with that enthusiasm. My language, consequently, could not but be pure and pathetic, as it was that of the heart and of truth. Why should not a woman act as secretary to her husband without depriving him of any portion of his merit? It is well known that ministers cannot do everything themselves, and surely, if the wives of those old governments, or even of the new, had been capable of making drafts of letters, of official dispatches, or of proclamations, their time would have been better employed than in intriguing first for one paramour, and then for another. An old coxcomb, enamored of himself, and vain of displaying the slender stock of science he has been so long in acquiring, might be in the habit of seeing me 10 years together without suspecting that I could do more than cast up a bill or cut out a shirt. Suitors, she writes, came numerously from her 15th year. She marches them off in mass in her memoirs. As is the custom in France, the first overture was made to her father, and usually by letter. Her music teacher was her first devotee. He was followed by her dancing master, who, as a propitiatory preparation, had a wen cut out of his cheek. Then came a wealthy butcher, then a man of rank, then a dissolute physician, from marrying whom she narrowly escaped, then a jeweler, and many others. The merits of these gentlemen, particularly those of the energetic butcher, were warmly commended by their female friends, who in France are brokers in this business on a very extensive scale. It is a unique proof of her ascendancy over every person near her that the letters which her father received requesting his permission to address her were submitted by him to her to draft the answer he was to send. So she placed herself loco parentis and wrote the most paternal letters of refusal, all of which her father dutifully copied and sent, with many a pang when she let riches and rank pass by her. The suitors were dismissed, one and all, and she resumed her books and studies. Her mother died in 1775. She became the mistress of the house. Her father formed disreputable connections. Late in that year, her future husband, Roland de la Platier, presented himself with a letter from a friend of her girlhood. He was 40 years old, he was a student, his form was awkward, and his manners were stiff. His morals were irreproachable, his disposition was exacting, but his ability was great. He was capable of instructing even her on many subjects, and they became well acquainted by the elective sympathy of scholarship. She became the critic and depository of his manuscripts. Finally, one day, after asking leave in her father's presence, the worthy man actually kissed her on his departure for Italy. Her father, sinking lower and lower, squandered her little fortune of about $3,000, wasted his own business, and then treated her with brutality. Her only amusement at this time was playing the violin accompanied by an old priest who tortured a bass viol while her uncle made a flute complain. Finally, after an acquaintance of 5 years, Roland, by letter to her father, proposed marriage. The purity of Roland's life was esteemed by Ploughman such a reproach to his own dissoluteness that he revenged himself by an insulting refusal. He then made his daughter's life at home so insupportable that she took lodgings in a convent. She was visited there by Roland, and they were finally married, without again consulting her father. During the year next succeeding their marriage, they remained at Paris. From Paris they went to Amiens, and lived there 4 years, where her daughter was born. She assisted her husband in the preparation of several statistical and scientific articles for the Encyclopedic. She made a hortus siccus of the plants of Picardy. In 1784, they removed to the family estate of Roland at Villefranche, near Lyon. She had, in the course of her studies, acquired considerable knowledge of medicine. There was no physician in that little community, and she became the village doctor. Some of her experiences were quite whimsical. A country woman came several leagues and offered her a horse if she would save the life of her husband, whom a physician had given up to die. She visited the sick man, and he recovered, but she had great difficulty in resisting the importunities of his wife that she should take the horse. In 1784 they went to England, and in 1787 they made the tour of Switzerland. Roland was elected member of the Constitutional Assembly from Lyon, and they went to Paris. I am compelled now to pass from the uneventful first 10 years of her married life, with the single remark that through them all she was the devoted wife and mother, the kind neighbor, and the most assiduous student. But her mind bore, as on a mirror, prophetic, shadowy, and pictured glimpses of those awful events which were marching out of the futurity toward France. Her letters written during this period show that she gazed upon them with a prescient eye, and heard with keenest ear the alarum of the legions which were gathering for attack. The young men of Lyon, where she and her husband spent the winters, gathered in her parlors, and heard from the lips of this impassioned seeress of liberty words which, in such formative periods of a nation's life, hasten events with a power that seems like absolute physical force. Her husband was chosen member of the National Assembly, and she went with him again to Paris in 1791. Here ends the peaceful period of her life. Here close upon her forever the doors of home, and here open to her the doors of history, which too often admits its guests only to immolate them in splendid chambers, as it immolated her. From this time we miss the pure womanliness of her character, in which she is so lovely, and see her imperial beauty and her regal intellect in all their autocratic power, until that time when her husband, home, child, power, and hope were all forever gone, and her womanhood again shone out like a mellow and beauteous sunset, when life's day drew near its close. Nothing had become more certain than that the monarchy would undergo radical constitutional changes. Of this everyone was conscious, except the king and the nobility. They were struck with that blindness which foreruns ruin. They constituted one party, and this party was a common object of attack by two political and revolutionary divisions, the Girondists and the Jacobins. The Gironde wished reform, a constitution, a monarchy, but one limited and constitutional, equality in taxes. They did not wish to destroy utterly, but they were willing to dislocate, then readjust, the machinery of state. The Jacobins at first said much, but proposed little. They aspired to the abolition of the throne and the establishment of a republic. They wished to overthrow the altar. They promised vaguely to wreak upon the rich, entitled full revenge for the wrongs of the poor and lowly. Every political and social dream which had found expression for 20 years, every skeptical attack upon things ancient and holy, found in this body of men a party and an exponent. Up to a certain point, both of these parties necessarily made common war upon the old order of things. But beyond that point, it was equally certain that they would attack each other. The Girondists would wish to stop, and the Jacobins would wish to go on. During the session of this assembly, the influence of Madame Roland on men of all modes of thought became most marked. Her parlors were the rendezvous of eminent men, and men destined to become eminent. It is impossible to discover, from the carping records of that time, that she asserted her powers by an unwomanly effort. Men felt in her presence that they were before a great intellectual being, a creative and inspiring mind, and it shone upon them without effort, like the sun. Among these visitors was Maximilien Robespierre, who afterwards took her life. He was then obscure, despised, and had been coughed down when he rose to speak. She discerned his talents and encouraged him. He said little, but was always near her, listening to all she said. And in his after days of power he produced, in many a speech, what he had heard this wondrous woman say. In this time of his unpopularity, she unquestionably saved him from the guillotine by her own personal and persistent intercession with men in power. By the time that the session of this assembly drew near its close, the ground swell began to be felt of that tempest of popular wrath which eventually swept over France, and which the Jacobins rode and directed until it dashed even them upon the rocks. Squalor came forth and consorted with cleanliness. Vice crept from its dens and sat down by the side of purity in high places. Atheism took its stand at the altar and ministered with the priest. This assembly adjourned, and the Rolands returned for a short time to Poitiers. By this time it was evident that the monarchy could not stand against the attacks of both its enemies. The king was compelled to yield. He threw himself into the arms of the Girondists as his least obnoxious foes. He formed a new cabinet, and to Roland was given the Ministry of the Interior. It was a very great office. Its incumbent had administrative charge of all the internal affairs of France. The engraver's daughter was now the mistress of a palace. From the lowly room where she had read Plutarch until her mind was made grand with ideas of patriotic glory, until she loved her country as once she loved her God, she had gone by no base degrees to an eminence where her beloved France, with all its hopes and woes and needs and resources, lay like a map beneath her, a map for her and hers to change. By this time, the titled refugees had brought the Prussian armies to the frontier. A majority of the clergy had identified themselves with the reaction, were breaking down the revolution among the people, and were producing a reversionary tendency to absolutism. The king was vacillating and timid, but the queen had all the spirit and courage of her mother, Maria Theresa. It is very evident from Madame Roland's memoirs and letters that these two women felt that they were in actual collision. It is a strange contrast, the sceptred wife looking from her high places with longing and regret over centuries of hereditary succession, divine right and unquestioned prerogative, calling on her house of Habsburg for aid, appealing to the kings of the earth for assistance in moving back the irreversible march of destiny. From another palace, the daughter of the people not looking back, but forward, speaking of kings and monarchies as gone or soon to go, into tables of chronology, listening to what the ancient centuries speak from Grecian and Roman tombs, summoning old philosophies to attest the inalienable rights of man, looking beyond the mobs of kings and lords to the great nation-forming people, upon which these float and pass away like the shadows of purple summer clouds. And stranger still, the ending of the contrast in the identification of these typical women in their death, both going to the same scaffold, discrowned of all their hopes. Of all the lessons which life has taught to ambition, none are more touching than when it points to the figures of these women as they are hurried by the procession in which they moved to a common fate. The ministry insisted that the king should proclaim war against those who were threatening invasion, and that he should proceed stringently against the unpatriotic clergy. He refused to take either course against his ancient friends. It was at this time that Madame Roland wrote to the king in advocacy of those measures that celebrated letter which her husband signed, and to which all of the ministers assented. It is a most statesmanlike appeal for a nation. It is predictive of all the woes which followed. No Hebrew prophet ever spoke bolder to his king. She writes, "I know that the words of truth are seldom welcome at the foot of thrones. I know that it is the withholding truth from the councils of kings that renders revolution necessary." The king, instead of adopting the policy recommended, dismissed his ministers. The letter was then made public through the newspapers. Few state papers have ever produced such an effect. It became a popular argument, and the people demanded the restoration of the ministry for the reasons which it contained, and for expressing which the ministry had been dismissed. While the Girondists were supporting the ministry of their choice, they, with the king, were the object of furious attacks by the Jacobins. When the ministry was dismissed, the Gironde renewed its attack upon the monarchy, emulated the Jacobins in the severity of its assaults, and began to conspire for a federative republic, similar to the United States, which to Madame Roland was the ideal of a free government. Madame Roland went from the palace to hired lodgings, and in the temporary fusion which followed of the revolutionists of all parties, the most eminent leaders gathered around her again. Robespierre came, but said little, for he was waiting his hour. Danton laid his lion mane in her lap, all his savagery for the moment tamed. Vergniaud, Buzot, and all the chiefs of the Gironde gathered around this oracle of liberty. Anarchy supervened. Paris and all France were filled with riotings and murder. The king finally declared war, but battles went against France. Riot and murder increased. A mob of 20,000 invaded the Tuileries, then occupied by the royal family. It was divided into 3 divisions. The first was composed of armed and disciplined men led by Santerre. The male ruffians of Paris, bloodthirsty and atrocious beyond anything that civilization has ever produced, formed the second division. The third, most terrible of all, was composed of the lost women of Paris, led by Théroigne de Méricourt, clad in a blood-red riding dress and armed with sword and pistol. This notorious woman had acted a prominent part in former scenes. She led the attack upon the Bastille. She led the mob which brought the king from Versailles to Paris. In the subsequent riots, life and death hung upon her nod, and in one of them she met her betrayer. He begged piteously for her pardon and his life, and this was her answer, if we believe Lamartine. "My pardon," said she, "at what price can you buy it? My innocence gone, my family lost to me, my brothers and sisters pursued in their own country by the jeers of their kindred, the maledictions of my father, my exile from my native land, my enrollment among courtesans, the blood by which my days have been and will be sustained, that imperishable curse of vice linked to my name instead of that immortality of virtue which you once taught me to doubt. Is it for this that you would buy my forgiveness? Do you know of any price on earth sufficient to purchase it?" And he was massacred. She died 40 years afterwards in a madhouse, for in the fate of the Revolution she was stripped and whipped in the streets to madness by the very women she had led. These loathsome cohorts forced their way into the palace. They invaded the rooms of the king and queen. They struck at him with pikes, and forced upon his head the red bonnet of the Jacobins, while the most wretched of her sex encircled the queen with a living wall of vice, and loaded her with obscene execrations, charges, and epithets. Although this outbreak has been charged to both the great political parties, it is probably nearer to truth to say that it originated spontaneously with that demoniac mob soon to rule France, and which from this time carried all political organizations with it. The Girondists, however, still retained enough of their constitutional conservatism to be the only hope which royalty could have for its preservation. The king again threw himself into their arms. Roland was reinstated in his ministry, and the palace again received his wife. Then every revolutionary element began at once to combine against the king and the party which was thus supporting him. It was soon apparent that the king and the Girondists could neither govern the country nor save themselves if they acted together. The Gironde, from about this time, pusillanimously conceded point by point to the anarchic demands made by their enemies and the king's. Madame Roland did not join them in this, but when she saw that her husband was but a minister in name, that he and his associates were powerless to punish murder and prevent anarchy, doubtless the vision which she had seen of a people regenerated and free began to fade away. The Gironde consented to the imprisonment of the royal family in the Temple. This was not concession enough. The Jacobins, with the mob at their back, accused them not only of lack of works, but of lack of faith. And when such an accusation against a party becomes the expression of a popular conviction, that party has nothing to do except to die. To prove this charge untrue, the Gironde united with their enemies in abolishing the monarchy and establishing a republic. Madame Roland drew up a plan for a republic, but it was too late for such a one as she desired. Her scheme was federative, like our own, in which the provinces of France should have the status of states. This plan was a blow at the mob of Paris, which, through the Jacobin clubs, which with France was thickly sown, controlled the nation. The republic which followed was such only in name. The mob of Paris now stepped from behind the transparent screen, whence it had moved all parties like wire-hung puppets, and stood disclosed before the world in all its colossal horror, stained with blood, breathing flames, and grasped directly the springs of power. The National Assembly was like a keeper of lunatics captured by his patients. Its members were crowded in their seats by bloodthirsty men, depraved women, and by merciless visionaries who clamored for extirpation and destruction, absolute and universal. The power of Roland as a minister became as feeble as a shadow's hand. The blade of the guillotine rose and fell automatically. Thousands fled from the city, upon which heaven itself seemed to rain fire and plagues. The armies of foreign kings were upon the soil of France and were fast advancing, and the wild rumors of their coming roused the people to panic and frenzied resolutions of resistance and retribution. Thousands, whose only crime was a suspected want of sympathy, were crowded into the prisons of Paris. Hoary age, the bounding boy, the tender virgin, the loving wife, the holy priest, the sainted nun, the titled lady, filed along with the depraved of both sexes in endless procession through those massive gates, never more to see the sky and the green earth again. For the mob had resolved to extirpate its enemies in the city before marching against foreign invaders. It went from prison to prison, bursting in the doors and slaughtering without distinction of age, sex, or condition. Madame Roland was nearly frantic over these scenes. Her divinity had turned to Moloch in her very presence. Her husband called for troops to stop the horrible massacre, but none were furnished, and it went on until men were too tired to slay. These acts were doubtless incited by Jacobin leaders, though they cloaked with secrecy their complicity in these great crimes. The Jacobins became all-powerful. The Girondists became the party of the past, and from this time their history is a record of a party in name, but in such active disillusion as to make its efforts spasmodic, clique-like, and personal. Sometimes grand, sometimes cruel, and often cowardly. They were under the coercion of public opinion, but were dragged instead of driven by it. They frequently held back, but this was merely a halt, which accelerated the rapidity of the march which left them at the scaffold, where they regained their heroism in the presence of death, while the bloody mob went on to a similar ending a little distance beyond. When the lull came after the massacre, the two parties stood looking at each other across the river of blood. The Jacobins accused the Girondists of being enemies of the country. It is characteristic of revolutionary times to accuse vaguely and to punish severely. Socrates died as an alleged corrupter of youth. Pilate, after acquitting Jesus of the crime of high treason, suffered him to be executed for teaching throughout all Jewry. Roundhead and Cavalier were once expressive terms of condemnation. In our own times, the words slaveholder, abolitionist, loyal, disloyal, and rebel have formed the compendious summing up of years of history. An indictment is compressed into an epithet in such times. In the time of Madame Roland, to be a suspect was to be punishable with death. So the Jacobins suspected the Girondists and accused them of being enemies of France. They introduced measures which pandered to the bloodthirst of the mob, and for which the Girondists were compelled either to vote or to draw upon themselves its vengeance. Madame Roland urged and entreated the Girondists to make one last struggle for law, liberty, and order by moving to bring to justice the ringleaders in the massacre, including the Jacobin chiefs who instigated it. This issue was made in the Assembly, but it was voted down before the tiger roar of the mob which raged in the hall. The Jacobins resolved to destroy Madame Roland, whose courage had prompted this attack upon them, and for which she had become the object of their intense hate. They suborned an adventurer named Viard to accuse her of being privy to a correspondence with the English government for the purpose of saving the life of the king. She was summoned before the Assembly to confront her accuser. She appeared in the midst of her enemies, armed with innocence, resplendent with beauty, defended by her own genius. Her very presence extorted applause from reluctant lips. She looked upon her accuser, and he faltered. By a few womanly words, she tore his calumny into shreds, and left amid plaudits. Justice thus returned once more to illumine that place by a fleeting gleam, and then with this woman left it forever. The Jacobins pressed the trial of the king. The mob demanded him as a victim. The Girondists voted with the Jacobins that he was guilty, but they voted to leave the sentence to the determination of the French people, and when they were defeated in this, they voted for his death. I am unable to find anything in the memorials of Madame Roland which shows that she had any sympathy with this. What is written tends rather to show that she was in the very apathy and lassitude of horror. From the time when her courageous effort to work justice upon the abettors and perpetrators of the massacre failed, her history ceases to be political and becomes personal. The Revolutionary Tribunal was reorganized, consisting of 20 judges, a jury, and a public accuser. Merlin of Douai, a consummate jurist, proposed a statute, in every line of which suspicion, treachery, and hate found an arsenal of revenge. It provided that immediately after the publication of this present decree, all suspected persons who are found in the territory of the Republic, and who are still at liberty, shall be arrested. Are deemed suspected all persona who by their conduct, writings, or language have proved themselves partisans of tyranny, federalism, and enemies of liberty. Those who cannot prove they possess the means of existence and that they have fully performed all of their duties as citizens. Those to whom certificates of citizenship have been refused. Those of noble families, fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, sisters, husbands, wives, and agents, who have not constantly manifested their attachment to the Revolution. The traveler, standing upon the stone seats of the Flavian amphitheater, looks down into the arena and peoples the Colosseum with the criminals and the innocent martyrs, shut out from hope by its merciless walls and by a populace more merciless, and slain by thousands by wild beasts and swordsmen and spearsmen to make a Roman holiday. How complacently he felicitates himself upon the assumption that modern times present nothing like this. But less than 100 years ago, the pen of a lawyer erected in France a statute which enclosed a kingdom with its architectural horror, made one arena of an empire, and in 1 year drank up more blood than sank into the sands of the Colosseum in centuries. The Revolutionary Tribunal was in permanent session. Its trials were summary. It heard with predetermination and decided without evidence. It was the mere routine formality of death. Proof often consisted solely in the identification of the person whose death had been predetermined. Prostitutes sold acquittals and revenged themselves by convictions. Paris now ruled France, the Jacobins ruled Paris, and the mob ruled the Jacobins. They had pressed the Girondists, those men of lofty genius and superb eloquence, from their high position into complicity with crimes with which they had no sympathy, and this want of sympathy now became their crime. It was resolved to destroy them. The mob of Paris again came forth. Devilish men and women again crowded the assembly and even took part in its deliberations. The act of accusation was passed, and 26 of the leaders of the Gironde went from their places to the scaffold, where they suffered death sublimely. Madame Roland was also arrested. Her husband had fled from Paris. She was consigned to the prison of Saint-Pelage, and afterwards, after suffering the cruel mockery of a release, she was imprisoned in the Conciergerie. This prison was the abiding place of assassins, thieves, and all impurity. It was the anteroom to the scaffold, for incarceration there was an infallible symptom of death. The inmates were crowded into rooms with merciless disregard of their relative characters or antecedents. Madame Roland was first associated with the Duchess of Gramont, with a female pickpocket, with a nun, with an insane woman, and with a streetwalker. She finally procured a cell to herself, which she made bloom with flowers. The prison was populous with the most degraded of her sex, yet she asserted here the same marvelous ascendancy which she had always possessed over her associates. The obscene outcries of lost women died away when she approached. Her cell was an ark of safety for any dove seeking refuge from that deluge of human sin. When she went into the courtyard, the lost of her own sex gathered around her with reverence, as around a tutelary and interceding angel. The same woman who inflicted upon Madame du Barry, that princess of their caste, every torment which the malice of their sex could inspire. Inmates and visitors crowded to the door of her cell, and she spoke to them through its iron bars with eloquence, which increased as inspiring death drew near, of liberty, country, equality, and of better days for France. But when they went away, she would look through her window to the sky, and thinking of her hunted husband and sequestered little daughter, cry and moan like the simplest wife and mother. Then she would send by surreptitious conveyance letters to refugee statesmen, which discussed the political situation as calmly as if written upon the work table of a secure and peaceful home. Calumny now busied itself to defile her. Hébert, vilest of editors, flung the ordure of Père Duchesne,
vilest of newspapers, upon this spotless woman, soon to be a saint, and sent the newsmen to cry the disgusting charges under her prison windows, so that she heard them rendered in all the villainies of a language whose underdrains have sources of vileness filthier than any other speech of man. She did not fear death, but she did fear calumny. She had never delighted in any public display of her enormous intellectual powers, and she had never made any such display. She had fixed the sentiment of Lyon by an anonymous newspaper article, of which 60,000 copies had been bought in one day. She had written to the king a letter which drove her husband from power, and which, when read by the people, compelled the king to restore him. She had written a dispatch to the Pope claiming rights for a certain French in Rome, in which the sanctity of his office and the dignity of her country was respected, appealed to, and asserted. It is said that the state papers were hers, which persuaded William Pitt to abstain so long from intervention in the affairs of France, in that time of English terror and hope, which furnished arguments to Fox, and which drew from Burke those efforts of massive reason and gorgeous imagination which will endure as long as the language itself. The counsel by which she had disentangled the perplexity of wisest men had been repeated by them to applauding senates in tones less eloquent than those by which they had been received, and triumph had followed. In none of these efforts did she avow herself. She shrank from the honors which solicited her, though the world knew that they came from her, just as the world knows that moon and planets shine with the reflected light of a hidden sun. But now, when thus assailed, she resolved to speak personally and for herself. And so, sitting in her cell, she wrote in concealment and sent out by trusty hands, in cantos, that autobiography in which she appealed to posterity, and by which posterity has been convinced. She traced her career from earliest childhood down to the very brink of the grave into which she was looking. Her intellectual, affectional, and mental history are all there, written with a hand as steady and a mind as serene as though she were at home, with her baby sleeping in its cradle by her side. Here are found history, philosophy, political science, poetry, and ethics, as they were received and given out again by one of the most receptive and imparting minds ever possessed by a woman. She knew that husband, home, child, and friends were not for her any more, and that very soon she was to see the last of earth from beside the headsman and from the block. And yet she turned from all regret and fear, and summoned the great assize of posterity, of foreign nations and the next ages, to do her justice. There was no sign of fear. She looked as calmly on what she knew she must soon undergo as the spirit released into never-ending bliss looks back upon the corporeal trammels from which it has just earned its escape. There are those who believe that a woman cannot be as great as she was and still be pure. These ghouls of history will to the end of time dig into the graves where such queens lie entombed. This woman has slept serenely for nearly a century. Sweet oblivion has dimmed with denial and forgetfulness the obloquy which hunted her in her last days. Tears such as are shed for vestal martyrs have been shed for her, and for all her faults she has the condemnation of universal sorrow. Nothing but the evil magic of sympathetic malice can restore these calumnies, and even then they quickly fade away in the sunlight of her life. Nothing can touch her further. Dismiss them with the exorcism of Carlyle, grown strangely tender and elegiac here. Breathe not thy poison breath, evil speech. That soul is taintless, clear as the mirror sea. She was brought to trial. The charge against her was that there has existed a horrible conspiracy against the unity and indivisibility of the French people, that Marie Jeanne Flippon, wife of Jean-Marie Roland, has been one of the abettors or accomplices of that conspiracy. This was the formula by which this woman was killed, and it simply meant that the Gironde had existed and that she had sympathized with it. She was racked with interrogations, and returned to the prison weeping at the infernal imputations which they cast upon her womanhood. On the day of her final trial she dressed herself in spotless white, and let fall the voluminous masses of her brown, abundant hair. She was asked to betray her husband by disclosing his hiding place. Her answer is full of wifely loyalty and dignity. Whether I know it or not, I neither ought nor will say. There was absolutely no evidence against her except of her affiliations with the Girondists. The mockery ended by her condemnation to death within 24 hours, and this Iphigenia of France went doomed back to her cell. Her return was awaited with dreadful anxiety by her associates in confinement, who hoped against hope for her safe deliverance. As she passed through the massive doors, she smiled and drew her hand knife-like across her neck. And then there went up a wail from all assembled there, the wail of titled women, of sacred nuns, of Magdalens and thieves, a dirge of inconsolable sorrow, of humanity weeping for its best beloved child. Late in the afternoon of November 8, 1693, the rude cart which was to bear her to the guillotine received her. She was dressed in white, her hair fell like a mantle to her knees. The chilly air and her own courage brought back to her prison-blanched cheek the rosy hues of youth. She spoke words of divine patience to the crowd which surged around her on her way and reviled her. With a few low words she raised the courage of a terror-stricken old man who took with her the same last journey and made him smile. As the hours wore into twilight, she passed the home of her youth, and perhaps longed to become a little child again and enter there and to be at rest. At the foot of the scaffold she asked for pen and paper to bequeath to posterity the thoughts which crowded upon her. They were refused, and thus was one of the books of the Sibyls lost. She bowed to the great statue of Liberty near by, exclaiming, "O liberté, comme on t'a joué." Footnote, "O liberty, how they have counterfeited thee." It is generally understood, however, that her last words were, "O liberté, que de crimes on commet en ton nom." O liberty, what crimes are committed in thy name. End footnote. And gave her majestic form to the headsman to be bound upon the plank. The knife fell, and the world darkened upon the death of the queenliest woman who ever lived and loved. Ex-Governor C.K. Davis of Minnesota. What though the triumph of thy fond forecasting lingers till earth is fading from thy sight? Thy part with him whose arms are everlasting is not forsaken in a hopeless night. Paul was begotten in the death of Stephen. Fruitful through time shall be that precious blood. No morning yet has ever worn to even and missed the glory of its crimson flood. There is a need of all the blood of martyrs, forevermore the eloquence of God. And there is need of him who never barters his patience in that desert way the Master trod. What mean the strange hard words through tribulation? O man of sorrows, only thou canst tell, and such as in thy life's humiliation have oft been with thee, I have known thee well. The failures of the world are God's successes, although their coming be akin to pain, and frowns of providence are but caresses, prophetic of the rest sought long in vain. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Chapter 36, Cheerful and Brave. The Duke of Wellington, Sir Walter Raleigh, Xenophon, Caesar, Nelson, Henry of Navarre, Queen Elizabeth, Sidney Smith, Robert Hall, Latimer, Tom Hood. Baron Muffling relates of the Duke of Wellington that great general remained at the Duchess of Richmond's ball till about 3 o'clock on the morning of the 16th of June, 1815, showing himself very cheerful. The Baron, who is a very good authority on the subject, having previously proved that every plan was laid in the Duke's mind, and Quatre Bras and Waterloo fully detailed, we may comprehend the value of the sentence. It was the bold, trusting heart of the hero that made him cheerful. He showed himself cheerful, too, at Waterloo. He was never very jocose, but on that memorable 18th of June he showed a symptom of it. He rode along the line and cheered men by his look and his face, and they, too, cheered him. But when the danger was over, when the 21,000 brave men of his own and the Prussian army lay stiffening in death, the Duke, who was so cheerful in the midst of his danger, covered his face with his hands and wept. He asked for that friend, and he was slain. For this, and a bullet had pierced his heart. The men who had devoted themselves to death for their leader and their country had been blown to pieces, or pierced with lances, or hacked with sabres, and lay, like Ponsonby, covered with 13 wounds, upon the ground. Well might the Duke weep, iron though he was. There is nothing, he writes, nothing in the world so dreadful as a battle lost, unless it be such a battle won. Nothing can compensate for the dreadful cruelty, carnage, and misery of the scene, save the reflection on the public good which may arise from it. 40 years' peace succeeded the great battle. 40 years of prosperity, during which he himself went honored to his tomb, rewarded the constant brave look and tongue which answered his men, when he saw the whole side of a square blown in, with, "Hard work, gentlemen, they are pounding away. We must see who can pound the longest." It is not too much to say that the constant cheerfulness of the Duke of Wellington was one great element of success in the greatest battle ever fought, one of the 15 decisive battles in the world, great in the number engaged, greater in the slaughter, greatest in the results. But all commanders ought to be cheerful. Gloomy looks do not do in the army. A set of filibusters or pirates may wear looks and brows as black as the sticking plasters boots that their representatives are dressed in at the minor theaters. But a soldier or a sailor should be, and as a rule is, the most cheerful of fellows, doing his duty in the trench or the storm, dying when the bullet comes, but living like a hero the while. Look, for instance, at the wholehearted cheerfulness of Raleigh, when with his small English ships he cast himself against the navies of Spain, or at Xenophon, conducting back from an inhospitable and hostile country, and through unknown paths, his 10,000 Greeks, or Caesar, riding up and down the banks of the Rubicon, sad enough belike when alone, but at the head of his men, cheerful, joyous, well-dressed, rather foppish, in fact, his face shining with good humor as with oil. Again, Nelson, in the worst of dangers, was as cheerful as the day. He had even a rough but quiet humor in him, just as he carried his coxswain behind him to bundle the swords of the Spanish and French captains under his arm. He could clap his telescope to his blind eye and say, "Gentlemen, I cannot make out the signal," when the signal was adverse to his wishes, and then go in and win, in spite of recall. Fancy the dry laughs which many an old sea dog has had over that cheerful incident. How the story lights up the dark page of history. Then there was Henry of Navarre, lion in war, winner of hearts, bravest of the brave, who rode down the ranks at Ivry when Papist and Protestant were face to face, when more than his own life and kingdom were at stake, and all the horrors of religious war were loosened and unbound, ready to ravage poor unhappy France. That beaming, hopeful countenance won the battle, and is a parallel to the brave looks of Queen Elizabeth when she cheered her Englishmen at Tilbury. But we are not all soldiers or sailors, although too our Christian profession hath adopted the title of soldiers in the battle of life. It is all very well to cite great commanders, who in the presence of danger, excited by hope, with the eyes of 20,000 men upon them, are cheerful and happy. But what is that to the solitary author, the poor artist, the governess, the milliner, the shoemaker, the factory girl, they of the 1,000 persons in profession or trade who are given to murmur, and who think life so hard and gloomy and wretched that they cannot go through it with a smile on their faces and despair in their hearts? What are examples and citations to them? Hecuba, cries out poor melancholy morbid Hamlet, striking on a vein of thought. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba? Much. We all have trials, but it is certain that good temper and cheerfulness will make us bear them more easily than anything else. Temper, said one of our bishops, is 9/10 of Christianity. We do not live now in the Middle Ages. We cannot think that the sect of flagellants, who whipped themselves till the blood ran into their shoes, and pulled uncommonly long faces, were the best masters of philosophy. True godliness is cheerful as the day, wrote Cowper, himself melancholy mad enough, and we are to remember that the precept of the founder of our faith, that when we fast we are to anoint our countenances and not to seem to fast, enjoins a certain liveliness of face. Sidney Smith, when a poor curate at Foster-le-Clay, a dreary, desolate place, wrote, "I am resolved to like it, and to reconcile myself to it, which is more manly than to fancy myself above it, and to send up complaints by the post of being thrown away, or being desolated, and such like trash." And he acted up to this, said his prayers, made his jokes, did his duty, and upon fine mornings used to draw up the blinds of his parlor, open the window, and glorify the room, as he called the operation, with sunshine. But all the sunshine without was nothing to the sunshine within the heart. It was that which made him go through life so bravely and so well. It is that, too, which renders his life a lesson to us all. We must also remember that the career of a poor curate is not the most brilliant in the world. That of an apprentice boy has more fun in it. That of a milliner's girl has more merriment and fewer depressing circumstances. To hear always the same mistrust of Providence, to see poverty, to observe all kinds of trial, to witness deathbed scenes, this is not the most enlivening course of existence, even if a clergyman be a man of mark and of station. But there was one whose station was not honored, nay, even by some despised, and who had sorer trials than Sidney Smith. His name is well known in literature, and his writings and his example still teach us in religion. This was Robert Hall, professor of a somber creed in a somber flat country, as flat and deadly lively, as they say, as need be. To add to difficulties and troubles, the minister was plagued with about as painful an illness as falls to the lot of humanity to bear. He had fought with infidelity and doubt. He had refused promotion, because he would do his duty where it had pleased God to place him. Next, he had to show how well he could bear pain. In all his trials he had been cheerful, forcible, natural, and straightforward. In this deep one he preserved the same character. Forced to throw himself down and writhe upon the floor in his paroxysms of pain, he rose up, livid with exhaustion, and with the sweat of anguish on his brow, without a murmur. In the whole library of brave anecdote there is no tale of heroism which to us beats this. It very nearly equals that of poor feeble Latimer, cheering up his fellow martyr as he walked to the stake. "Be of good cheer, brother Ridley. We shall this day light such a fire in England as by God's grace shall not be readily put out." The very play upon the torture is brave yet pathetic. Wonderful, too, was the boldness and cheerfulness of another martyr, Roland Taylor, who, stripped to his shirt, was forced to walk toward the stake, who answered the jeers of his persecutors and the tears of his friends with the same noble, constant smile, and meeting two of his very old parishioners who wept, stopped and cheered them as he went, adding that he went on his way rejoicing. Heroes and martyrs are perhaps too high examples, for they may have, or rather poor, common, everyday humanity will think they have, a kind of high-pressure sustainment. Let us look to our own prosaic days. Let us mark the constant cheerfulness and manliness of Dr. Maginn, or that much higher heroic bearing of Tom Hood. We suppose that everybody knows that Hood's life was not of that brilliant, sparkling, fizzing, banging, astonishing kind, which writers such as Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton and some others depict as the general life of literary men. He did not, like Byron, jump up one morning and find himself famous. All the libraries were not asking for his novel, though a better was not written. Countesses and dairywomen did not beg his autograph. His was a life of constant hard work, constant trial or disappointment, and constant illness, enlivened only by a home affection and a cheerfulness as constant as his pain. When slowly dying, he made cheerful fun as often almost as he said his prayers. He was heard after, perhaps, being almost dead, to laugh gently to himself in the still night, when his wife or children, who were the watchers, thought him asleep. Many of the hard lessons of fate he seasoned, as old Latimer did his sermons, with a pun, and he excused himself from sending one more copy for his magazine by a sketch, the editor's apologies, a rough pen and ink drawing of physic bottles and leeches. Yet Hood had not only his own woes to bear, but felt for others. No one had a more tender heart, few men a more catholic and Christian sympathy for the poor, than the writer of The Song of the Shirt. What such men as these have done, everyone else surely can do. Cheerfulness is a Christian duty. moroseness, dullness, gloominess as false and wrong and cruel as they are unchristian. We are too far advanced now in the light of truth to go back into the Gothic and conventual gloom of the Middle Ages, any more than we could go back to the exercises of the Flagellants and the nonsense of the pre-Adamites. All whole-hearted peoples have been lively and bustling, noisy almost in their progress, pushing, energetic, broad in shoulder, strong in lung, loud in voice, of free brave color, bold look, and bright eyes. They are the cheerful people in the world. Active doers, noble livers, strong to labors, sure to conquer. And soon pass in the way of progress the more quiet and gloomy of their fellows. That some of this cheerfulness may be simply animal is true, and that a man may be a dullard and yet sit and grin like a Cheshire cat, but we are not speaking of grinning. Laughter is all very well, is a healthy, joyous, natural impulse, the true mark of superiority between man and beast, for no inferior animal laughs. But we are not writing of laughter, but of that continued, even tone of spirits, which lies in the middle zone between frantic merriment and excessive despondency. Cheerfulness arises from various causes, from health, but it is not dependent upon health, from good fortune, but it does not arise solely from that, from honor and position, and a tickled pride and vanity, but as we have seen, it is quite independent of these. The truth is, it is a brave habit of the mind, a prime proof of wisdom, capable of being acquired, and of the very greatest value. A cheerful man is preeminently a useful man. He does not cramp his mind nor take half views of men and things. He knows that there is much misery, but that misery is not the rule of his life. He sees that in every state people may be cheerful. The lambs skip, birds sing and fly joyously, puppies play, kittens are full of joyance, the whole air full of careering and rejoicing insects, that everywhere the good outbalances the bad, and that every evil that there is has its compensating balm. Then the brave man, as our German cousins say, possesses the world, whereas the melancholy man does not even possess his own share of it. Exercise or continued employment of some kind will make a man cheerful, but sitting at home, brooding and thinking, or doing little, will bring gloom. The reaction of this feeling is wonderful. It arises from a sense of duty done, and it also enables us to do our duty. Cheerful people live long in our memory. We remember joy more readily than sorrow, and always look back with tenderness on the brave and cheerful. Autolycus repeats the burden of an old song with the truth that a merry heart goes all the day, but your sad ones tires a mile a. And what he says, anyone may notice, not only in ourselves, but in the inferior creatures also. A sulky dog and a bad-tempered horse wear themselves out with half the labor that kindly creatures do. An unkindly cow will not give down her milk, and a sour sheep will not fatten. Nay, even certain fowls and geese, to those who observe, will evidence temper, good or bad. We can all cultivate our tempers, and one of the employments of some poor mortals is to cultivate, cherish, and bring to perfection a thoroughly bad one. But we may be certain that to do so is a very gross error and sin, which, like all others, brings its own punishment, though unfortunately it does not punish itself only. If he to whom God is pleasant to God, the reverse also holds good, and certainly the major proposition is true with regard to man. Addison says of cheerfulness that it lightens sickness, poverty, affliction, converts ignorance into an amiable simplicity, and renders deformity itself agreeable. And he says no more than the truth. Give us, therefore, oh, give us, let us cry with Carlyle, the man who sings at his work. Be his occupation what it may, he is equal to any of those who follow the same pursuit in silent sullenness. He will do more in the same time, he will do it better, he will persevere longer. One is scarcely sensible of fatigue whilst he marches to music. The very stars are said to make harmony as they revolve in their appointed skies. Wondrous is the strength of cheerfulness, altogether past calculation the powers of its endurance. Efforts to be permanently useful must be uniformly joyous, a spirit all sunshine, graceful from very gladness, beautiful because bright. Such a spirit is within everybody's reach. Let us get out into the light of things. The morbid man cries out that there is always enough wrong in the world to make a man miserable. conceded, but wrong is ever being righted. There is always enough that is good and right to make us joyful. There is ever sunshine somewhere, and the brave man will go on his way rejoicing, content to look forward if under a cloud, not bating one jot of heart or hope if for a moment cast down, honoring his occupation, whatever it may be, rendering even rags respectable by the way he wears them, and not only being happy himself, but causing the happiness of others. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Harold, the last Saxon King of England. The father of Harold, the last Saxon King of England, was named Godwin, and was the first great English statesman. It was from him that Harold in a great measure inherited his vigor and power, though indeed he came altogether of a noble race, both by lineage and character, for his mother was a daughter of Canute the Great. All the English loved Harold. He was strong and generous, and a better counselor than Godwin his father in many ways. At first he never sought anything for himself, but as time went on he found how he was obeyed, and how he was beloved, how the whole country turned her eyes to him as the fittest king when Edward the Confessor should be gone. He also took the same idea into his mind, and gave himself to rule, to teach, and to act as one who should by and by be king. Edward's queen Edith was Harold's sister, but there was another Edith who influenced Harold more than anyone else in many ways. From his boyhood she and he had played together, and they grew up, never so much as thinking that a time would come when they would separate. The more Harold saw her, the more he felt like he should like to ask her to be his wife, and have her always with him. But there were many things which made that impossible. And then England required Harold. If he thought only of his own happiness, his country must suffer. The great nobles wished him to establish the kingdom by marrying the daughter of one of the most powerful lords. This would connect the people and the land more closely, and prevent quarrels and divisions. And the government required the whole of Harold's services, and the people required his watchfulness, his thought, his care, his presence. All his life through he had consulted Edith, and now at this terrible moment he consulted her again. He stood before her, and in great trouble and agony of spirit told her just how things were, scarcely daring to look at the woman he loved. For if he looked at her, England, her greatness and her needs, all melted away, and he saw nothing but a beaming vision of a quiet, beloved home, free from the storms of the great world outside. But Edith, too, was unselfish, pure, and good. So she put all thought of personal happiness away, and putting her hand on his shoulder, said, "Never, O Harold, did I feel so proud of thee, for Edith could not love thee as she doth, and will till the grave clasp her, if thou didst not love England more than Edith." So these two separated. His whole energy was given to his king and his country. He had no great love for the monks, but he sought out the good and noble ones, put power into their hands, and gave them his support in ruling wisely and well. The Abbey of Waltham had fallen into almost complete decay. He chose 2 humbly born men, renowned for the purity and benevolence of their lives, and gave to them the charge of selecting a new brotherhood there, which he largely endowed. At last Edward passed quietly away, and with one accord Harold the Beloved was chosen king and crowned. Over the sea dwelt William, Duke of the Normans. With no careless ear did he hear that Edward was dead. Edward dead. Edward. Why Edward, in a moment of friendship, had promised the English throne to him, had even, William asserted, left it him in will. Therefore his rage was great when he heard that Harold was not only proclaimed and crowned king, but was ready to defend his claim by battle sooner than yield. William was a man of power and iron will. He forced his reluctant Normans to listen to his complaint, equipped an army, and sailed for Britain. On came the queer little ships of war, nearer and nearer to England's white, free cliffs, and cast anchor in Pevensey Bay. William, eager and impatient, sprang from his ship, but his foot slipping, he fell, to rise again with both hands full of earth, which he showed to his scared soldiers in triumph, crying, "So do I grasp the earth of a new country." Meanwhile, Harold had gathered his forces, and they were assembled on Senlac Hill, an advantageous position. He himself was in the center, his brave brother Gurth at his right hand. A general in charge of the Norman foot opened the battle, which raged the whole day, victory now leaning to the English, and now to the Normans. There was a cry that the Duke was killed. "I live," he shouted, "and by God's help will conquer yet." And tearing off his helmet, he rushed into the thickest of the battle, and aimed right at the standard. Round that standard the last sharp, long struggle took place. Harold, Gurth, all the greatest who still survived, met there. With his tremendous battle-axe, the king did mighty slaughter, till looking upward as he swung his axe with both hands, a Norman arrow pierced his eye, and he fell. "Fight on," he gasped. "Conceal my death. England to the rescue." One instant he sprang to his feet, and then fell back, lifeless. One by one the other noble guardians fell around him, till only Gurth was left, brave chief and last man, with no thought of surrender, though all was gone and lost. "Spare him, spare the brave," shouted one. But the brave heart was already pierced, and he sank beside his king and brother. So fell the last of the Saxon kings, and so arose the Norman race. Long did they search the battlefield for Harold's body, disfigured by wounds and loss of blood, but long did they seek it in vain, till a woman whose toil had never ceased burst into a sharp cry over a lifeless form. It was Edith, who with many another woman had watched the battle. The body was too changed to be recognized even by its nearest friends, but beneath his heart was punctured, in old Saxon letters, Edith, and just below, in characters more fresh, England, the new love he had taken when duty bade him turn from Edith, which recalls the lines of Lovelace to Lucasta. "Tell me not, sweet, I am unkind, that from the nunnery of thy chaste breast and quiet mind to war and arms I fly. True, a new mistress now I chase, the first foe of the field, and with a stronger faith embrace a sword, a horse, a shield. Yet this inconstancy is such as you too shall adore. I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Peter Cooper, born 1791, died 1883. The lesson of a long and useful life. Barzillai of sacred history was a very old man, a very kind man, a very affectionate man, a very rich man of the 10th century before Christ, a type of our American philanthropist, Peter Cooper, in the 19th century after Christ. When I see Barzillai, from his wealthy country seat at Rogelim, coming out to meet David's retreating army and providing them with flour and corn and mattresses, it makes me think of the hearty response of our modern philanthropist in time of trouble and disaster, whether individual, municipal, or national. The snow of his white locks has melted from our sight, and the benediction of his genial face has come to its long amen. But his influence halted not a half second for his obsequies to finish, but goes right on without change, save that of augmentation. For in the great sum of a useful life, death is a multiplication instead of subtraction, and the tombstone, instead of being the goal of the race, is only the starting point. What means this rising up of all good men with hats off in reverence to one who never wielded a sword or delivered masterly oration or stood in senatorial place? Neither general, nor lord, nor governor, nor president. The LL.D., which a university bestowed, did not stick to him. The word Mr. as a prefix, or the word Esquire as a suffix, seemed a superfluity. He was, in all Christendom, plain Peter Cooper. Why then all the flags at half-mast, and the resolutions of Common Council, and the eulogium of legislatures, and the deep sighs from multitudes who have no adequate way to express their bereavement? First, he was in some respects the father of American philanthropies. There have been far larger sums donated to the public since this man founded Cooper Institute, but I think that hundreds of the charities were born of his example. Sometimes a father will have a large family of children who grow up to be larger than himself. When that 6-storied temple of instruction was built on 4th Avenue and 7th Street by Mr. Cooper at an expense of $630,000 and endowed by him with $150,000, you must remember $100,000 was worth as much as $500,000 now, and that millionaires, who are so common now that you hardly stop to look at them, were a rare spectacle. Stephen Girard and John Jacob Astor of the olden time would in our day almost excite the sympathy of some of our railroad magnates. The nearly $800,000 which built and endowed Cooper Institute was as much as $3 million or $5 million now. But there are institutions in our day that have cost many times more dollars in building and endowment which have not accomplished more than a fraction of the good done by this munificence of 1857. This gift brooded charities all over the land. This mothered educational institutions. This gave glorious suggestion to many whose large fortune was hitherto under the iron grasp of selfishness. If the ancestral line of many an asylum or infirmary or college or university were traced back far enough, you would learn that Peter Cooper was the illustrious progenitor. Who can estimate the effect of such an institution, standing for 26 years, saying to all the millions of people passing up and down the great thoroughfares, I am here to bless and educate, without money and without price, all the struggling ones who come under my wings. That institution has for 26 years been crying shame on miserliness and cupidity. That free reading room has been the inspiration of 500 free reading rooms. Great reservoir of American beneficence. Again, Peter Cooper showed what a wise thing it is for a man to be his own executor. How much better is antemortem charity than post-mortem beneficence? Many people keep all their property for themselves till death and then make good institutions in their legatees. They give up the money only because they have to. They would take it all with them if they only had 3 or 4 stout pockets in their shroud. Better late than never, but the reward shall not be as great as the reward of those who make charitable contribution while yet they have power to keep their money. Charity in last will and testament seems sometimes to be only an attempt to bribe Charon, the ferryman, to land the boat in celestial rather than infernal regions. Mean as sin when they disembark from the banks of this world, they hope to be greeted as benefactors when they come up the beach on the other side. Skinflints when they die, they hope to have the reception of a George Peabody. Besides that, how often donations by will and testament fail of their final destination? The surrogates' courts are filled with legal quarrels. If a philanthropist has any pride of intellect and desires to help Christian institutions, he had better bestow the gift before death. For the trouble is, if he leaves any large amount to Christian institutions, the courts will be appealed to prove he was crazy. They will bring witnesses to prove that for a long time he has been becoming imbecile. And as almost everyone of positive nature has idiosyncrasies, these idiosyncrasies will be brought out on the trial, and ventilated and enlarged and caricatured, and the man who had mind enough to make $1 million and heart enough to remember needy institutions will be proved a fool. If he have a second wife, the children of the first wife will charge him with being unduly influenced. Many a man who, when he made his will, had more brain than all his household put together, has been pronounced a fit subject for a lunatic asylum. Be your own executor. Do not let the benevolent institutions of the country get their chief advantage from your last sickness and death. How much better, like Peter Cooper, to walk through the halls you have built for others and see the young men being educated by your beneficence, and to get the sublime satisfaction of your own charities. I do not wonder that Barzillai, the wealthy Gileadite, lived to be 80, for he stood in the perpetual sunshine of his beneficence. I do not wonder that Peter Cooper, the modern Barzillai, lived to be 92 years of age, for he felt the healthful reaction of helping others. Doing good was one of the strongest reasons of his longevity. There is many a man with large estate behind him who calls up his past dollars as a pack of hounds to go out and hunt up one more dollar before he dies. Away, away the hunter and his hounds for that last dollar. Hotter and hotter the chase. Closer on the track and closer. Whip up and spur on the steed. The old man just ahead and all the pack of hounds close after him. Now they are coming in at the death, that last dollar only a short distance ahead. The old hunter, with panting breath and pale cheek and outstretched arm, clutches for it as it turns on its track, but missing it, keeps on till the exhausted dollar plunges into a hole and burrows deep, and the old hunter, with both hands, claws at the earth and claws deeper down, till the burrowed embankment gives way and he rolls over into his own grave. We often talk of old misers. There are but few old misers. The most of them are comparatively young. Avarice massacres more than a war. In contrast, behold the philanthropist in the 90s, and dying of a cold caught in going to look after the affairs of the institution he himself founded, and which has now about 2,500 persons a day in its reading rooms and libraries, and 2,000 students in its evening schools. Again, Peter Cooper has shown the world a good way of settling the old quarrel between capital and labor, the altercation between rich and poor. There are two ways in which this conflict can never be settled. One is the violent suppression of the laboring classes, and the other is the violent assault of the rich. This is getting to be the age of dynamite. Dynamite under the Kremlin, dynamite in proximity to Parliament House and railroad track, dynamite near lordly mansions, dynamite in Ireland, dynamite in England, dynamite in America. The rich are becoming more exclusive and the poor more irate. I prescribe for the cure of this mighty evil of the world a large allopathic dose of Peter Cooperism. You never heard of dynamite in Cooper Institute. You never heard of anyone searching the cellar of that man's house for a keg of dynamite. At times of public excitement, when prominent men had their houses guarded, there were no sentinels needed at his door. The poorest man with a hod on his shoulder carrying brick up a wall begrudged not the philanthropist his carriage as he rode by. No one put the torch to Peter Cooper's glue factory. When, on some great popular occasion, the masses assembled in the hall of Cooper Institute and its founder came on the platform, there were many hard hands that clapped in vigorous applause. Let the rich stretch forth toward the great masses of England, Ireland, and America as generous and kind a hand as that of Peter Cooper, and the age of dynamite will end. What police cannot do, and shot and shell cannot do, the strongest laws severely executed cannot do, and armies cannot do, will yet be accomplished by something that I see fit to baptize as Peter Cooperism. I hail the early twilight of that day when a man of millions shall come forth and say, "There are 70,000 destitute children in New York, and here I put up and endow out of my fortune a whole line of institutions to take care of them. Here are vast multitudes in filthy and unventilated tenement houses, for whom I will build a whole block of residences at cheap rents. Here are nations without Christ. I turn my fortune inside out to send them flaming evangels. There shall be no more hunger, and no more sickness, and no more ignorance, and no more crime if I can help it." That spirit among the opulent of this country and other countries would stop contention, and the last incendiary's torch would be extinguished, and the last dagger of assassination would go slicing bread for poor children, and the last pound of dynamite that threatens death would go to work in quarries to blast foundation stones for asylums and universities and churches. May the spirit of Peter Cooper and William E. Dodge come down on all the bank stock and government securities and railroad companies and great business houses of America. Again, this Barzillai of the 19th century shows us a more sensible way of monumental and epitaphal commemoration. It is natural to want to be remembered. It would not be a pleasant thought to us or to anyone to feel that the moment you are out of the world you would be forgotten. If the executors of Peter Cooper should build on his grave a monument that would cost $20 million, it would not so well commemorate him as that monument at the junction of 3rd and 4th Avenues, New York. How few people would pass along the silent sepulchre as compared with those great numbers that will ebb and flow around Cooper Institute in the ages to come. Of the tens of thousands to be educated there, will there be one so stupid as not to know who built it, and what a great heart he had, and how he struggled to achieve a fortune, but always mastered that fortune, and never allowed the fortune to master him? What is a monument of Aberdeen granite beside a monument of intellect and souls? What is an epitaph of a few words cut by a sculptor's chisel beside the epitaph of coming generations and hundreds writing his praise? Beautiful and adorned beyond all the crypts and catacombs and shrines of the dead. But the superfluous and inexcusable expense of catafalque and sarcophagus and tumulus and necropolis, the world over, put into practical help, would have sent intelligence into every dark mind and provided a home for every wanderer. The pyramids of Egypt, elevated at vast expense, were the tombs of kings, their names now obliterated. But the monuments of good last forever. After old mortality has worn out his chisel in reviving the epitaphs on old tombstones, the names of those who have helped others will be held in everlasting remembrance. The fires of the judgment day will not crumble off one of the letters. The Sabbath school teacher built her monument in the heavenly thrones of her converted scholars. George Muller's monument is the orphan houses of England. Handel's monument was his Hallelujah Chorus. Peabody's monument, the library of his native village and the schools for educating the blacks in the South. They who give or pray for a church have their monument in all that sacred edifice ever accomplishes. John Jay had his monument in free America, Wilberforce his monument in the piled-up chains of a demolished slave trade. Livingstone shall have his monument in regenerated Africa. Peter Cooper has his monument in all the philanthropies for which the last quarter of a century he encouraged by his one great practical effort for the education of the common people. That is a fame worth having. That is a style of immortality for which any one without degradation may be ambitious. Fill all our cities with such monuments till the last cripple has his limb straightened, and the last inebriate learns the luxury of cold water, and the last outcast comes home to his God, and the last abomination is extirpated, and paradise lost has become paradise regained. But notice also that the longest life path has a terminus. What a gauntlet to run, the accidents, the epidemics, the ailments of 92 years. It seemed as if this man would live on forever. His life reached from the administration of George Washington to that of President Arthur. But the liberal hand is closed, and the beaming eye is shut, and the world-encompassing heart is still. When he was at my house, I felt I was entertaining a king, but the king is dead, and we learn that the largest volume of life has its last chapter, its last paragraph, and its last word. What are 92 years compared with the years that open the first page of the future? For that, let us be ready. Christ came to reconstruct us for usefulness, happiness, and heaven. I know not the minutiae of Peter Cooper's religious opinions. Some men are worse than their creed, and some are better. The grandest profession of Jesus Christ is a life devoted to the world's elevation and betterment. A man may have a membership in all the orthodox churches in Christendom, and yet if he be mean and selfish and careless about the world's condition, he is no Christian. While, on the other hand, though he may have many peculiarities of belief, if he live for others more than for himself, he is Christ-like, and I think he must be a Christian. But let us remember that the greatest philanthropist of the ages was Jesus Christ, and the greatest charity ever known was that which gave not its dollars, but its blood, for the purchase of the world's deliverance. Standing in the shadow of Peter Cooper's death, I pray God that all the resources of America may be consecrated. We are coming on to times of prosperity that this country never imagined. Perhaps here and there a few years of recoil or setback, but God only can estimate the wealth that is about to roll into the lap of this nation. Between 5 years ago when I visited the South and our recent visit, there has been a change for the better that amounts to a resurrection. The Chattahoochee is about to rival the Merrimack in manufactures, and the whole South is being filled with the dash of water wheels and the rattle of spindles. Atlanta has already $6 million invested in manufactures. The South has gone out of politics into business. The West, from its inexhaustible mines, is going to disgorge silver and gold and pour the treasure all over the nation. May God sanctify the coming prosperity of the people. The needs are as awful as the opulence is to be tremendous. In 1880, there were 5 million people over 10 years of age in the United States that could not read, and over 6 million who could not write, and nearly 2 million of the voters. We want 5,000 Cooper Institutes and churches innumerable, and just one spiritual awakening, but that reaching from the St. Lawrence to Key West, and from Barnegat Lighthouse to the Golden Gate. We can all somewhere be felt in the undertaking. I like the sentiment and the rhythm of some anonymous poet who wrote, "When I am dead and gone, and the mold upon my breast, say not that he did well or ill, only he did his best." Dr. Talmage. Goodness. Goodness needs no lure, all compensations are in her enshrined. Whatever things are right and fair and pure, wealth of the heart and mind. Failure and success, the day and night of every life below, are but the servants of her blessedness, that come and spend and go. Life is her reward, a life brimful in every day's employ, of sunshine, inspiration, every word and syllable of joy. Heaven to thee is known, if goodness in the robes of common earth becomes a presence thou canst call thine own, to warm thy heart and hearth. Clothed in flesh and blood, she flits about me every blessed day, the incarnation of sweet womanhood, and age brings no decay. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Illusions. Therefore trust to thy heart, and what the world calls illusions. Longfellow. This curious sentence of Longfellow's deserves reading again. He is an earnest man and does not mean to cheat us. He has done good work in the world by his poems and writings. He has backed up many and lifted the hearts of many by pure thought. He means what he says. Yet, what is altogether lighter than vanity? The human heart answers the religionist. What is altogether deceitful upon the scales? The human heart. What is a Vanity Fair, a mob, a hubbub, and babel of noises to be avoided, shunned, hated? The world. And lastly, what are our thoughts and struggles, vain ideas and wishes? Vain, empty illusions, shadows, and lies. And yet this man, with the inspiration which God gives every true poet, tells us to trust our hearts in what the world calls illusions. And he is right. Now there are, of course, various sorts of illusions. The world is itself elusive. None of us are exactly what we seem, and many of those things that we have the firmest faith in really do not exist. When the first philosopher declared that the world was round, and not a plane as flat and circular as a dinner plate or a halfpenny, people laughed at him, and would have shut him up in a lunatic asylum. They said he had an illusion, but it was they who had it. He was so bold as to start the idea that we had people under us, and that the sun went to light them, and that they walked with their feet to our feet. So they do, we know well now, but the Pope and Cardinals would not have it, and so they met in solemn conclave, and ordered the philosopher's book to be burnt, and they would have burnt him too, in their hardly logical way of saving souls, only he recanted, and sorely against his will said that it was all an illusion. But the Pope and his advisers had an illusion too, which was, that dressing up men who did not believe in their faith, in garments on which flames and devils were represented, such a garment they called a San Benito, and then burning them was really something done for the glory of God. They called it, with an admirable satire, an auto da fe, an act of faith, and they really did believe, for many of the inquisitors were mistaken but tender men, that they did good by this. But surely now they have outgrown this illusion. How many of these have we yet to outgrow? How far are we off the true and liberal Christianity which is the ideal of the saint and sage? How ready are we still to persecute those who happen, by mere circumstances attending their birth and education, to differ from us? The inner world of man, no less than the external world, is full of illusions. They arise from distorted vision, from a disorder of the senses, or from an error of judgment upon data correctly derived from their evidence. Under the influence of a predominant train of thought, an absorbing emotion, a person ready charged with an uncontrolled imagination will see, as Shakespeare has it, more devils than vast hell can hold. Half, if not all, of the ghost stories, which are equally dangerous and absorbing to youth, arise from illusion. There they have their foundation, but believers in them obstinately refuse to believe anything but that which their overcharged and predisposed imagination leads them to. Some of us walk about this world of ours, as if it were not of itself full enough of mystery, as ready to swallow anything wonderful or horrible, as the country clown whom a conjurer will get upon his stage to play tricks with. Fooled by a redundant imagination, delighted to be tricked by her potency, we dream away, flattered by the idea that a supernatural messenger is sent to us and to us alone. We all have our family ghosts, in whom we more than half believe. Each one of us has a mother or a wise aunt or some female relation who at one period of her life had a dream, difficult to be interpreted, and foreboding good or evil to a child of the house. We are so grand, we men, noble animals great in our death and splendid in even our ashes, that we cannot yield to a common fate without some overstrained and bombast conceit that the elements themselves give warning. Casca in Julius Caesar rehearses some few of the prodigies which predicted Caesar's death. A common slave, you know him well by sight, held up his left hand, which did flame and burn, like 20 torches joined, and yet his hand, not sensible of fire, remained unscorched. And yesterday the bird of night did sit, even at noonday upon the market-place, hooting and shrieking. When these prodigies do so conjointly meet, let not men say, these are their reasons, they are natural, for I believe they are portentous things. A great many others besides our good Casca believe in these portents and signs, and their dignity would be much hurt if they were persuaded that the world would go on just the same if they and their family were utterly extinct, and that no eclipse would happen to portend that calamity. In Ireland, in certain great families, a banshee, or a benshee, for they differ who spell it, sits and wails all night when the head of the family is about to stretch his feet toward the dim portals of the dead. And in England are many families who, by some unknown means, retain a ghost which walks up and down a terrace, as it did in that fanciful habitation of Sir Leicester Dedlock. In Scotland they have amongst them prophetic shepherds, who on the cold, misty mountain top at eventide shade their shaggy eyebrows with their hands, and peering into the twilight see funerals pass by, and the decease of some neighbor portended by all the paraphernalia of death. With us, all these portents live no longer in the faith of reason. We assert, in Casca's words, that they are natural, but we offend the credulous when we do so. Illusions of the senses, says an acute writer, are common in our appreciation of form, distance, color, and motion, and also from a lack of comprehension of the physical powers of nature, in the production of images of distinct objects. A stick in the water appears bent or broken. The square tower at the distance looks round. Distant objects appear to move when we are in motion. The heavenly bodies appear to revolve around the earth. And yet we know that all these appearances are mere illusions. At the top of a mountain in Ireland, with our back to the sun, we 2 travelers were looking at the smiling landscape gilded by the sunshine. Suddenly a white cloud descended between us and the valley, and there upon it were our 2 shadows, distorted, gigantic, threatening, or supplicatory, as we chose to move and make them. Here was an exactly similar apparition to the spectre of the Brocken. The untaught German taxed his wits to make the thing a ghost, but the philosopher took off his hat and bowed to it, and the shadow returned the salute, and so with the Fata Morgana and the mirage. We now know that these things had no supernatural origin, but are simply due to the ordinary laws of atmospheric influence and light, so all our modern illusions are easily rectified by the judgment, and are fleeting and transitory in the minds of the sane. But beyond these, there are the illusions of which we first spoke, from which we would not willingly be awakened. The sick man in Horace, who fancied that he was always sitting at a play, and laughed and joked, or was amazed and wept as they do in a theatre, rightly complained to his friends that they had killed him, not cured him, when they roused him from his state of hallucination. There are some illusions so beautiful, so healthful, and so pleasant, that we would that no harshness of this world's ways, no bitter experience, no sad reality, could awaken us from them. It is these, we fancy, that the poet tells us to trust to. Such are the illusions, so called by the world, to which we are always to give our faith. It will be well if we do so. Faith in man or woman is a comfortable creed, but you will scarcely find a man of 30 or a woman either who retains it. They will tell you bitterly they have been so deceived. One old gentleman we know, deceived and ever again to be deceived, who is a prey to false friends, who lends his money without surety and gets robbed, who fell in love and was jilted, who has done much good and has been repaid with much evil. This man is much to be envied. He can indeed trust in his heart and what the world calls illusions. To him the earth is yet green and fresh, the world smiling and good-humored. Friends are fast and loving, woman a very wellspring of innocent and unbought love. The world thinks him an old simpleton, but he is wiser than the world. He is not to be scared by sad proverbs, nor frightened by dark sayings. An enviable man he sits, in the evening of life, loving and trusting his fellow men, and from the mere freshness of his character, having many gathered round him whom he can still love and trust. With another sort of philosophers, all around is mere illusion, and the mind of man shall in no way be separated from it. From the beginning to the end it is all the same. Our organization, they would have us believe, creates most of our pleasure and our pain. Life is in itself an ecstasy. Life is as sweet as nitrous oxide, and the fisherman dripping all day over a cold pond, the switchman at the railway intersection, the farmer in the field, the Negro in the rice swamp, the fop in the street, the hunter in the woods, the barrister with the jury, the belle at the ball, all ascribe a certain pleasure to their employment which they themselves give to it. Health and appetite impart the sweetness to sugar, bread, and meat. So fancy plays with us, but while she tricks us, she blesses us. The mere prosaic man who strips the tinsel from everything, who sneers at a bridal and gladdens at a funeral, who tests every coin and every pleasure, and tells you that it has not the true ring, who checks capering fancy and stops her caracoling by the whip of reality, is not to be envied. In the life of the dreariest alderman, fancy enters into all details, and colors them with a rosy hue, says Emerson. He imitates the air and action of people whom he admired, and is raised in his own eyes. In London, in Paris, in Boston, in San Francisco, the masquerade is at its height. Nobody drops his domino. The chapter of fascinations is very long. Great is paint, nay, God is the painter, and we rightly accuse the critic who destroys too many illusions. Happy are they with whom this domino is never completely dropped. Happy, thrice happy, they who believe and still maintain that belief, like champion knights against all comers, in honor, chastity, friendship, goodness, virtue, gratitude. It is a long odds that the men who do not believe in these virtues have none themselves, for we speak from our hearts and we tell of others that which we think of ourselves. The French, a mournful, sad, and unhappy nation, even at the bottom of all their external gaiety, have a sad word, a participle, desillusione, disillusioned, and by it they mean one who has worn out all his youthful ideas, who has been behind the scenes and has seen the bare walls of the theater without the light and paint, and has watched the ugly actors and gaunt actresses by daylight. The taste of life is very bitter in the mouth of such a man. His joys are Dead Sea apples, dust and ashes in the mouths of those who bite them. No flowers spring up about his path. He is very melancholy and suspicious, very hard and incredulous. He has faith neither in the honesty of man nor in the purity of woman. He is desillusione, by far too wise to be taken in with painted toys. Everyone acts with self-interest. His doctor, his friend, or his valet will be sorry for his death merely from the amount of money interest that they have in his life. Bare and grim unto tears, even if he had any, is the life of such a man. With him, sadder than Lethe or the Styx, the river of time runs between stony banks, and often a calm suicide, it bears him to the morgue. Happier by far is he, who with whitened hair and wrinkled brow sits crowned with the flowers of illusion, and who, with the ear of age, still remains a charmed listener to the songs which pleased his youth, trusting his heart and what the world calls illusions. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Phillips Brooks at home. Phillips Brooks at home, of course, means Phillips Brooks in Trinity Church, Boston. Other than his church, home proper he has none, for he abides a bachelor. And somehow it seems almost fit that a man like Mr. Brooks, a man so ample, so overflowing, a man, as it were, more than sufficient to himself, sufficient also to a multitude of others, should have his home large and public, such a home, in fact, as Trinity Church. Here Phillips Brooks shines like a sun, diffusing warmth and light and life. What a blessing to what a number! To what a number of souls it would have been natural to say, but almost as natural, to what a number of bodies. For the physical man is a source of comfort, in its kind, hardly less so than the intellectual and the spiritual. How that massive, majestic manhood makes temperature where it is, and what temperature! Broad, equable, temperate, calm, yet tonic withal and inspiring. You rejoice in it. You have an irrational feeling that it would be a wrong to shut up so much opulence of personal vitality in any home less wide and open than a great basilica like Trinity Church. At least you are not pained with sympathy for the homelessness in the case of a man so richly endowed. To be so pained would be like shivering on behalf of the sun, because, forsooth, the sun had nothing to make him warm and bright. Phillips Brooks in Trinity Church is like the sun in its sphere. Still, and were it not impertinent, I could even wish for Phillips Brooks an everyday home, such as would be worthy of him. What a home it should be! And with thus much of loyal, if of doubtfully appropriate tribute, irresistibly prompted, and therefore not to be repressed. Let me go on to speak of Phillips Brooks as he is to be seen and heard Sunday after Sunday at home in Trinity Church. Everybody knows how magnificent an edifice, with its arrested tower yet waiting and probably long to wait completion, Trinity Church is. The interior is decorated almost to the point of gorgeousness. The effect, however, is imposing for the height, the glow, the glory. Good taste reigning over lavish expenditure has prevented chromatic richness from seeming to approach tawdriness. It is much to say for any man preaching here that the building does not make him look disproportionate, inadequate. This may strongly be said for Phillips Brooks. But even for him it cannot be said that the form and construction of the interior do not oppose a serious embarrassment to the proper effect of oratory. I could not help feeling it to be a great wrong to the truth, or, to put it personally, a great wrong to the preacher and his hearers, that an audience room should be so broken up with pillars, angles, recesses, so sown with contrasts of light and shade, as necessarily, inevitably, to disperse and waste an immense fraction of the power exerted by the preacher, whatever the measure, great or small, of that power might be. The reaction of this audience room upon the oratorical instinct and habit of the man who should customarily speak in it could not but be mischievous in a very high degree. The sense, which ought to live in every public speaker, of his being fast bound in a grapple of mind to mind and heart to heart and soul to soul with his audience, must be oppressed, if not extinguished, amid such architectural conditions as those which surround Phillips Brooks when he stands to preach. That in him this needful sense is not extinguished is the thing to be thankful for. That is, in fact, oppressed, I cannot doubt. There is evidence of it, I think, in his manner of preaching. For Mr. Brooks is not an orator such as Mr. Beecher is. He does not speak to people with people, as Mr. Beecher does. Rather, he speaks before them in their presence. He soliloquizes. There is almost a minimum of mutual relation between speaker and hearer. Undoubtedly, the swift, urgent monologue is quickened, reinforced by the consciousness of an audience present. That consciousness, of course, penetrates to the mind of the speaker. But it does not dominate the speaker's mind. It does not turn monologue into dialogue. The speech is monologue still. This is not invariably the case, for occasionally the preacher turns his noble face towards you, and for that instant you feel the aim of his discourse leveled full at your personality. Now there is a glimpse of true oratorical power, but the glimpse passes quickly. The countenance is again directed forward toward a horizon, or even lifted toward a quarter of the sky above the horizon, and the but momentarily interrupted rapt soliloquy proceeds. Such I understand to have been the style of Robert Hall's pulpit speech. It is a rare gift to be a speaker of this sort. The speaker must be a thinker as well as a speaker. The speech is, in truth, a process of thinking aloud, thinking, exhilarated by the vocal exercise accompanying, and then, too, by the blindfold sense of a listening audience near. This is the preaching of Mr. Brooks. It is perhaps not generally known that Mr. Brooks practices two distinct methods of preaching. One, that with the manuscript, the other, that without. The last time that I had the chance of a Sunday in Trinity Church was Luther's Day. The morning discourse was a luminous and generous appreciation of the great reformer's character and work. This was read in that rapid, vehement, incessant manner which description has made sufficiently familiar to the public. The precipitation of utterance is like the flowing forth of the liquid contents of a bottle suddenly inverted. Every word seems hurrying to be foremost. The unaccustomed hearer is at first left hopelessly in the rear, but presently the contagion of the speaker's rushing thought reaches him, and he is drawn into the wake of that urgent ongoing. He is towed along in the great multitudinous convoy that follows the mighty motor vessel, steaming, unconscious of the weight it bears, across the sea of thought. The energy is sufficient for all. It overflows so amply that you scarcely feel it not to be your own energy. The writing is like in character to the speaking. Continuous, no break, no shock, no rest, not much change of swifter and slower till the end. The apparent mass of the speaker, physical and mental, might at first seem equal to making up a full, adequate momentum without multiplication by such a component of velocity. But by and by you come to feel that the motion is a necessary part of the power. I am told, indeed, that a constitutional tendency to hesitation in utterance is the speaker's real reason for this indulged precipitancy of speech. Not unlikely, but the final result of habit is as if of nature. Of the discourse itself on Luther, I have left myself room to say no more than that Mr. Brooks's master formula for power in the preacher, truth plus personality, came very fitly in to explain the problem of Luther's prodigious career. It was the man himself, not less than the truth he found, that gave Luther such possession of the present and such a heritage in the future. In the afternoon, Mr. Brooks took Luther's "The just shall live by faith" and preached extemporarily. The character of the composition and of the delivery was strikingly the same as that belonging to the morning's discourse. It was hurried, impetuous soliloquy. In this particular case, hurried first, and then impetuous. That is, I judged from various little indications that Mr. Brooks used his will to urge himself on against some obstructiveness felt in the current mood and movement of his mind. But it was a noteworthy discourse, full and fresh with thought. The interpretation put upon Luther's doctrine of justification by faith was free rather than historic. If one should apply the formula truth plus personality, the personality, Mr. Brooks's personality, would perhaps be found to prevail in the interpretation over the strict historic truth. W.C. Wilkinson in The Christian Union. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Saint John and the Robber, a legend of the 1st century. There is a beautiful legend, come down from ancient time, of John the beloved disciple, with the marks of his life sublime. Eusebius has the story on his quaint, suggestive page, and God in the hearts of his people has preserved it from age to age. It was after the vision in Patmos, after the sanctified love which flowed to the 7 churches, glowing with light from above, when his years had outrun the measure allotted to men at the best, and Peter and James and the others had followed the Master to rest. In the hope of the resurrection and the blessed life to come, in the house of many mansions, the Father's eternal home. It was in this golden season at the going down of his Son, when his work in the mighty harvest of the Lord was almost done. At Ephesus came a message where he was still at his post, which unto the aged apostle was the voice of the Holy Ghost. Into the country he hastened with all the ardor of youth, shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace and truth. His mission was one of mercy to the sheep that were scattered abroad, an abundant consolation, which flowed through him from the Lord. Oh, would my heart could paint him, the venerable man of God, so lovingly showing and treading the way the Master had trod. Oh, would my art could paint him, whose life was a fact to prove the joy of the Master's story, and fill their hearts with his love. At length, when the service was ended, his eye on a young man fell, of beautiful form and feature, and grace we love so well. At once he turned to the bishop, and said with a love unpriced, to thee I commit him, before the church and Christ. He then returned to the city, the beloved disciple John, where the strong, unceasing current of his deathless love flowed on. The bishop discharged his duty to the youth so graceful and fair. With restraining hand he held him, and trained him with loving care. At last, when his preparation was made for the holy rite, he was cleansed in the sanctified water, and pronounced a child of light. For a time he adorned the doctrine which Christ in the church has set. But alas, for a passionate nature, when Satan has spread his net. Through comrades base and abandoned he was lured from day to day, until like a steed unbridled he struck from the rightful way. And a wild, consuming passion raised him unto the head of a mighty band of robbers, of all the country the dread. Time passed. Again a message unto the apostle was sent, to set their affairs in order, and to tell them the Lord's intent. And when he had come and attended to all that needed his care, he turned to him and said, Come, bishop, give back my deposit so rare. What deposit? Was the answer which could not confusion hide. I demand the soul of a brother, plainly the apostle replied, which Christ and I committed before the church to thee. Trembling and even weeping, the young man is dead, groaned he. How dead? What death? John demanded. He the way of the temper trod, forgetting the Master's weapon, and now he is dead unto God. Yonder he roves a robber. A fine keeper, said John, indeed, of a brother's soul. Get ready a guide and a saddled steed. And all as he was an apostle, into the region rode where the robber youth and captain had fixed his strong abode. When hardly over the border he a prisoner was made, and into their leader's presence demanded to be conveyed. And he who could brave 1,000 when each was an enemy, behold John approaching, turned him in shame to flee. But John, of his age forgetful, pursued him with all his might. "Why from thy defenseless father," he cried, "dost thou turn in flight? Fear not, there is hope and a refuge, and life shall yet be thine. I will intercede with the Master, and task his love divine." Subdued by a love that is stronger than was ever an armed band, he became once more to the Father a child to feel for his hand. Subdued by a love that is stronger than a world full of terrors and fears, he returned to the house of the Father, through the baptism of tears. Such is the beautiful legend come down from ancient days, of love that is young forever. And is he not blind who says that charity ever faileth, or doth for a moment despair, or that there is any danger too great for her to dare? When John, the beloved disciple, with the faith of the gospel shod, went forth in pursuit of the robber and brought him back to God? O Church, whose strength is the doctrine of the blessed evangelist, this doctrine of love undying which the world cannot resist, put on thy beautiful garments in this sordid and selfish day, and be as of old a glory to turn us from mammon away. Unto the prayer of thy children, the sweetly simple prayer, that bathed in the light of heaven thy courts may grow more fair. There comes the eternal answer of works that are loving and grand, to remain for the generations the praises of God in the land. O Church, whose strength is the doctrine of the blessed evangelist, the doctrine of love undying which the world cannot resist. Go forth to the highways and hedges to gather the sheep that are lost, conveying the joyful tidings, their redemption at infinite cost. Proclaim there is hope and a refuge for every wanderer there. For every sin there is mercy, yea, even the sin of despair. O then will thy beautiful garments, as once in the prime of thy youth, appear in celestial splendor, thou pillar and ground of the truth. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. John Ploughman again. The pith and marrow of certain old proverbs. The Reverend C.H. Spurgeon of London, who has furnished our readers with several specimens of John Ploughman's talk, has also published John Ploughman's pictures, some of which we present in pen and ink without any help from the engraver. John thus introduces himself. If the cap fits, wear it. Friendly readers, last time I made a book, I trod on some people's corns and bunions, and they wrote me angry letters asking, "Did you mean me?" This time, to save them the expense on a halfpenny card, I will begin my book by saying, "Whether I please or whether I tease, I'll give you my honest mind. If the cap should fit, pray wear it a bit. If not, you can leave it behind." No offense is meant, but if anything in these pages should come home to a man, let him not send it next door, but get a coop for his own chickens. What is the use of reading or hearing for other people? We do not eat and drink for them. Why should we lend them our ears and not our mouths? Please then, good friend, if you find a hoe on these premises, weed your own garden with it. I was speaking with Will Shepherd the other day about our master's old donkey, and I said, "He is so old and stubborn, he really is not worth his keep." "No," said Will, "and worse still, he is so vicious that I feel sure he'll do somebody a mischief one of these days." You know they say that walls have ears. We were talking rather loud, but we did not know that there were ears to haystacks. We stared, I tell you, when we saw Joe Scroggs come out from behind the stack, looking as red as a turkey cock and raving like mad. He burst out swearing at Will and me like a cat spitting at a dog. His monkey was up, and no mistake. He'd let us know that he was as good a man as either of us, or the two put together, for the matter of that. Talk about him in that way. He'd do, I don't know what. I told old Joe we had never thought of him nor said a word about him, and he might just as well save his breath to cool his porridge, for nobody meant him any harm. This only made him call me a liar and roar the louder. My friend Will was walking away, holding his sides, but when he saw that Scroggs was still in a fume, He laughed outright and turned round on him and said, "Why, Joe, we were talking about the master's old donkey, and not about you. But upon my word, I shall never see that donkey again without thinking of Joe Scroggs." Joe puffed and blowed, but perhaps he thought it an awkward job, for he backed out of it, and Will and I went off to our work in rather a merry queue, for old Joe had blundered on the truth about himself for once in his life. The aforesaid Will Shepherd has sometimes come down rather heavy upon me in his remarks, but it has done me good. It is partly through his home thrusts that I have come to write this new book, for he thought I was idle. Perhaps I am, and perhaps I am not. Will forgets that I have other fish to fry and tails to butter, and he does not recollect that a ploughman's mind wants to lie fallow a little, and can't give a crop every year. It is hard to make rope when your hemp is all used up, or pancakes without batter, or rook pie without the birds, and so I found it hard to write more when I had said just about all I knew. Giving much to the poor doth increase a man's store, but it is not the same with writing. At least I am such a poor scribe that I don't find it come because I pull. If your thoughts only flow by drops, you can't pour them out in bucketfuls. However, Will has ferreted me out, and I am obliged to him so far. I told him the other day what the Winkles said to the pen. "Thank you for drawing me out, but you are rather sharp about it." Still, Master Will is not far from the mark. After 300,000 people had bought my book, it certainly was time to write another. So though I am not a hatter, I will again turn cap-maker, and those who have heads may try on my wares. Those who have none won't touch them. So, friends, I am yours, rough and ready, John Ploughman. Burn a candle at both ends, and it will soon be gone. Well may he scratch his head who burns his candle at both ends, but do what he may, his light will soon be gone, and he will be all in the dark. Young Jack Careless squandered his property, and now he is without a shoe to his foot. His was a case of easy come, easy go, soon gotten, soon spent. He that earns an estate will keep it better than he that inherits it. As the Scotchman says, he that gets gear before he gets wit is but a short time master of it. And so it was with Jack. His money burned holes in his pocket. He could not get rid of it fast enough himself, and so he got a pretty set to help him, which they did by helping themselves. His fortune went like a pound of meat in a kennel of hounds. He was everybody's friend, and now he is everybody's fool. Hunchback sees not his own hump, but he sees his neighbor's. He points at the man in front of him, but he is a good deal more of a guy himself. He should not laugh at the crooked until he is straight himself, and not then. I hate to hear a raven croak at a crow for being black. A blind man should not blame his brother for squinting, and he who has lost his legs should not sneer at the lame. Yet so it is, the rottenest bough cracks first, and he who should be the last to speak is the first to rail. Bespattered hogs bespatter others, and he who is full of fault finds fault. They are most apt to speak ill of others who do most ill themselves. We may chide a friend, and so prove our friendship, but it must be done very daintily, or we may lose our friend for our pains. Before we rebuke another, we must consider and take heed that we are not guilty of the same thing, for he who cleanses a blot with inky fingers makes it worse. To despise others is a worse fault than any we are likely to see in them, and to make merry over their weaknesses shows our own weakness and our own malice too. Wit should be a shield for defense and not a sword for offense. A mocking word cuts worse than a scythe, and the wound is harder to heal. A blow is much sooner forgotten than a jeer. Mocking is shocking. A looking-glass is of no use to a blind man. Some men are blinded by their worldly business, and could not see heaven itself if the windows were open over their heads. Look at Farmer Grab. He is like Nebuchadnezzar, for his conversation is all among beasts, and if he does not eat grass, it is because he never could stomach salads. His dinner is his best devotion. He is a terrible fastener on a piece of beef, and sweats at it more than at his labor. As old Master Earl says, his religion is a part of his copyhold, which he takes from his landlord, and refers wholly to his lordship's discretion. If he gives him leave, he goes to church in his best clothes, and sits there with his neighbors, but never prays more than 2 prayers, for rain and for fair weather, as the case may be. He is a niggard all the week except on market days, where, if his corn sell well, he thinks he may be drunk with a good conscience. He is sensible of no calamity but the burning of a stack of corn, or the overflowing of a meadow, and he thinks Noah's flood the greatest plague that ever was, not because it drowned the world, but spoiled the grass. For death he is never troubled, and if he gets in his harvest before it happens, it may come when it will, he cares not. He is as stubborn as he is stupid, and to get a new thought into his head you would need to bore a hole in his skull with a center bit. The game would not be worth the candle. We must leave him alone, for he is too old in the tooth, and too blind to be made to see. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face. Anger is a short madness. The less we do when we go mad, the better for everybody, and the less we go mad, the better for ourselves. He is far gone who hurts himself to wreak his vengeance on others. The old saying is, "Don't cut off your head because it aches," and another says, "Set not your house on fire to spite the moon." If things go awry, it is a poor way of mending to make them worse, as the man did who took to drinking because he could not marry the girl he liked. He must be a fool who cuts off his nose to spite his face, and yet this is what Dick did when he had vexed his old master, and because he was a child must needs give up his place, throw himself out of work, and starve his wife and family. Jane had been idle, and she knew it, but sooner than let her mistress speak to her, she gave warning, and lost as good a service as a maid could wish for. Old Griggs was wrong, and could not deny it, and yet because the parson's sermon fitted him rather close, he took the sulks, and vowed he would never hear the good man again. It was his own loss, but he wouldn't listen to reason, but was as wilful as a pig. It is hard for an empty sack to stand upright. Sam may try a fine while before he will make one of his empty sacks stand upright. If he were not half daft, he would have left off that job before he began it, and not have been an Irishman either. He will come to his wit's end before he sets the sack on its end. The old proverb, printed at the top, was made by a man who had burned his fingers with debtors, and it just means that when folks have no money and are over head and ears in debt, as often as not they leave off being upright and tumble over one way or another. He that has but 4 and spends 5 will soon need no purse, but he will most likely begin to use his wits to keep himself afloat, and take to all sorts of dodges to manage it. 9 times out of 10 they begin by making promises to pay on a certain day when it is certain they have nothing to pay with. They are as bold at fixing the time as if they had my lord's income. The day comes round as sure as Christmas, and then they haven't a penny piece in the world, and so they make all sorts of excuses and begin to promise again. Those who are quick to promise are generally slow to perform. They promise mountains and perform molehills. He who gives you fair words and nothing more feeds you with an empty spoon, and hungry creditors soon grow tired of that game. Promises don't fill the belly. Promising men are not great favorites if they are not performing men. When such a fellow is called a liar, he thinks he is hardly done by, and yet he is so, as sure as eggs are eggs, and there's no denying it, as the boy said when the gardener caught him up the cherry tree. A handsaw is a good thing, but not to shave with. Our friend will cut more than he will eat, and shave oft something more than hair, and then he will blame the saw. His brains don't lie in his beard, nor yet in the skull above it, or he would see that his saw will only make sores. There's sense in choosing your tools, for a pig's tail will never make a good arrow, nor will his ear make a silk purse. You can't catch rabbits with drums, nor pigeons with plums. A good thing is not good out of its place. It is much the same with lads and girls. You can't put all boys to one trade, nor send all girls to the same service. One chap will make a London clerk, another will do better to plough and sow and reap and mow and be a farmer's boy. It's no use forcing them. A snail will never run a race, nor a mouse drive a wagon. Send a boy to the well against his will, the pitcher will break and the water spill. With unwilling hounds it is hard to hunt hares. To go against nature and inclination is to row against wind and tide. They say you may praise a fool till you make him useful. I don't know so much about that, but I do know that if I get a bad knife, I generally cut my finger, and a blunt axe is more trouble than profit. No, let me shave with a razor if I shave at all, and do my work with the best tools I can get. Never set a man to work he is not fit for he will never do it well. They say that if pigs fly, they will always go with their tails forward, and awkward workmen are much the same. Nobody expects cows to catch crows or hens to wear hats. There's reason in roasting eggs, and there should be reason in choosing servants. Don't put a round peg into a square hole, nor wind up your watch with a corkscrew, nor set a tender-hearted man to whip wife-beaters, nor a bear to be a relieving officer, nor a publican to judge of the licensing laws. Get the right man in the right place, and then all goes as smooth as skates on ice. But the wrong man puts all awry, as the sow did when she folded the linen. 2 dogs fight for a bone, and a third runs away with it. We have all heard of the 2 men who quarreled over an oyster and called in a judge to settle the question. He ate the oyster himself and gave them a shell each. This reminds me of the story of the cow, which 2 farmers could not agree about, and so the lawyer stepped in and milked the cow for them, and charged them for their trouble in drinking the milk. Little is got by law, but much is lost by it. A suit in law may last longer than any suit a tailor can make you, and you may yourself be worn out before it comes to an end. It is better far to make matters up and keep out of court, for if you are caught there you are caught in the brambles and won't get out without damage. John Ploughman feels a cold sweat at the thought of getting into the hands of lawyers. He does not mind going to Jericho, but he dreads the gentlemen on the road, for they seldom leave a feather upon any goose which they pick up. He has a hole under his nose, and his money runs into it. This is the man who is always dry because he takes so much heavy wet. He is a loose fellow who is fond of getting tight. He is no sooner up than his nose is in the cup, and his money begins to run down the hole which is just under his nose. He is not a blacksmith, but he has a spark in his throat, and all the publican's barrels can't put it out. If a pot of beer is a yard of land, he must have swallowed more acres than a ploughman could get over for many a day, and still he goes on swallowing until he takes to wallowing. All goes down gutter lane. Like the snipe, he lives by suction. If you ask him how he is, he says he would be quite right if he could moisten his mouth. His purse is a bottle, his bank is the publican's till, and his casket is a cask. Pewter is his precious metal, and his pearl is a mixture of gin and beer. The dew of his youth comes from Ben Nevis, and the comfort of his soul is a cordial gin. He is a walking barrel, a living drain-pipe, a moving swill-tub. They say loath to drink and loath to leave off, but he never needs persuading to begin, and as to ending, that is out of the question while he can borrow 2 pence. Stick to it and do it. Set a stout heart to a stiff hill, and the wagon will get to the top of it. There's nothing so hard but a harder thing will get through it. A strong job can be managed by a strong resolution. Have at it and have it. Stick to it and succeed. Till a thing is done, men wonder that you think it can be done, and when you have done it, they wonder it was never done before. In my picture, the wagon is drawn by 2 horses, but I would have every man who wants to make his way in life pull as if all depended on him. Very little is done right when it is left to other people. The more hands to do the work, the less there is done. 1 man will carry 2 pails of water for himself, 2 men will only carry 1 pail between them, and 3 will come home with never a drop at all. A child with several mothers will die before it runs alone. Know your business and give your mind to it, and you will find a buttered loaf where a sluggard loses his last crust. Like cat, like kit. Most men are what their mothers made them. The father is away from home all day and has not half the influence over the children that the mother has. The cow has most to do with the calf. If a ragged colt grows into a good horse, we know who it is that combed him. A mother is therefore a very responsible woman, even though she may be the poorest in the land, for the bad or the good of her boys and girls very much depends upon her. As is the gardener, such is the garden. As is the wife, such is the family. Samuel's mother made him a little coat every year, but she had done a deal for him before that. Samuel would not have been Samuel if Hannah had not been Hannah. We shall never see a better set of men till the mothers are better. We must have Sarahs and Rebeccas before we shall see Isaacs and Jacobs. Grace does not run in the blood, but we generally find that the Timothys have mothers of a goodly sort. Little children give their mother the headache, but if she lets them have their own way, when they grow up to be great children, they will give her the heartache. Foolish fondness spoils many, and letting faults alone spoils more. Gardens that are never weeded will grow very little worth gathering. All watering and no hoeing will make a bad crop. A child may have too much of its mother's love, and in the long run it may turn out that it had too little. Soft-hearted mothers rear soft-hearted children. They hurt them for life because they are afraid of hurting them when they are young. Coddle your children and they will turn out noodles. You may sugar a child till everybody is sick of it. Boys' jackets need a little dusting every now and then, and girls' dresses are all the better for occasional trimming. Children without chastisement are fields without plowing. The very best colts want breaking in. Not that we like severity. Cruel mothers are not mothers, and those who are always flogging and fault-finding ought to be flogged themselves. There is reason in all things, as the madman said when he cut off his nose. Good mothers are very dear to their children. There's no mother in the world like our own mother. My friend Sanders from Glasgow says, "The mither's breath is aye sweet." Every woman is a handsome woman to her own son. That man is not worth hanging who does not love his mother. When good women lead their little ones to the Savior, the Lord Jesus blesses not only the children, but their mothers as well. Happy are they among women who see their sons and daughters walking in the truth. A black hen lays a white egg. The egg is white enough, though the hen is black as coal. This is a very simple thing, but it has pleased the simple mind of John Ploughman, and made him cheer up when things have gone hard with him. Out of evil comes good, through the great goodness of God. From threatening clouds we get refreshing showers. In dark mines men find bright jewels, and so from our worst troubles come our best blessings. The bitter cold sweetens the ground, and the rough winds fasten the roots of the old oaks. God sends us letters of love in envelopes with black borders. Many a time have I plucked sweet fruit from bramble bushes and taken lovely roses from among prickly thorns. Trouble is to believing men and women like the sweet briar in our hedges, and where it grows there is a delicious smell all around, if the dew but fall upon it from above. Cheer up, mates, all will come right in the end. The darkest night will turn to a fair morning in due time. Only let us trust in God and keep our heads above the waves of fear. When our hearts are right with God, everything is right. Let us look for the silver which lines every cloud, and when we do not see it, let us believe that it is there. We are all at school, and our great teacher writes many a bright lesson on the blackboard of affliction. Scant fare teaches us to live on heavenly bread. Sickness bids us send off for the good physician. Loss of friends makes Jesus more precious, and even the sinking of our spirits brings us to live more entirely upon God. All things are working together for the good of those who love God, and even death itself will bring them their highest gain. Thus the black hen lays a white egg. Every bird likes its own nest. It pleases me to see how fond the birds are of their little homes. No doubt each one thinks his own nest is the very best, and so it is for him, just as my home is the best palace for me, even for me, King John, the king of the cottage of content. I will ask no more if Providence only continues to give me a little field well tilled, a little house well filled, and a little wife well willed. An Englishman's house is his castle, and the true Briton is always fond of the old roof tree. Green grows the house leek on the thatch, and sweet is the honeysuckle at the porch, and dear are the gilly flowers in the front garden. But best of all is the good wife within, who keeps all as neat as a new pin. Frenchmen may live in their coffee houses, but an Englishman's best life is seen at home. My own house, though small, is the best house of all. When boys get tired of eating tarts, and maids have done with winning hearts, and lawyers cease to take their fees, and leaves leave off to grow on trees, then will John Ploughman cease to love his own dear home. John likes to hear some sweet voice sing, "Mid pleasures and palaces though we may roam, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. A charm from the sky seems to hallow us there, which, wherever we rove, is not met with elsewhere. Home, home, sweet, sweet home, there's no place like home." End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Henry Wilson. Born 1812, died 1875. From the shoemaker's bench to the chair of vice president. Henry Wilson, the Vice President of the United States, was at my tea table with the strangest appetite I ever knew. The fact was, his last sickness was on him, and his inward fever demanded everything cold. It was tea without any tea. He was full of reminiscence and talked over his life from boyhood till then. He impressed me with the fact that he was nearly through his earthly journey. Going to my church that evening to speak at our young people's anniversary, he delivered the last address of his public life. While seated at the beginning of the exercises, his modesty seemed to overcome him, and he said, "I am not prepared to address such a magnificent audience as that. Cannot you get somebody else to speak? I wish you would." "Oh, no," I said. "These people came to hear Henry Wilson." He placed a chair in the center of the platform to lean on. Not knowing he had put it in that position, I removed it twice. Then he whispered to me, saying, "Why do you remove that chair? I want it to lean on." The fact was, his physical strength was gone. When he arose, his hands and knees trembled with excitement, and the more so as the entire audience arose and cheered him. One hand on the top of the chair, he stood for half an hour saying useful things, and among others these words: "I hear men sometimes say, when a man writes his name on the records of a visible church, that he had better let other things alone, especially public affairs. I am not a believer in that Christianity which hides itself away. I believe in that robust Christianity that goes right out in God's world and works. If there ever was a time in our country, that time is now, when the young men of this country should reflect and act according to the teachings of God's holy word, and attempt to purify, lift up, and carry our country onward and forward, so that it shall be in practice what it is in theory, the great leading Christian nation of the globe. You will be disappointed in many of your hopes and aspirations. The friends near and dear to you will turn sometimes coldly from you. The wives of your bosom and the children of your love will be taken from you. Your high hopes may be blasted, but gentlemen, when friends turn their backs upon you, when you lay your dear ones away, when disappointments come to you on the right hand and on the left, there is one source for a true and brave heart, and that is an abiding faith in God and a trust in the Lord Jesus Christ." Having concluded his address, he sat down, physically exhausted. When we helped him into his carriage, we never expected to see him again. The telegram from Washington announcing his prostration and certain death was no surprise. But there and then ended as remarkable a life as was ever lived in America. It is no great thing if a man who has been carefully nurtured by intelligent parents, and then passed through school, college, and those additional years of professional study, go directly to the front. But start a man amid every possible disadvantage, and pile in his way all possible obstacles, and then if he take his position among those whose path was smooth, he must have the elements of power. Henry Wilson was great in the mastering and overcoming all disadvantageous circumstances. He began at the bottom, and without any help fought his own way to the top. If there ever was a man who had a right at the start to give up his earthly existence as a failure, that man was Henry Wilson. Born of a dissolute father, so that the son took another name in order to escape the disgrace, never having a dollar of his own before he was 21 years of age, toiling industriously in a shoemaker's shop that he might get the means of schooling and culture, then loaning his money to a man who swamped it all and returned none of it, but still toiling on and up until he came to the state legislature, and on and up until he reached the American Senate, and on and up till he became vice president. In all this, there ought to be great encouragement to those who wake up late in life to find themselves unequipped. Henry Wilson did not begin his education until most of our young men think they have finished theirs. If you are 25 or 30 or 40 or 50, it is not too late to begin. Isaac Walton, at 90 years of age, wrote his valuable book. Benjamin Franklin, almost an octogenarian, went into philosophic discoveries. Fontenelle's mind blossomed even in the winter of old age. Arnauld made valuable translations at 80 years of age. Christopher Wren added to the astronomical and religious knowledge of the world at 86 years of age. Do not let anyone, in the light of Henry Wilson's career, be discouraged. Rittenhouse conquered his poverty. John Milton overcame his blindness. Robert Hall overleaped his sickness. And plane and hammer, and adze and pickaxe, and crowbar and yardstick, and Shoe Last have routed many an army of opposition and oppression. Let every disheartened man look at two pictures: Henry Wilson teaching 15 hours a day at $5 a week to get his education, and Henry Wilson under the admiring gaze of Christendom at the national Capitol. He was one of the few men who maintained his integrity against violent temptations. The tide of political life all set towards dissipation. The Congressional Burying Ground at Washington holds the bones of many congressional drunkards. Henry Wilson, seated at a banquet with senators and presidents and foreign ministers, the nearest he ever came to taking their expensive brandies and wines was to say, "No, sir, I thank you. I never indulge." He never drank the health of other people in anything that hurt his own. He never was more vehement than in flinging his thunderbolts of scorn against the decanter and the dram shop. What a rebuke it is for men in high and exposed positions in this country who say, "We cannot be in our positions without drinking." If Henry Wilson, under the gaze of senators and presidents, could say no, certainly you, under the jeers of your commercial associates, ought to be able to say no. Henry Wilson also conquered all temptations to political corruption. He died comparatively a poor man, when he might have filled his own pockets and the pockets of his friends if he had only consented to go into some of the infamous opportunities which tempted our public men. Credit Mobilier, which took down so many senators and representatives, touched him, but glanced off, leaving him uncontaminated in the opinion of all fair-minded men. He steered clear of the lobby, that maelstrom which has swallowed up so many strong political crafts. The bribing railroad schemes that ran over half of our public men always left him on the right side of the track. With opportunities to have made millions of dollars by the surrender of good principles, he never made a cent. Along by the coasts strewn with the hulks of political adventurers, he voyaged without loss of rudder or spar. We were not surprised at his funeral honors. If ever there was a man after death fit to lie on Abraham Lincoln's catafalque, and near the marble representation of Alexander Hamilton, and under Crawford's splendid statue of Freedom, with a sheathed sword in her hand and a wreath of stars on her brow, and to be carried out amid the acclamation and conclamation of a grateful people, that man was Henry Wilson. The ministers did not at his obsequies have a hard time to make out a good case as to his future destiny, as in one case where a clergyman, in offering consolation as to the departure of a man who had been very eminent, but went down through intemperance till he died in a snowbank, his rum jug beside him. At the obsequies of that unfortunate, the officiating pastor declared that the departed was a good Greek and Latin scholar. We have had United States senators who used the name of God rhetorically and talked grandly about virtue and religion, when at that moment they were so drunk they could scarcely stand up. But Henry Wilson was an old-fashioned Christian who had repented of his sins and put his trust in Christ. By profession he was a Congregationalist, but years ago he stood up in a Methodist meeting house and told how he had found the Lord, and recommending all the people to choose Christ as their portion, the same Christ about whom he was reading the very night before he died, in that little book called The Changed Cross, the more tender passages marked with his own lead pencil. And amid these poems of Christ, Henry Wilson had placed the pictures of his departed wife and departed son, for I suppose he thought as these were with Christ in heaven, their dear faces might as well be next to his name in the book. It was appropriate that our vice president expire in the Capitol buildings, the scene of so many years of his patriotic work. At the door of that marbled and pictured vice president's room, many a man has been obliged to wait because of the necessities of business, and to wait a great while before he could get in. But that morning, while the vice president was talking about taking a ride, a sable messenger arrived at the door, not halting a moment, not even knocking to see if he might get in, but passed up and smote lips into silence forever. The sable messenger, moving that morning through the splendid Capitol, stopped not to look at the mosaics or the fresco or the panels of Tennessee and Italian marble, but darted in and darted out in an instant, and his work was done. It is said that Charles Sumner was more scholarly, and that Stephen A. Douglas was a better organizer, and that John J. Crittenden was more eloquent. But calling up my memory of Henry Wilson, I have come to the conclusion that that life is grandly eloquent whose peroration is heaven. Dr. Talmage, in the Sunday Magazine. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Joan of Arc, born 1412, died 1431. The peasant maiden who delivered her country and became a martyr in its cause. No story of heroism has greater attractions for youthful readers than that of Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans. It would be long to tell how for hundreds of years the greatest jealousy and mistrust existed between England and France, and how constant disputes between their several sovereigns led to wars and tumults. How in the time of Henry V of England a state of wild confusion existed on the continent, and how that king also claimed to be King of France. How this fifth Henry was married to Catherine, daughter of King Charles, and how they were crowned King and Queen of France. How in the midst of his triumphs Henry died, and his son, an infant less than a year old, was declared king in his stead. How wars broke out, and how, at last, a simple maiden saved her country from the grasp of ambitious men. Hardly anything in history is more wonderful than the way in which she raised up to serve her country's need, and having served it, died a martyr in its cause. Joan of Arc, Maid of Orleans, was born in the forest of Gros, upon the Meuse, in the village of Domremy in Lorraine, in the year 1412. At this time, France was divided into two factions, the Burgundians and the Armagnacs, the former of whom favored the English cause, and the latter pledged to the cause of their country. Joan was the daughter of simple villagers. She was brought up religiously, and from her earliest youth is said to have seen visions and dreamed dreams. The one great dream of her life was, however, the deliverance of her country from foreign invasions and domestic broils. When only about 13 years of age, she announced to the astonished townspeople that she had a mission and that she meant to fulfill it. The disasters of the war reached Joan's home. A party of Burgundians dashed into Domremy, and the Armagnacs fled before them. Joan's family took refuge in the town of Neufchâteau, and she paid for their lodging at an inn by helping the mistress of the house. Here, in a more public place, it was soon seen and wondered at that such a young girl was so much interested in the war. Her parents were already angry that she would not marry. They began to be frightened now. Jacques d'Arc told one of his sons that sooner than let Joan go to the camp he would drown her with his own hands. She could not, however, be kept back. Very cautiously, and as though afraid to speak of such high things, she began to let fall hints of what she saw. Half frightened herself at what she said, she claimed to a neighbor, "There is now, between Colombey and Vaucouleurs, a maid who will cause the King of France to be crowned." Now came the turn in the war when all the strength of both sides was to be gathered up into one great struggle, and it was to be shown whether the king was to have his right or the usurper triumph. The real leaders of the war were the Duke of Bedford, Regent of England, and the captains of the French army. Bedford gathered a vast force, chiefly from Burgundy, and gave its command to the Earl of Salisbury. The army went on. They gained without a struggle the towns of Rambouillet, Pithouir, Zargines, and others. Then they encamped before the city of Orleans. To this point they drew their whole strength. Orleans taken, the whole country beyond was theirs, as it commanded the entrance to the river Loire and the southern provinces. And the only stronghold left to King Charles was the mountain country of Auvergne and Dauphine. The men of Orleans well knew how much depended upon their city. All that could be done they did, to prepare for a resolute defense. The siege of Orleans was one of the first in which cannon were used. Salisbury, visiting the works, a cannon broke a splinter from a casement which struck him and gave him his death wound. The Earl of Suffolk, who was appointed to succeed him, never had his full power. Suffolk could not tame the spirit of the men of Orleans by regular attack, so he tried other means. He resolved to block it up by surrounding it with forts and starve the people out. But for some time before the works were finished, food was brought into the city, while the French troops scouring the plains as often stopped the supplies coming to the English. Faster, however, than they were brought in, the provisions in Orleans wasted away, and through the dreary winter the citizens watched one fort after another rise around them. The enemy was growing stronger, they were growing weaker. They had no prospect before them but defeat. When the spring came would come the famine. Their city would be lost, and then their country. The eyes of all France were upon Orleans. News of the siege and of the distress came to Domremy, and Joan of Arc rose to action. Her mind was fixed to go and raise the siege of Orleans and crown Charles king. Not for one moment did she think it impossible or even unlikely. What God had called her to do, that she would carry out. She made no secret of her call, but went to Vaucouleurs and told de Briancourt that she meant to save France. At first the governor treated her lightly and told her to go home and dream about a sweetheart. But such was her earnestness that at last not only he, but thousands of other people believed in the mission of Joan of Arc. And so, before many days, she set out, with many noble attendants, to visit Charles at the castle of Chinon. On all who saw her, Joan's earnestness, singleness of heart, and deep piety made but one impression. Only the king remained undecided. He could hardly be roused to see her, but at last he named a day, and Joan of Arc had her desire and stood before him in the great hall of Chinon. 50 torches lighted the hall, which was crowded with knights and nobles. Joan, too self-forgetful to feel abashed, walked forward firmly. Charles had placed himself among his courtiers so that she should not know him. Not by inspiration, as they thought, but because with her enthusiasm she must have heard him described often and often, she at once singled him out and clasped his knees. Charles denied that he was the king. In the name of God, Joan answered, it no other but yourself. Most noble Lord Dauphin, I am Joan, the maid sent on the part of God to aid you and your kingdom, and by his command I announce to you that you shall be crowned in the city of Reims, and shall become his lieutenant in the realm of France. Charles led her aside, and told his courtiers afterward that in their private conversation she had revealed to him secrets. But all that she said appears to have been, I tell thee from my lord that thou art the true heir of France. A few days before, the king had offered a prayer for help only on condition that he was the rightful sovereign, and it has been well said that such a coincidence of idea on so obvious a topic seems very far from supernatural or even surprising. It is but one out of many proofs how ready everyone in those days was to believe in signs and wonders. Her fame spread wide. There went abroad all kinds of reports about her miraculous powers. Already the French began to hope and the English to wonder. The king still doubted, and so did his council. People in our own day who admire the wisdom of the Dark Ages would do well to study the story of Joan of Arc. She was taken before the University of Poitiers. 6 weeks did the learned doctors employ in determining whether Joan was sent by God or in league with the devil. She never made any claim to supernatural help beyond what she needed to fulfill her mission. She refused to give them a sign, saying that her sign would be at Orleans, the leading of brave men to battle. She boasted no attainments, declaring that she knew neither A nor B, only she must raise the siege of Orleans and crown the Dauphin. The friars sent to her old home to inquire about her and brought back a spotless report of her life. So, after the tedious examination, the judgment of the learned and wise men of Poitiers was that Charles might accept her services without peril to his soul. The vexatious delays over, Joan of Arc set out for Orleans. In the church of Fierbois, she had seen among other old weapons a sword marked with 5 crosses. For this she sent. When she left Vaucouleurs, she had put on a man's dress. Now she was clad in white armor. A banner was prepared under her directions. This also was white, strewn with the lilies of France. So much time had been lost that Joan was not at Blois till the middle of April. She entered the town on horseback. Her head was uncovered. All men admired her skillful riding and the poise of her lance. Joan carried all before her now. She brought spirit to the troops. The armor laid down was buckled on afresh when she appeared. The hearts of the people were lifted up. They would have died for her. Charles, who had been with the army, slipped back to Chinon, but he left behind him better and braver men, his 5 bravest leaders. Joan began her work gloriously by clearing the camp of all bad characters. Father Pasquerel bore her banner through the streets, while Joan, with the priests who followed, sang the litany and exhorted men to prepare for battle by repentance and prayer. In this, as in all else, she succeeded. When the English heard that Joan was really coming, they pretended to scorn her. Common report made Joan a prophet and a worker of miracles. Hearts beat higher in Orleans than they had done for months. More terror was in the English camp than it had ever known before. The English took no heed of Joan's order to submit. They little thought that in a fortnight they would flee before a woman. She entered the city at midnight. LaFayette and 200 men with lances were her escort. Though she had embarked close under an English fort, she was not molested. Untouched by the enemy, coming in the midst of the storm, bringing plenty, and the lights of her procession shining in the black night, we cannot wonder that the men of Orleans looked on her as in very truth the messenger of God. They flocked round her, and he who could touch but her horse was counted happy. Joan went straight to the cathedral, where she had the Te Deum chanted. The people thought that already they were singing their thanksgivings for victory. Despair was changed to hope, fear to courage. She was known as the Maid of Orleans. From the cathedral she went to the house of one of the most esteemed ladies of the town with whom she had chosen to live. A great supper had been prepared for her, but she took only a bit of bread sopped in wine before she went to sleep. By her orders, the next day an archer fastened to his arrow a letter of warning and shot it into the English lines. She went herself along the bridge and exhorted the enemy to depart. Sir William Gladsdale tried to conceal his fright by answering her with such rude words as made her weep. 4 days afterwards, the real terror of the English was shown. The Maid of Orleans and LaFayette went to meet the second load of provisions. As it passed close under the English lines, not an arrow was shot against it. Not a man appeared. Joan of Arc was now to win as much glory by her courage as before her very name had brought. While she was lying down to rest that same afternoon, the townspeople went out to attack the Bastille of Saint-Loup. They had sent her no word of the fight, but Joan started suddenly from her bed, declaring that her voices told her to go against the English. She put on her armor, mounted her horse, and with her banner in her hand, galloped through the street. The French were retreating, but they gathered again round her white banner, and Joan led them on once more. Her spirit rose with the thickness of the fight. She dashed right into the midst. The battle raged for 3 hours round the Bastille of Saint-Loup. Then Joan led on the French to storm it. Joan of Arc, the Maid of Orleans, had gained her first victory. The day after there was no fighting, for it was the Feast of the Ascension. Joan had been first in the fight yesterday. She was first in prayer today. She brought many of the soldiers to their knees for the first time in their lives. All along, the captains had doubted the military skill of the simplest girl they had ever seen, and they did not call her to the council that they held that day. They resolved to attack the English forts on the southern and weakest side. After a little difficulty, Joan consented when she was told of it. The next day, before daybreak, she took her place with LaFayette on a small island in the Loire, from whence they crossed in boats to the southern bank. Their hard day's work was set about early. Joan would not wait for more troops, but began to fight at once. The English joined 2 garrisons together, and thus for a time overpowered the French as they attacked the Bastille of the Augustines. Carried on for a little while with the flying, Joan soon turned round again upon the enemy. The sight of the witch, as they thought her, was enough. The English screened themselves from her and her charms behind their walls. Help was coming up for the French. They made a fresh attack. The Bastille was taken and set on fire. Joan returned to the city slightly wounded in the foot. The only fort left to the English was their first made and strongest, the Bastille de Tournai. It was held by the picked men of their army, Gladsdale and his company. The French leaders wished to delay its attack until they had fresh soldiers. This suited Joan little. "You have been to your council," she said, "and I have been to mine. Be assured that the counsel of my lord will hold good, and that the counsel of men will perish." The hearts of the people were with her. The leaders thought it best to give in. Victory followed wherever she led, and after several actions at which she took active part, the siege was raised. It began on the 12th of October, 1428, and was raised on the 14th of May, 1429. Even now, in Orleans, the 14th of May is held sacred, that day on which, in 1429, the citizens watched the English line growing less and less in the distance. Joan of Arc had even yet done but half her work. Neither Charles nor Henry had been crowned. That the crown should be placed on Charles's head was what she still had to accomplish. Though we have always spoken of him as king, he was not so in reality until this had been done. He was strictly but the Dauphin. Bedford wished much that young Henry should be crowned, for let Charles once have the holy crown on his brow and the oil of anointing on his head, and let him stand where for hundreds of years his fathers had stood to be consecrated kings of France, in the cathedral of Rheims, before his people as their king, Any crowning afterwards would be a mockery. Charles was now with the court of Tours. Rheims was a long way off in the north, and to get there would be a work of some difficulty. Yet get there he must, for the coronation could not take place anywhere else. Joan went to Tours, and falling before him, she begged him to go and receive his crown, saying that when her voices gave her this message, she was marvelously rejoiced. Charles did not seem much rejoiced to receive it. He said a great deal about the dangers of the way, and preferred that the other English posts on the Loire should be taken first. It must have been very trying to one so quick and eager as Joan to deal with such a person, but good or bad, he was her king. She was not idle because she could not do exactly as she wished. She set out with the army at once. The news flew onwards. The inhabitants of Chalon and of Rheims rose and turned out the Burgundian garrisons. The king's way to Rheims was one triumph, and amidst the shouts of the people he entered Rheims on the 16th of July. The next day, Charles VII was crowned. The visions of the maid had been fulfilled. By her arms, Orleans had been saved. Through her means, the king stood there. She was beside the king at the high altar, with her banner displayed, and when the service was over, she knelt before him with streaming eyes, saying, "Gentle king, now is done the pleasure of God, who willed that you should come to Rheims and be anointed, showing that you are the true king, and he to whom the kingdom should belong." All eyes were upon her as the savior of her country. She might have secured everything for herself, but she asked no reward. She was content to have done her duty. And of all that was offered her, the only thing she would accept was that Domremy should be free forever from any kind of tax. So until the time of the first French Revolution, the collectors wrote against the name of the village as it stood in their books, "Nothing for the maid's sake." Joan of Arc said that her work was done. She had seen her father and her uncle in the crowd, and with many tears she begged the king to let her go back with them and keep her flocks and herds, and do all as she had been used to do. Never had man or woman done so much with so simple a heart. But the king and his advisers knew her power over the people, and their entreaties that she would stay with them prevailed. So she let her father and her uncle depart without her. They must have had enough to tell when they reached home. We have little heart to tell the rest of the story. At length the king reached Paris, and the Duke of Bedford was away in Normandy. Joan wished to attack the city, and it was done. Many of the soldiers were jealous of her, and they fought only feebly. They crossed the first ditch round the city, but found the second full of water. Joan was trying its depth with her lance when she was seriously wounded. She lay on the ground cheering the troops, calling for faggots and bundles of wood to fill the trench, nor would she withdraw until the evening, when the Duke of Alençon persuaded her to give up the attempt, as it had prospered so ill. Were it not so wicked and so shameful, it might be laughable to think of the king's idleness. It is really true that he longed for his lovely Chinon and a quiet life, as a tired child longs to go to sleep. He made his misfortune at Paris, which would have stirred up almost anyone else to greater exertions, an excuse for getting away. The troops were sent to winter quarters. He went back across the Loire now, when the English leader was away, and the chief towns in the north ready to submit. Had he but shown himself a man, he might have gained his capital and the whole of the north of France. The spirit lately roused for him was down again. It seemed really not worth while to fight for a king who would not attend to business for more than 2 months together. We know little more of the Maid of Orleans in the winter than that she continued with the army. After her defeat at Paris, she hung her armor up in the church at St. Denis, and made up her mind to go home. The entreaties of the French leaders prevailed again, for though they were jealous of her and slighted her on every occasion, they knew her power and were glad to get all out of her that they could. In December, Joan and all her family were made nobles by the king. They changed their name from Arc to du Lys, Lys being French for lily, the flower of France, as the rose is of England, and they were given the lily of France for their coat of arms. With the return of spring, the king's troops marched into the northern provinces. Charles would not leave Chinon. The army was utterly disorderly and had no idea what to set about. Joan showed herself as brave as ever in such fighting as there was, but doubting whether she was in her right place or her wrong one, in the midst of fierce and lawless men, nothing pointed out for her to do. Her situation was most miserable. The Duke of Gloucester sent out a proclamation to strengthen the hearts of the English troops against her. The title was Against the Feeble-Minded Captains and Soldiers Who Are Terrified by the Incantations of the Maid. A long and troublesome passage had Joan of Arc from this bad world to her home in heaven, where dwelt those whom she called her brothers of paradise. Her faith was to be tried in the fire, purified 7 times. All the French army were jealous of her. The governor of the fortress of Compiègne was cruel and tyrannical beyond all others, even in that age. Compiègne was besieged by the English. Joan threw herself bravely into the place. She arrived there on the 24th of May, and that same evening she headed a party who went out of the gates to attack the enemy. Twice they were driven back by her, but seeing more coming up, she made the sign to go back. She kept herself the last. The city gate was partly closed, so that but few could pass in at once. In the confusion, she was separated from her friends, but she still fought bravely, until an archer from Picardy seized her and dragged her from her horse. She struggled, but was obliged to give up, and so the Maid of Orleans was taken prisoner. Joan was first taken to the quarters of John of Luxembourg. Her prison was changed many times, but the English were eager to have her in their own power. In November, John of Luxembourg sold her to them for a large sum of money. When she was in his prison, she had tried twice to escape. She could not try now. She was put in the great tower of the castle of Rouen, confined between iron gratings, with irons upon her feet. Her guards offered her all kinds of rudeness, and even John of Luxembourg was so mean as to go and rejoice over her in her prison. It would have been a cruel thing to put her to death as a prisoner of war, but those were dark days, and such things were often done. The desire of the English was to hold Joan up to public scorn as a witch, and to prove that she had dealings with the devil. With this wicked object, they put her on trial. They found Frenchmen ready enough to help them. One Canchon, Bishop of Beauvais, even petitioned that the trial might be under his guidance. He had his desire. He was appointed the first judge, and 102 other learned Frenchmen were found ready to join him. Before these false judges, Joan of Arc was called. As simple a girl as she was when just 2 years before she left Domremy. All that malice and rage could do was done against her. She was alone before her enemies. Day after day they tried hard to find new and puzzling questions for her, to make her false on her own showing, to make her deny her visions or deny her God. They could not. Clear-headed, simple-hearted she had been always, and she was so still. She showed the faith of a Christian, the patience of a saint, in all her answers. Piety and wisdom were with her, wickedness and folly with her enemies. They tried to make evil out of 2 things in particular: her banner, with which it was declared she worked charms, and the tree she used to dance around when she was a child, where they said she went to consult the fairies. Concerning her banner, Joan said that she had carried it on purpose to spare the sword, so that she might not kill anyone with her own hand. Of the tree, she denied that she knew anything about fairies or was acquainted with anyone who had seen them there. She was tormented with questions as to whether the saints spoke English when she saw them, what they wore, how they smelt, whether she helped the banner or the banner her, whether she was in mortal sin when she rode the horse belonging to the Bishop of Senlis, whether she could commit mortal sin, whether the saints hated the English. Every trap they could lay for her they laid. She answered all clearly. When she had forgotten anything, she said so. Her patience never gave way. She was never confused. When asked whether she was in a state of grace, she said, "If I am not, I pray to God to bring me to it, and if I am, may he keep me in it." After all, they did not dare condemn her. Try as they could draw nothing from her that was wrong. They teased her to give the matter into the hands of the church. She put the church in heaven, and its head above the church on earth and the Pope. The English were afraid that after all she might escape, and pressed on the judgment. The lawyers at Rouen would say nothing, neither would the chapter. The only way to take was to send the report of the trial to the University of Paris and wait the answer. On the 19th of May arrived the answer from Paris. It was this: that the Maid of Orleans was either a liar or in alliance with Satan and with Behemoth, that she was given to superstition, most likely an idolater, that she lowered the angels and vainly boasted and exalted herself, that she was a blasphemer and a traitor thirsting for blood, a heretic and an apostate. Yet they would not burn her at once. They would first disgrace her in the eyes of people. This was done on the 23rd of May. A scaffold was put up behind the cathedral of St. Onnen. Here in solemn state sat the Cardinal of Winchester, 2 judges, and 33 helpers. On another scaffold was Joan of Arc in the midst of guards, notaries to take reports, and the most famous preacher of France to admonish her. Below was seen the rack upon a cart. The preacher began his discourse. Joan let him speak against herself, but she stopped him when he spoke against the king, that king for whom she had risked everything, but who was dreaming at Chinon, and had not stretched out a finger to save her. Their labor was nearly lost. Her enemies became furious. Persuading was of no use. She refused to go back from anything she had said or done. Her instant death was threatened if she continued obstinate, but if she would recant, she was promised deliverance from the English. "I will sign," she said at last. The cardinal drew a paper from his sleeve with a short denial. She put her mark on it. They kept their promise of mercy by passing this sentence upon her: "Joan, we condemn you, through our grace and moderation, to pass the rest of your days in prison, to eat the bread of grief and drink the water of anguish, and to bewail your sins." When she went back to prison, there was published through Rouen, not the short denial she had signed, but one 6 pages long. Joan was taken back to the prison from whence she came. The next few days were the darkest and saddest of all her life, yet they were the darkest before the dawn. She had, in the paper which she signed, promised to wear a woman's dress again, and she did so. Her enemies had now a sure hold on her. They could make her break her own oath. In the night her woman's dress was taken away, and man's clothes put in their place. She had no choice in the morning what to do. As soon as it was day, Canchon and the rest made haste to the prison to see the success of their plot. Canchon laughed and said, "She is taken. No more hope for her on earth, no friend with her, save that in the fiery furnace was one like unto the Son of God." Brought before her judges, Joan only said why she had put on her old dress. They could not hide their delight, and joked and laughed among themselves. God sent her hope and comfort. She knew that the time of her deliverance was near. She was to be set free by fire. They appointed the day after the morrow for her burning, but a few hours' notice was given her. She wept when she heard that she was to be burnt alive, but after a while she exclaimed, "I shall be tonight in paradise." 800 Englishmen conducted her to the marketplace. On her way, the wretched priest L'Osseleur threw himself on the ground before her and begged her to forgive him. 3 scaffolds had been set up. On one sat the cardinal with all his train. Joan and her enemies were on another. The third, a great towering pile built up so high that what happened on it should be in sight of all the town, had upon it the stake to which she was to be tied. Canchon began to preach to her. Her faith never wavered. Her Savior, her best friend, was with her. To him she prayed aloud before the gathered multitude. She declared that she forgave her enemies and begged her friends to pray for her. Even Canchon and the cardinal shed tears. But they hastened to dry their eyes and read the condemnation. All the false charges were named, and she was given over to death. They put her on the scaffold and bound her fast to the stake. Looking round on the crowd of her countrymen who stood looking over, she exclaimed, "O Rouen, I fear thou wilt suffer for my death." A mitre was placed on her head with the words, "Relapsed heretic, apostate, idolater." Canchon drew near to listen whether even now she would not say something to condemn herself. Her only words were, "Bishop, I die through your means." Of the worthless king she said, "That which I have well or ill done, I did it of myself. The king did not advise me." These were her last words about earthly matters. The flames burnt from the foot of the pile, but the monk who held the cross before her did not move. He heard her from the midst of the fire call upon her Savior. Soon she bowed her head and cried aloud, "Jesus," and she went to be with him forever. We have little to add of the character of the Maid of Orleans. She was simple amid triumph and splendor, unselfish when she might have had whatever she had asked, humane and gentle even on the battlefield, patient in the midst of the greatest provocation, brave in the midst of suffering, firm in the faith and hope when all beside were cast down, blameless and holy in her life when all beside were wicked and corrupt. The English never recovered from the blow struck by the Maid. Their power in France gradually weakened. In 1435, peace was made between Charles VII and the Duke of Burgundy. One by one, the ill-gotten gains were given up, and the English king lost even the French provinces he inherited. In the year 1451, the only English possession in France was the town of Calais. This, too, was lost about 100 years after, in the reign of Queen Mary. Yet the kings of England kept the empty title of kings of France and put the lilies of France in their coat of arms until the middle of the reign of George III. The last incident in the strange story of Joan of Arc remains to be told. 10 years after her execution, to the amazement of all who knew him, Charles VII suddenly shook off his idleness and blazed forth a wise king, an energetic ruler. Probably in this, his better state of mind, he thought with shame and sorrow of Joan of Arc. In the year 1456, he ordered a fresh inquiry to be made. At this, everyone was examined who had known or seen her at any period of her short life. The judgment passed on her before was contradicted, and she was declared a good and innocent woman. They would have given the whole world then to have had her back and have made amends to her for their foul injustice. But the opinions of men no longer mattered to her. The 25 years since she had been burnt at Rouen had been the first 25 of her uncounted eternity of joy. The righteous perisheth, and no man layeth it to heart. And merciful men are taken away, none considering that the righteous is taken away from the evil to come. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Song of Work. Many phases and many examples. Music. In every leaf and flower the pulse of music beats, and works the changes hour by hour in those divine retreats. Alike in star and clod one melody resides, which is the working will of God, beyond all power besides. It is by angels heard, by all of lower birth, the silent music of the Word, who works in heaven and earth. For music order is to which all work belongs, and in this wondrous world of His, work is the song of songs. Divine Workers. The Father hitherto and His eternal Son work, and still have work to do with each successive Son. O bow the heart in awe, and work as with the Lord, who with His everlasting law works on in sweet accord. Work is the law of love which rules the world below, which rules the brighter world above, through which, like God, we grow. And this and every day the work of love is rest, in which our sorrows steal away, which cares may not infest. The will of God. With heart as strong as fate, brave worker girt and shod, adore and know that naught is great except the will of God. O sweet, sweet light of day, through which such wonders run, thou ownest in thy glorious sway allegiance to the sun. And thou, O human will, as wondrous as the light, canst thou thy little trust fulfill, save through another's might? With heart to conquer fate, brave worker girt and shod, work on and know that He is great who does the will of God. Laborare est orare. To labor is to pray, as some dear saint has said, and with this truth for many a day have I been comforted. The Lord has made me bold when I have labored most, and with His gifts so manifold has given the Holy Ghost. When I have idle been until the sun went down, mine eyes so dim have never seen His bright prophetic crown. O praise the Lord for work which maketh time so fleet, in which accusers never lurk, whose end is very sweet. Birds of Grace. O little birds of grace, today ye sweetly sing, yea, make my heart your nesting place, and all your gladness bring. When ye are in my heart, how swiftly pass the days, the fears and doubts of life depart, and leave their room to praise. My work I find as play, and all day long rejoice, but if I linger on my way, I hear this warning voice. With fervor work and pray, and let not coldness come, or the birds of grace will fly away to seek a warmer home. Duty. O work that duty shows through her revealing light, it is in thee my bosom glows with infinite delight. The shadows flee away like mist before the sun, and thy achievement seems to say, the will of God is done. Ah, what if duty seem a mistress cold and stern? Can he who owns her rule supreme from her caresses turn? O work that duty shows, in light so fair and clear, whoever thy completion knows is minded heaven is near. Moses. In Pharaoh's dazzling court no work did Moses find that could heroic life support and fill his heart and mind. Beneath their grievous task did not his kindred groan, and a great voice above him asked, "Dost thou thy brethren own?" The work which duty meant at length he found and did, and built a grander monument than any pyramid. Sometimes his eyes were dim, all signs he could not spell, yet he endured as seeing him who is invisible. Discoverers. In search of greener shores, the Northmen braved the seas, and reached those faith-illumined rowers, our dear Hesperides. And when oblivion swept all their work away, and left for faith to feed upon but shadows lean and gray, Columbus dreamed the dream which fired a southern clime, and hailed a world, O toil supreme, as from the womb of time. God's dauntless witnesses for toil invincible, they gazed across uncharted seas on the invisible. God's order. In gazing into heaven, in idle ecstasy, what progress make ye to the haven where ye at length would be? In heaven-appointed work the sure ascension lies. O never yet did drone or shirk make headway to the skies. Who in his heart rebels has never ears to hear the morning and the evening bells on yonder shores so clear. For work communion is with God's one order here, and all the secret melodies which fill our lives with cheer. David. In action day by day, King David's manhood grew, a character to live for aye, it was so strong and true. Hordes of misrule became as stubble to the fire, till songs of praise like leaping flame burst from his sacred lyre. He grappled with all rude and unpropitious things, a garden from the solitude smiled to the King of Kings. And fiercer yet the strife with mighty foes within, who stormed the fortress of his life and triumphed in his sin. Good out of evil. True David halted not when sin had cast him down, upon his royal life a blot, death reaching for his crown. His work was but half done, a man of action still, he struggled in the gloaming sun to do his Maker's will. Till in the golden light great words began to shine. In sorrow is exalting might, repentance is divine. And now the shepherd king, we count the human sire of one who turns our hungering into achieved desire. Elijah. Elijah through the night which shrouded Israel, in toiling groping for the light, foretold Emmanuel. And in heroic trust, the night would yield to day, his imperfections thick as dust along the desert way. His bold rebuking cry heard in the wilderness, till from the chariot of the sky his mantle fell to bless. The stern half-savage seer became a prophecy of gladness and the golden year in all high minstrelsy. Alamahus the monk. How well he wrought who stood against an ancient wrong, and left the spangles of his blood to light the sky of song. A gladiatorial show, and 80,000 men, for savage pastime all aglow, O marvel there and then. An unknown monk his life, defenseless interposed, forbade the old barbaric strife, the red arena closed. That unrecovered rout, those fire shafts from the sun, O Telemach, who shall doubt thy master's will was done? Washington. The deeds of Washington were lit with patriot flame. A crown for liberty he won, and won undying fame. He heard his country's cry, he heard her bugle call. 'Twas sweet to live for her or die, her cause was all in all. He heard the psalm of peace, he sought again the plough. O civic toil, canst thou increase the laurels for his brow? As with a father's hand he led the infant state, Colossus of his native land, he still is growing great. Lincoln. God placed on Lincoln's brow a sad, majestic crown. All enmity is friendship now, and martyrdom renown. A mighty-hearted man, he toiled at freedom's side, and lived as only heroes can, the truth in which he died. Like Moses' eyes so dim, all signs he could not spell, yet he endured as seeing him who is invisible. His life was under one who made and loveth all, and when his mighty work was done, how grand his coronal. Garfield. Of Garfield's finished days, so fair and all too few, destruction which at noonday strays could not the work undo. A martyr prostrate calm, I learn anew that pain achieves as God's subduing psalm what else were all in vain. Like Samson in his death with mightiest labor rife, the moments of thy halting breath were grandest of thy life. And now amid the gloom which pierces mortal years, there shines a star above thy tomb to smile away our tears. Not too near. O workers brave and true, whose lives are full of song, I dare not take too near a view, lest I should do you wrong. I only look to see the marks of sacrifice, the heraldry of sympathy, which can alone suffice. For nothing else is great, however proudly won, or has the light to indicate the will of God is done. Ah, who would judge what fire will surely burn away, and ask not what doth God require at the eternal day. Stonewall Jackson. God somehow owns the creeds that seem so much amiss, what time they bear heroic deeds above analysis. How in his burning zeal did Stonewall breast his fate, converted to his country's weal with fame beyond debate. Sincere and strong of heart, in very truth he thought, his ensign signaled duty's part, and as he thought he fought. And truth baptized in blood, as many a time before, gave honor to his soldierhood, though trailed the flag he bore. Work its own reward. O worker with the Lord, to crown thee with success, believe thy work its own reward, let self be less and less. In all things be sincere, afraid not of the light, a prophet of the golden year in simply doing right. And be content to serve a little one of God, in loyalty without reserve, a hero armored, shod. O this dear life of thine, of every charm bereft, will crumble in the fire divine, not, but ashes left. Now and here. O not tomorrow o'er afar, thy work is now and here. Thy bosom holds the fairest star, dost see it shining clear? The nearest things are great, remotest very small, to him with eyes to penetrate the silent coronal. So deep the basis lies of life's great pyramid, that out of reach with common eyes prophetic work is hid. His reign for which we pray, his kingdom undefiled, whose scepter shall not pass away, is in a little child. A little child. Come hither, little child, and bring thy heart to me. Thou art the true and unbeguiled, so full of melody. The presence of a child has taught me more of heaven, and more my heart has reconciled than Greece's immortal 7. For when I sometimes think that life is void of song, before a little child I sink, and own that I am wrong. And lo, my heart grows bright, that was so dark and drear, till in the tender morning light I find the Lord is near. Divine Presence. O when the Lord is near, the rainbow banners wave, the star I follow shineth clear, I am no more a slave. As if to honor him, my work is true and free, and flowing to the shining brim, the cup of heaven I see. I marvel not the song should be employment there, in which the innumerable throng their palms of triumph bear, or that the choral strife and golden harps express the stirring labors of the life of peace and righteousness. Death in life. The song of work I know has here its minor tone, and in its ever-changing flow death in life is known. Discordant notes, alas, so often cleave the air, and smite the music as they pass, and leave their poison there. And oft, ah me, from some wild region of the heart, will startling imitations come, and peace at once depart. With open foes without, and secret foes within, his heart must needs be brave and stout, that would life's battle win. Evil. In the great kindness through which I hold my way, is there no refuge from distress, where foes are kept at bay? Saint Anthony of old could not from evil flee, the desert cave was found to hold his mortal enemy. And knew untiring Paul the world's relentless scorn, while in his flesh amid it all he bore another thorn. Our common lot is cast in a great camp of pain. Until the night be overpast, some foe will yet remain. With his foes. The king of beasts was dead, by an old hero slain. Did dreams of honey for his bread dance through the hero's brain? Or did he chafe at this, that pain is everywhere? Down, down, thou fabled right to bliss, life is to do and bear. Beguiled, enslaved, made blind, yet unsubdued in will, he kept the old heroic mind to serve his country still. And in recovered might pulled the tall pillars down, died with his foes, that was his right, and built his great renown. For his foes. Devotion all supreme throbs in the mighty psalm of one who filled our highest dream and poured his healing balm, whose worlds inherited and yet renounced them all, who had not where to lay his head and drank the cup of gall, who emptied of his power became the foremost man, calm at the great prophetic hour through which God's purpose ran, who in the darkest fight imagination knows, saluted thee, eternal light, and died as for his foes. The Master. The Master many a day in pain and darkness wrought, through death to life he held his way, all lands the glory caught. And he unlocked the gain, shut up in grievous loss, and made the stairs to heaven as plain as his uplifted cross. The stairs of pain and woe in all the work on earth, upon which the patient toilers go to their eternal birth. O Master, Master mine, I read the legend now, to work and suffer is divine, all radiant on thy brow. Life in death. Strong children of decay, ye live by perishing. Tomorrow thrives on dead today, and joy on suffering. The labor of your hearts, like that of brain and hands, shall be for gain in other marts, for bread in other lands. And will you now despond amid consuming toil, when there is hope and joy beyond which death cannot despoil? Herein all comfort is, in usefulness and zeal. The Lord announces who are his, and gives eternal weal. Sacrifice. Through stern and ruthless years, beyond the ken of man, all filled with ruin, pain, and tears, has God worked out his plan. Change on the heels of change, like bloodhounds in the chase, has swept the earth in tireless range, spangled with heavenly grace. At last the mystery of the great cross of Christ, read with a worldwide agony, the God-man sacrificed. And from the sacrifice, the 7 great notes of peace, which pierce the clouds beneath all skies till pain and sorrow cease. The mind of Christ. Into the surging world, upon thy lips his word, and in thy hand his flag unfurled. Go, soldier of the Lord. Like him who came from far to toil for our release, and framed the startling notes of war out of the psalm of peace. And all the recompense which thou wilt ever need shall kindle in the throbbing sense of this life-laden creed. Grace has for him sufficed who has St. Michael's heart, the fullness of the mind of Christ, to do a hero's part. Sympathy. The Master we revere, who bled on Calvary, to fill us with heroic cheer, abides eternally. From his ascended heights, above the pain and ruth, to all his servants he delights to come in grace and truth. His presence is so dear, his face so brave and fair, that all our heavy burdens here he somehow seems to share. Co-partner in our work, he every pain beguiles. How can the fear of failure lurk in that on which he smiles? Love for love. Master, for thy dear sake I bear my anguish now, and in thy blessed cross partake, whose sign is on my brow. For thy dear sake I toil, who didst so toil for me. O more than balm or wine or oil, the cheer that comes from thee. For thy dear sake I live, a servant unto all, and know that thou wilt surely give thyself as coronal. For thy dear sake I watch, and keep my flag unfurled, until her golden gleam I catch, sweet evening of the world. Conclusion. True worker with the Lord, he labors not for hire. Co-partner in the sure reward, what can he more desire? Sometimes his eyes are dim, all signs he cannot spell, yet he endures as seeing him who is invisible. The work he ought is bliss, the highest thing to crave, and all his life is found in this memorial for his grave. A worker with the Lord, he sought no other name, and found therein enough reward, enough of fame. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Alvin S. Southworth, Crossing the Nubian Desert. This gentleman, a member of the American Geographical Society, has furnished in the columns of the Sunday magazine the following picture of his experience in crossing the most perilous of the African deserts. Those who have not actually undergone the hardships of African travel almost always believe that the most dangerous desert routes are found in the Great Sahara. Such is not the fact. The currency given to this popular delusion is doubtless due to the immensity of the arid waste extending from the Mediterranean to the Sudan, and which is deceptive in its imagined dangers because of its large area. All travelers who have made the transit of the Nubian Desert from Carrasco, situated between the first and second cataracts, southward across the burning sands of the Nubian Desert, a distance of 425 miles, concur in the statement that it is an undertaking unmatched in its severity and rigors by any like journey over the treeless and shrubless spaces of the earth. The flight of a Tartar tribe, as told by DeQuincy, in his matchless descriptive style, carrying his readers with him through scenes of an almost unparalleled warfare, privation, and cruelty, until the remnant of the Asiatic band stands beneath the shadow of the Chinese wall to receive the welcome of their deliverer, but imperfectly portrays the physical suffering that must be endured in the solitude of the most dangerous of African deserts. Let me therefore briefly record my life in the Nubian Desert, at a time when I was filled with the hopes and ambitions which led Bruce, in the last century, to the fountains of the Blue Nile, and but a few years since guided Speke and Grant, Sir Samuel Baker, and Stanley to the great basin of the major river, and determined the general geography of the equatorial regions. It was in the middle of January, after a pleasant journey up the Nile from Lower Egypt, on board a luxuriously fitted-up dahabeah, that I arrived in Carrasco, a Nubian village about 1,000 miles from the Mediterranean. The ascent of the Nile was simply a prolonged feast in this comfortable sailing craft, with the panorama of imposing temples and gigantic ruins relieving the dreary monotony of the river banks. The valley of this ancient stream, from the first cataract, where it ceases to be navigable, to Cairo, is remarkable alone to the traveler for its vast structures and mausoleums. The sikas and shadoffs, which are employed to raise water from the river, in order that it may be used for irrigation, suggest that no improvement has been made in Egyptian farming for 4,000 years. But the smoke curling away from tall chimneys and the noise of busy machinery in the midst of extensive fields of sugar cane remind us that Egypt has become one of the greatest sugar-producing powers of the East. From the site of ancient Memphis to Carrasco, comprising about 6 degrees of latitude, the soil under cultivation rarely extends beyond the distance of a mile into the interior, while eastward and westward is one vast uninhabited waste, the camping ground of the Bedouins, who roam from river to sea in predatory bands, leading otherwise aimless lives. Thinly populated, and now without the means of subsisting large communities, Upper Egypt can never become what it was when, as we are taught, the walls of Thebes enclosed 4 millions of people, and the Nile was bridged from shore to shore. Turning from this strange land, I encamped on the border of the Nubian Desert and prepared to set out on camelback toward the sources of the Nile. In conjunction with the local officials, I began the necessary preparations, which involved the selection of 42 camels, 3 donkeys, and 19 servants. My ample provision and preparation consisted of the camel's feed, durra and barley, stowed in plated saddlebags, filling the goatskins with water, each containing an average of 5 gallons. 80 were required for the journey. 3 sheep, a coop full of chickens, a desert range, a wall tent, with the other supplies, made up over 10,000 pounds of baggage as our caravan, entering the northern door of the barren and dreary steppe, felt its way through a deep ravine paved with boulders, shifting sands, and dead camels. We soon left the bluffs and crag which form the barrier between the Nile and the desolate land beyond, and then indeed the real journey began. Our camp apparatus was quite simple, consisting of a few plates, knives and forks, blankets and rugs, a kitchen tent, and a pine table. And this outfit formed the nucleus of our nomadic village, not omitting the rough cooking utensils. I recall now one of these strange scenes in that distant region, under the cloudless sky, beneath the Southern Cross. A few feet distant from my canvas chateau was my aged Arab cook, manipulating his coals, his tongs, and preparing the hissing mutton, the savory pigeons, and potatoes. The cook is the most popular man on such an expedition, and is neither to be coaxed nor driven. The baggage camels were disposed upon the ground, a few yards distant, eating their grain and uttering those loud, yelping, beseeching sounds, a compound of an elephant's trumpet and a lion's roar, which were taken up, repeated by the chorus, and re-echoed by the hills. These patient animals, denuded of their loads and water, the latter having been corded in mats, became quiet only with sleep. Add to these scenes and uproar the deafening volubility of 29 Arabs and Nubians, each shouting within the true barbaric key, the 7/8 nudity of the blacks, the elaborate and flashing wear of the upper servants, and the small asperities of this my menial world. All of these with a refreshing breeze, a clear atmosphere, the air laden with ozone and electric life, the sky inviting the serenest contemplation, with the great moon thrice magnified as it rose, and I recall an evening when I was supremely content. Piloted by the carcasses of decayed camels, we took up our route in the morning, led by our guide, and soon emerged on the sublimest scenery of the desert. Our line of travel lay through the center of grand elliptical amphitheaters, which called to mind the Colosseum at Rome and the exhumed arena at Pompeii. The eroded structures, wrought by the hand of nature at some remote period, were floored over by hard, gravelly sand, enclosed by lofty, semicircular sides, and vaulted only by the blue sky, and are among the grandest primitive formations I have ever seen. From the maroon shade of the sand to the dark, craggy appearance of the terraced rocks, there is as much variety as can be found in landscape without verdure and in solitude without civilization. These amphitheaters are linked together by narrow passages, and so perfect were the formations that 4 doorways, breaking the view into quadrants, were often seen. The view broadened and lengthened day by day until our journey lay through a plain of billowing sand. Then the sun grew fierce and intolerable. The lips began to crack, the eyebrows and mustache were burned to a light blonde, the skin peeled, and the tongue became parched, while the fine sand, ever present in the hot wind, left its deposits in the delicate membranes of the eye. It is thus that a period of 10 hours in the saddle day after day, under the scorching sun, takes the edge off the romance of travel, and calls to one's mind the green lawn, the sparkling fountains, and the beauties of a more tolerable zone. We were making about 30 miles a day, sleeping soundly at night, when the ever-watchful hyena and occasionally a troop of wild asses would pay us their nocturnal visits, and upon the 4th morning we began to approach the shores of the mirage seas. These atmospheric phenomena on the Nubian desert are not only very perfect imitations of real lakes, but have on many occasions inveigled expeditions away, to perish of heat and thirst. A little time before my expedition to Central Africa, a body of Egyptian troops crossing this desert found their water almost at a boiling point in the skins, and nearly exhausted. They beheld, a few miles distant, an apparent lake overshadowed by a forest, and bordered with verdure and shrubbery. Although told by the guide that it was an illusion, they broke ranks, started off in pursuit of the sheet of water, chasing the aerial phantom, although it receded with the pace of their approach. At last they sunk down from thirst and fatigue and died. 12 hours on the Nubian desert without water means a certain and terrible death, and even to this day, having been near such an end, with all of its indescribable anguish, I seldom raise a glass of water to my lips that I do not recall a day when I lay upon the burning sand, awaiting with impatience the moment that should snap asunder the vital cord and give peace to my burning body. A mirage certainly presents an incomparable scenic effect. Once in its midst, you are encompassed by an imponderable mirror. It reflects the rocks, the mountains, the stray mimosa trees, and reproduces by inverted mirage every prominent object of the extended landscape. It has the blue of polished platinum and lies like a motionless sea, stretching away from the craggy bluffs. Sometimes during the noonday heat it dances within a few yards of the caravan, and gives motion to every object within its area, changing the waste to the semblance of rolling seas, peopled with the semblance of men. Attacked by semi-blindness, with a blistering nose and lips almost sealed to speech because of the agony of attempted articulation, I found the 5th day brought me to the extreme of suffering, when a terrific simoon burst over the desert, gathering up and dispersing the sands with indescribable fury. My mouth and nostrils were filled with earthly atoms, and my eyes were filled with irritating particles. The storm grew so dense and awful that it became a tornado, and we were soon enveloped in total darkness. All routes of travel were obliterated, and destruction threatened my command. These sand spouts are frequent, making a clean swath, burying alike man and beast, and often they blow for weeks. During the approach of one of these death-dealing simoons, I noted a sublime phenomenon. To southward were fine equidistant sand spouts rising perpendicularly to a great height and losing their swelling capitals in the cloud. They seemed to stand as majestic columns supporting the vault of the sky, and the supernatural architecture was further heightened by mirage lakes, whose waters seemed to dash against the pillars as the green of doomed palms waved through the colonnade. The spectacle appeared like the ruin of a supernatural pantheon once reared by the banks of the Nile, whose welcome in real waters greeted my eye after a 14 days' journey, which I trust I may never be called upon to repeat. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. A forbidden topic, which some people persist in introducing. Why don't they stop it? Why do some people persist, spite of my hopes and prayers, my silent tears and protestations, in asking if I'm well, when I'm before their eyes apparently the personification of health? Why am I of that unfortunate class of beings who are afflicted with friends, heaven defend me from such friends, who appear to take a fiendish delight in recounting to me my real, or by them, imagined ill looks, who come into my presence, and scrutinizing me closely, inquire, with what looks to me like a shade of anxiety, "Are you sick?" And if I, in astonishment, echo, "Sick? Why, no, I never felt better in my life," observe with insulting mock humility, "Oh, excuse me, I thought you looked badly," and turn again to other subjects. But I do not flatter myself they are done with me. I know their evil working dispositions are far from satisfied, and presently they renew the attack by asking, still more obnoxiously, "My dear, are you sure you are quite well today? You certainly are pale." And if I, thus severely cross-questioned, am induced to admit, half sarcastically, and perhaps just to note the effect, that I have, as who has not, a little private ache somewhere here about me, that, by the way, I considered was only mine to bear, and therefore nobody's business but my own, and which may have been happily forgotten for a few moments, I have removed the barrier, given the opportunity desired, and the flood rushes in. "I knew you were not well," they cry triumphantly. "Your complexion is very sallow, your lips are pale, your eyes look dull and have dark rings under them, and surely you are thinner than when I saw you last." Concerning all which I may have doubts, though I have none that a frantic desire is taking possession of me to get away and investigate these charges, and when finally I am released from torture, I fly to my good friend, the mirror, and having obtained from it the blissful reassurance that these charges are without foundation in my features, I feel like girding on my armor and confronting my disagreeable ex-callers and all their kind with a few pertinent or impertinent questions. I want to ask them if it does them any particular good to go and sit in people's houses by the hour, watch their every look and action, and harrow up their feelings by such gratuitous information. I want to ask them if they suppose our eyesight is not so sharp as theirs. And I take great pleasure in informing them, and in politely and frigidly requesting them to remember, that so far as my observation goes, when people are ill or looking ill, they are not so blind, either to feelings or appearances, as not to have discovered the fact. That indeed they must be exceptions to the general rule of half invalids if they do not frequently and critically examine every lineament of their face, and secretly grieve over their increasing imperfections. Consequently, you provokingly observant ones, when you meet them and find them not looking well, even find yourselves in doubt as to whether they are looking quite as well as when you last saw them, and are sure you shall perish unless you introduce what Emerson declares a forbidden topic in some form. At least give your friends the benefit of the doubt. Tell them they are looking better than usual, and my word for it, they will be by the time they hear that. For if there is anything that will make a person, especially a woman, look well and feel better, it is the knowledge that someone else thinks she does. But if she is thin, remember there is nothing fat-producing in your telling her of the fact. Or if her eyes are dull, they will not brighten at the certainty that you know it, unless with anger that your knowledge should be conveyed in such a fashion. And if she is pale, telling her of it will not bring the color to her face, unless it be a blush of shame for your heartless ill-breeding. So much for the class who appear purposely to wound one's feelings. Then there is another class who accomplish the same result with no such intention, who do it seemingly from pure thoughtlessness, but who should none the less be held accountable for their acts. One of these unlucky mortals, who would not willingly cause any one a single heartache, lately met a gentleman friend of ours, who is, 'tis true, and pity 'tis true, in very delicate health, and thus accosted him, "I tell you, my man, unless you do something for yourself right off, you won't be alive 3 months from now." Do something! As if he had not just returned from a 1,000-mile journey taken to consult one of the most eminent physicians in the country, to whom he paid a small fortune for services that saved his life, and as if he were not constantly trying everything he possibly can to help and save himself. Nevertheless, after this blunt prophecy, he did something more, something he is not in the habit of doing. He went home utterly miserable, related the circumstances to his wife, whose murderous inclinations towards his officious fellow-man were forgivable, assured her that were his appearance so horrifying to casual acquaintances, he must indeed be a doomed man, and, spite of her efforts, always directed to the contrary, got the blues, and, conscious of having done everything else, began contemplating death as the only remedy still untried. Now, to me, such carelessness seems criminal. The gentleman addressed was attending to his extensive business, was more cheerful than half the men who are considered in perfect health, and was, for him, really looking as well as feeling finely. And, to give him such startling intelligence when he was so totally unprepared for it, was inflicting misery upon him that one human being has no right to inflict upon another. He has no right to advise a friend to do an indefinite something, unless he knows what will help or cure him. He has no right to verbally notice his condition, and particularly when he meets him doing his duty in active business life. People should think before they speak, that if their friends or acquaintances are ill, for that very reason they are generally discouraged enough, and need all the gladsome aid and comfort those about them can possibly give, and it is their simple duty to give it. Said a mother to me once, when urging me to call upon her invalid daughter, "And when you come, do not tell her she looks badly. Tell her she looks better, and you hope soon to see her well. Every one who comes in exclaims about her terrible aspect, and it drives me almost distracted to note its ill effect on her." "Why, how can people be so heedless?" cried I. "Do they not know that even truth is not to be spoken at all times? When I come, I'll give her joy, you may be sure." And I did, though my heart ached the while, for I feared all too truly her days on earth were numbered. but I had my reward in her changed happy countenance and the gratitude of her sorrowing mother. Therefore, if you are not the enviable possessor of one of those merry hearts that doeth good like a medicine, both to yourself and to those with whom you come in contact, at least avoid wounding these by dwelling upon their infirmities. Even should you see your friends in the last stages of a long illness, though their cheeks are terrifying in their hollowness, and their eyes resemble dark caverns with faint lights at the far ends, and all their other features prove them soon to be embraced by the King of Terrors, not only in sweet mercy's name do not speak of it, but unless compelled to do so, except by your softened tones, make no sign that you notice it. Remember, you cannot smooth their way to the tomb by descanting upon their poor emaciated bodies, and there is just a chance that they may recollect you a trifle more kindly when they have cast them off, like worn-out garments, if you now talk on pleasanter themes with which they are not already so grievously familiar. Gale Forrest in The Christian Union. Courtesy. The savour of our household talk, which earneth silent thanks, the glory of our daily walk among the busy ranks. Life's cleanly lubricating oil, in which a help is found, to make the wheels of common toil go lightly, swiftly round. Benevolence and grace of heart, that gives no needless pain, and pours a balm on every smart, till smiles appear again. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Ida Lewis Wilson, the Grace Darling of America. About 46 years ago, a story of English heroism stirred the heart of the world. Grace Darling was born at Bamborough, on the coast of Northumberland, in 1815, and died in 1842. Her father was the keeper of the Longstone Lighthouse, on one of the most exposed of the Farne Islands. On the night of September 6, 1838, the Forfarshire steamer, proceeding from Hull to Dundee, was wrecked on one of the crags of the Farne group. Of the 53 persons on board, 38 perished, including the captain and his wife. On the morning of the 7th, the survivors were discovered by Grace, clinging to the rocks and remnants of the vessel, in imminent danger of being washed off by the returning tide. Grace, with the assistance of her parents, but against their remonstrance, immediately launched a boat, and with her father succeeded in rescuing 9 of them, and 6 escaped by other means. Presents and admiration were showered upon her from all parts of the United Kingdom, and a public subscription to the amount of £700 was raised for her. Among the many poets who sang her praises was Wordsworth, in a poem of considerable length, of which the following is a passage. Among the dwellers in the silent fields the natural heart is touched, and public way and crowded street resound with ballad strains, inspired by one whose very name bespeaks favour divine, exalting human love, whom since her birth on bleak Northumbrian coast, known unto few, but prized as far as known, a single act endears to high and low, through the whole land, to manhood moved in spite of the world's freezing cares, to generous youth, to infancy that lisps her praise, to age whose eye reflects it, glistening through tears of generous admiration. Such true fame awaits her now, but verily good deeds do no imperishable record find, save in the roll of heaven, where hers may live, a theme for angels when they celebrate the high-souled virtues which forgetful earth has witnessed. These lines describe equally well Ida Lewis, the heroine of our own country, whose brave deeds have passed into the habit of a life. Ida Lewis Wilson, for she is now married, is the daughter of Hosea Lewis, who was formerly of the Revenue Service, became keeper of Lime Rock Lighthouse, in the inner harbor of Newport, Rhode Island. The lighthouse is situated on one of the small rocks of limestone in that harbor, and is entirely surrounded by water. From her 13th year, Ida has resided on the rock. As the only means of connection with the city of Newport is by water, she early learned the use of oars. When she was about 15 years of age, she rescued from drowning 4 boys who had been thrown into the water by the upsetting of their boat near the lighthouse. During the winter of 1865 to 66, on one of the coldest days of that season, she rescued a soldier belonging to Fort Adams who was clinging to a skiff which had upset with him and become full of water. She lifted him out of the water into her own boat and carried him to the lighthouse. About this time, the duty of looking after the light depended on Ida and her mother, her father having become a hopeless cripple from paralysis. This charge they fulfilled in the most perfect manner, no light on the coast being more regularly or more perfectly attended to. It is a singular life to imagine, these 2 women living thus isolated from the rest of the world. The freedom of the life, however, and the constant abundance of stimulating sea air, together with the exercise of rowing to and from the city, gave Ida physical strength and a health which makes her richer in all the valuable part of life than many of her sex whose lives are passed in constant repining for something to live for, while surrounded with all the appliances of luxury. That Miss Lewis has also developed an independence of courage is shown by her deeds, which prove also that the isolation of her life has not in any way prevented the development of the tenderness of sympathy with suffering which is supposed to be peculiar to only the helplessness of women. It was owing to the efforts of the late Senator Burnside that Ida became the recognized keeper of the lighthouse, a promotion as graceful as it was deserved. The matter was arranged in January 1879 by Senator Burnside and Collector Pratt. The keeper of the Lime Rock Light then was Mrs. Zoraida Lewis, Ida's mother, who had been in charge for a number of years. Mrs. Lewis's second daughter, who was very sick, required all the mother's attention, and accordingly it was suggested to her that by her resignation the heroine could receive the appointment. She gladly accepted the suggestion, and on January 4th Ida received her appointment with a salary of $750 a year, an increase of $250 over her mother's pay. In communicating the appointment, Secretary Sherman said, "This appointment is conferred upon you as a mark of my appreciation for your noble and heroic efforts in saving human lives." Ida Lewis had given up all hope that her claims would ever be recognized, and the news was joyfully received. In July 1881, the Secretary of the Treasury awarded the Gold Life-Saving Medal to her in recognition of her services in rescuing a number of persons from drowning since the passage of the act authorizing such awards. Most of the rescues made were under circumstances which called for heroic daring and involved the risk of her life. The following summary of her achievements in life-saving is taken from the records of the Treasury Department. The total number of lives Mrs. Ida Lewis Wilson has saved since 1854, so far as known, is 13. In all these cases except 2, she has relied wholly on herself. Her latest achievement was a rescue in February 1881 of 2 bandsmen from Fort Adams near Newport, Rhode Island. The men were passing over the ice near Lime Rock Lighthouse, where Mrs. Lewis Wilson resides, when the ice gave way and they fell in. Hearing their cries, Mrs. Wilson ran out with a clothesline which she threw to them, successively hauling them out at a great risk to herself from the double peril of the ice giving way beneath her and of being pulled in. Her heroism on various occasions has won her the tribute of her state's legislature, expressed in an official resolution, the public presentation to her of a boat by the citizens of Newport, a testimonial in money from the officers and soldiers of Fort Adams for saving their comrades, and medals from the Massachusetts Humane Society and the New York Life-Saving Benevolent Association. To these offerings is now fitly added the Gold Medal of the United States Life-Saving Service. The presentation took place at the Custom House at Newport on October 11, 1881, in the presence of many of the leading residents of the state, who met there upon invitation of Collector Causers. Mrs. Wilson was introduced to the company by ex-Collector Macy. The collector introduced Lieutenant Commander F.E. Chadwick, U.S. Navy, who in a happy speech made the presentation of the highest token of merit of the kind which can be given in this country, the life-saving medal of the first class conferred by the United States government for extreme heroic daring involving eminent personal danger. After a simple and eloquent recital of the circumstances in which Mrs. Wilson had, at the risk of her own life and in circumstances requiring the utmost skill and daring, Saved from a watery grave on 6 occasions, 13 persons, Commander Chadwick paid a glowing tribute to the heroism of Mrs. Wilson, and concluded by reading the letter of the Secretary of the Treasury, Wyndham, conferring the medal awarded to her under the law of June 20th, 1874. Lieutenant Governor Frey responded on behalf of Mrs. Wilson, and an appropriate address was made by the ex-Governor Van Zandt on behalf of Newport and Rhode Island. After the addresses, the public were invited to inspect the gold medal, and were greatly impressed with its beauty. It bears upon its obverse side a tablet with the following inscription: To Ida Lewis Wilson, for signal heroism in saving 2 men from drowning, February 4th, 1881. Surrounding the tablet is the inscription, in testimony of heroic deeds in saving life from the peril of the seas. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Rachel Jackson, born 1767, died 1828, the wife of our 7th President. Rachel Donaldson was the maiden name of General Jackson's wife. She was born in Virginia in the year 1767 and lived there until she was 11 years of age. Her father, Colonel John Donaldson, was a planter and land surveyor who possessed considerable wealth in land, cattle, and slaves. He was one of those hardy pioneers who were never content unless they were living away out in the woods, beyond the verge of civilization. Accordingly, in 1779, we find him near the headwaters of the Tennessee River with all his family, bound for the western part of Tennessee, with a river voyage of 2,000 miles before them. Seldom has a little girl of 11 years shared in so perilous an adventure. The party started in the depth of a severe winter, and battled for 2 months with the ice before it had fairly begun the descent of the Tennessee. But in the spring, accompanied by a considerable fleet of boats, the craft occupied by John Donaldson and his family floated down the winding stream more rapidly. Many misfortunes befell them. Sometimes a boat would get aground and remain immovable till its whole cargo was landed. Sometimes a boat was dashed against a projecting point and sunk. One man died of his frozen feet. 2 children were born. On board one boat, containing 28 persons, the smallpox raged. As this boat always sailed at a certain distance behind the rest, it was attacked by Indians, who captured it, killed all the men, carried off the women and children. The Indians caught the smallpox, of which some hundreds died in the course of the season. But during this voyage, which lasted several months, no misfortune befell the boat of Colonel Donaldson, and he and his family, including his daughter Rachel, arrived safely at the site of the present city of Nashville, near which he selected his land, built his log house, and established himself. Never has a settlement been so infested by hostile Indians as this. When Rachel Donaldson, with her sisters and young friends, went blackberrying, a guard of young men, with their rifles loaded and cocked, stood guard over the surrounding thickets while the girls picked the fruit. It was not safe for a man to stoop over a spring to drink unless someone else was on the watch with his rifle in his arms. And when 6 men stood together, in conversation, they turned their backs to each other, all facing different ways, to watch for a lurking savage. So the Donaldsons lived for 8 years and gathered about them more Negroes, more cattle, and more horses than any other household in the settlement. During one of the long winters, when a great tide of immigration had reduced the stock of corn and threatened the neighborhood with famine, Colonel Donaldson moved to Kentucky with all his family and dependents, and there lived until the corn crop at Nashville was gathered. Rachel, by this time, had grown to be a beautiful and vigorous young lady, well skilled in all the arts of the backwoods, and a remarkably bold and graceful rider. She was a plump little damsel with the blackest hair and eyes, and of a very cheerful and friendly disposition. During the temporary residence of her father in Kentucky, she gave her hand and heart to one Louis Robards, and her father returned to Nashville without her. Colonel Donaldson, soon after, while in the woods surveying far from his home, fell by the hand of an assassin. He was found pierced by bullets, but whether they were fired by red savages or by white was never known. To comfort her mother in her loneliness, Rachel and her husband came to Nashville and lived with her, intending, as soon as the Indians were subdued, to occupy a farm of their own. In the year 1788, Andrew Jackson, a young lawyer from North Carolina, arrived at Nashville to enter upon the practice of his profession, and went to board with Mrs. Donaldson. He soon discovered that Mrs. Rachel Robards lived most unhappily with her husband, who was a man of violent temper and most jealous disposition. Young Jackson had not long resided in the family before Mr. Robards began to be jealous of him, and many violent scenes took place between them. The jealous Robards at length abandoned his wife and went off to his old home in Kentucky, leaving Jackson master of the field. A rumor soon after reached the place that Robards had procured a divorce from his wife in the legislature of Virginia, soon after which Andrew Jackson and Rachel Donaldson were married. The rumor proved to be false, and they lived together for 2 years before a divorce was really granted, at the end of which time they were married again. This marriage, though so inauspiciously begun, was an eminently happy one, although, out of doors, it caused the irascible Jackson a great deal of trouble. The peculiar circumstances attending the marriage caused many calumnies to be uttered and printed respecting Mrs. Jackson, and some of the bitterest quarrels which the general had ever had their origin in them. At home, however, he was one of the happiest of men. His wife was an excellent manager of a household and a kind mistress of slaves. She had a remarkable memory, and delighted to relate anecdotes and tales of the early settlement of the country. Daniel Boone had been one of her father's friends, and she used to recount his adventures and escape. Her abode was a seat of hospitality, and she well knew how to make her guests feel at home. It used to be said in Tennessee that she could not write, but, "As I have had the pleasure of reading 9 letters in her own handwriting," says Parton, "one of which was 8 pages long, I presume I have a right to deny the imputation. It must be confessed, however, that the spelling was exceedingly bad, and that the writing was so much worse as to be nearly illegible. If she was ignorant of books, she was most learned in the lore of the forest, the dairy, the kitchen, and the farm. I remember walking about a remarkably fine spring that gushed from the earth near where her dairy stood, and hearing one of her colored servants say that there was nothing upon the estate which she valued so much as that spring. She grew to be a stout woman, which made her appear shorter than she really was. Her husband, on the contrary, was remarkably tall and slender, so that when they danced a reel together, which they often did with all the vigor of the olden time, the spectacle was extremely curious. It was a great grief to both husband and wife that they had no children, and it was to supply this want in the household that they adopted one of Mrs. Donaldson's nephews and named him Andrew Jackson. This boy was the delight of them both as long as they lived. Colonel Benton, so long in the United States Senate, himself a pioneer of the still remoter West, who knew Mrs. Jackson well and long, recorded his opinion of her in the following forcible language: "A more exemplary woman in all the relations of life, wife, friend, mother, mistress of slaves, never lived, and never presented a more quiet, cheerful, and admirable management of her household. She had the general's own warm heart, frank manners, and admirable temper, and no 2 persons could have been better suited to each other, lived more happily together, or made a house more attractive to visitors. No bashful youth or plain old man, whose modesty sat them down at the lower end of the table, could escape her cordial attention, any more than the titled gentlemen at her right and left. Young persons were her delight, and she always had her house filled with them, all calling her affectionately Aunt Rachel. In the homely fashion of the time, she used to join her husband and guests in smoking a pipe after dinner and in the evening. There are now living many persons who well remember seeing her smoking by her fireside a long reed pipe." When General Jackson went forth to fight in the War of 1812, he was still living in a log house of 4 rooms. And this house, says Parton, in a sketch written years ago, from which this is chiefly drawn, is still standing on his beautiful farm 10 miles from Nashville. I used to wonder, when walking about it, how it was possible for Mrs. Jackson to accommodate so many guests as we know she did. But a hospitable house, like a 3rd Avenue car, is never full, and in that mild climate the young men could sleep on the piazza or in the corn crib, content if their mothers and sisters had the shelter of the house. It was not until long after the general's return from the wars that he built, or could afford to build, the large brick mansion which he named the Hermitage. The visitor may still see in that commodious house the bed on which this happy pair slept and died, the furniture they used, and the pictures on which they were accustomed to look. In the hall of the second story there is still preserved the huge chest in which Mrs. Jackson used to stow away the woolen clothes of the family in the summer to keep them from the moths. Around the house are the remains of the fine garden of which she used to be proud, and a little beyond are the cabins of the 150 slaves, to whom she was more a mother than a mistress. A few weeks after the Battle of New Orleans, when Jackson was in the first flush of his triumph, this plain planter's wife floated down the Mississippi to New Orleans to visit her husband and accompany him home. She had never seen a city before, for Nashville at that day was little more than a village. The elegant ladies of New Orleans were exceedingly pleased to observe that General Jackson, though he was himself one of the most grateful and polite of gentlemen, seemed totally unconscious of the homely bearing, the country manners, and awkward dress of his wife. In all companies and on all occasions he showed her every possible mark of respect. The ladies gathered about her and presented her with all sorts of showy knickknacks and jewelry, and one of them undertook the task of selecting suitable clothes for her. She frankly confessed that she knew nothing at all about such things, and was willing to wear anything the ladies thought proper. Much as she enjoyed her visit, she was glad enough to return to her old home on the banks of the Cumberland, and resume her oversight of the dairy and the plantation. Soon after the peace, a remarkable change came over the spirit of this excellent woman. Parson Blackburn, as the general always called him, was a favorite preacher in that part of Tennessee, and his sermons made so powerful an impression on Mrs. Jackson that she joined the Presbyterian Church, and was ever after devotedly religious. The general himself was almost persuaded to follow her example. He did not, however, but he testified his sympathy with his wife's feelings by building a church for her, a curious little brick edifice, on his own farm, the smallest church, perhaps, in the United States. It looks like a very small schoolhouse. It has no steeple, no portico, and but one door, and the interior, which contains 40 little pews, is unpainted, and the floor is of brick. On Sundays, the congregation consisted chiefly of the general, his family, and half a dozen neighbors, with as many Negroes as the house would hold, and could see through the windows. It was just after the completion of this church that General Jackson made his famous reply to a young man who objected to the doctrine of future punishment. "I thank God," said this youth, "I have too much good sense to believe there is such a place as hell." "Well, sir," said General Jackson, "I thank God there is such a place." "Why, General," asked the young man, "what do you want with such a place of torment as hell?" To which the general replied, as quick as lightning, "To put such rascals as you are in, that oppose and vilify the Christian religion." The young man said no more, and soon after found it convenient to take his leave. Mrs. Jackson did not live to see her husband President of the United States, though she lived long enough to know that he was elected to that office. When the news was brought to her of her husband's election in December 1828, she quietly said, "Well, for Mr. Jackson's sake," she always called him Mr. Jackson, "I am glad. For my own part, I never wished it." The people of Nashville, proud of the success of their favorite, resolved to celebrate the event by a great banquet on the 22nd of December, the anniversary of the day on which the general had first defeated the British below New Orleans, and some of the ladies of Nashville were secretly preparing a magnificent wardrobe for the future mistress of the White House. 6 days before the day appointed for the celebration, Mrs. Jackson, while busied about her household affairs in the kitchen of the Hermitage, suddenly shrieked, placed her hands upon her heart, sank upon a chair, and fell forward into the arms of one of her servants. She was carried to her bed, where for the space of 60 hours she suffered extreme agony, during the whole of which her husband never left her side for 10 minutes. Then she appeared much better, and recovered the use of her tongue. This was only 2 days before the day of the festival, and the first use she made of her recovered speech was to implore her husband to go to another room and sleep, so as to recruit his strength for the banquet. He would not leave her, however, but lay down upon a sofa and slept a little. The evening of the 22nd she appeared to be so much better that the general consented, after much persuasion, to sleep in the next room, and leave his wife in the care of the doctor and 2 of his most trusted servants. At 9 o'clock he bade her good night, went to the next room, and took off his coat, preparatory to lying down. When he had been gone 5 minutes from her room, Mrs. Jackson, who was sitting up, suddenly gave a long, loud, inarticulate cry, which was immediately followed by the death rattle in her throat. By the time her husband had reached her side, she had breathed her last. "Bleed her!" cried the general, but no blood flowed from her arm. "Try the temple, doctor." A drop or two of blood stained her cap, but no more followed. Still, it was long before he would believe her dead, and when there could no longer be any doubt, and they were preparing a table upon which to lay her out, he cried with a choking voice, "Spread 4 blankets upon it, for if she does come to, she will lie so hard upon the table." All night long he sat in the room, occasionally looking into her face, and feeling if there was any pulsation in her heart. The next morning, when one of his friends arrived just before daylight, he was nearly speechless and utterly inconsolable, looking 20 years older. There was no banquet that day in Nashville. On the morning of the funeral, the crowds were crowded with people who saw with emotion the poor old general supported to the grave between 2 of his old friends, scarcely able to stand. The remains were interred in the garden of the Hermitage, in a tomb which the general had recently completed. The tablet which covers her dust contains the following inscription: "Here lie the remains of Mrs. Rachel Jackson, wife of President Jackson, who died the 22nd of December, 1828, aged 61. Her face was fair, her person pleasing, her temper amiable, her heart kind. She delighted in relieving the wants of her fellow creatures, and cultivated that divine pleasure by the most liberal and unpretending methods. To the poor she was a benefactor, to the rich an example, to the wretched a comforter, to the prosperous an ornament. Her piety went hand in hand with her benevolence, and she thanked her Creator for being permitted to do good. A being so gentle and so virtuous, slander might wound but not dishonor. Even death, when he tore her from the arms of husband, could but transport to the bosom of her God." Andrew Jackson was never the same man again. During his presidency he never used the phrase, "by the Eternal," nor any other language which could be considered profane. He mourned his wife until he himself rejoined her in the tomb he had prepared for them both. Of all the blessed things below, to hint the joys above, there is not one our hearts may know, so dear as mated love. It walks the garden of the Lord, it gives itself away. To give and think not of reward is glory day by day. And though sometimes the shadows fall, and day is dark as night, it bows and drinks the cup of gall, but gives not up the fight. For one is in the union where the mine is ever thine, whose presence keeps it brave and fair, a melody divine. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Discontented Girls. One panacea for them, and one refuge. Not every girl is discontented, nor are any wretched all the time. If they were, our homes would lose much sunshine. Certainly no class in the community is so constantly written about, talked at, and preached to as our girls. And still there always seems to be room left for one word more. I am persuaded that the leaven of discontent pervades girls of the several social ranks, from the fair daughter of a cultured home to her who has grown up in a crowded tenement, her highest ambition to dress like the young ladies she sees on the fashionable avenue. City girls and country girls alike know the meaning of this discontent, which sometimes amounts to morbidness, and again only to nervous irritability. I once knew and marveled at a young person who spent her languid existence idly lounging in a rocking chair, eating candy and reading novels, whilst her mother bustled about, provoking by her activity an occasional remonstrance from her indolent daughter. "Do, Ma, keep still," she would say, with amiable wonder at Ma's notable ways. This incarnation of sweet selfishness was hateful in my eyes, and I have often queried, in the 20 years which have passed since I saw her, what sort of woman she made. As a girl she was vexatious, though no ripple of annoyance crossed the white brow, no frown obscured it, and no flurry of impatience ever tossed the yellow curls. She had no aspirations which candy and a rocking chair could not gratify. It is not so with girls of a larger mind and greater vitality. The girls, for instance, in our own neighborhood, whom we have known since they were babies. Many of them feel very much dissatisfied with life and do not hesitate to say so. And strangely enough, the accident of a collegiate or common school education makes little difference in their conclusions. To what end, says the former, have I studied hard and widened my resources? I might have been a society girl and had a good time and been married and settled some time without going just far enough to find out what pleasure there is in study and then stopping short. I am quoting from what girls have said to me, girls who have been graduated with distinction and whose parents preferred that they should neither teach nor paint, nor enter upon a profession, nor engage in any paid work. Polished after the similitude of a palace, what should the daughters do except stay at home to cheer father and mother, play and sing in the twilight, read, shop, sew, visit, receive their friends, and be young women of elegant leisure? If love and love's climax, the wedding march, follows soon upon a girl's leaving school, she is taken out of the ranks of girlhood, and in accepting women's highest vocation, queenship in the kingdom of home, forgoes the ease of her girlish life and its peril of ennui and unhappiness together. This, however, is the fate of the minority, and while young people continue, as thousands do, to dread beginning home life upon small means, it must so remain. Education is not a fetish, though some who ought to know better regard it in that superstitious light. No amount of school training, dissevered from religious culture and from that development of the heart and of the conscience without which intellectual wealth is poverty, will lift anybody, make anybody happier or better, or fit anybody for blithe living in this shadowy world. I have no doubt that there are numbers of girls whose education, having made them objects of deep respect to their simple fathers and mothers, has also gone far to make the old home intolerable, the home ways distasteful, and the old people, alas, subjects of secret deprecating scorn. A girl has, indeed, eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, when her eyes are opened in such wise that she is ashamed of her plain, honorable, old-fashioned parents, or if not ashamed, is still willing to let them retire to the background while she shines in the front. I did not write this article for the purpose of saying what I hold to be the bounden duty of every father and mother in the land, viz., to educate the daughter as they educate the son, to some practical bread-winning pursuit. That should be the rule, and not the exception. A girl should be trained so that, with either head or hands, as art or artisan, in some way or other, she will be able to go into the world's market with something for which the world, being shrewd and knowing what it wants, will pay in cash. Rich or poor, the American father who fails to give his daughter this special training is a short-sighted and cruel man. My thought was rather of the girls themselves. Some of them will read this. So will some of their mothers. Mothers and daughters often, not invariably, are so truly en rapport that their mutual comprehension is without a flaw. There are homes in which, with the profoundest regard and the truest tenderness on both sides, they do not understand each other. The mother either sees the daughter's discontent, recognizes and resents it, or fails to see it, would laugh at its possibility, and pity the sentimentalist who imagined it. And there are dear, blooming, merry-hearted, clear-eyed young women who are as gay and as elastic as bird on bough or flower in field. To discontented girls, I would say, there is for you one panacea, work, and there is one refuge, Christ. Have you been told this before? Do you say that you can find no work worth the doing? Believe me, if not in your own home, you need go no further than your own set, your own street, your own town, to discover it waiting for you. No one else can do it so well. Perhaps no one else can do it at all. The girl cannot be unhappy who without reserve and with full surrender consecrates herself to Christ, for then she will have work enough. Margaret E. Sangster. God giveth his beloved rest through action, which reacheth for the dream of joy on earth. Inertness brings the heart no satisfaction, but condemnation and the sense of dearth. And shall the dream of life, the quenchless yearning for something which is yet beyond control, the flame within the breast forever burning, not leap to action and exalt the soul. Surmount all barriers to brave endeavor, make for itself a way where it would go, and flash the crown of ecstasy forever, which only laborers with God may know. In action there is joy which is no fiction, the hope of something as in faith begun, God's sweet and everlasting benediction, the flush of victory and labor done. Labor puts on the livery of greatness, while genius idle withers from the sight, and in its triumph takes no note of lateness, for time exists not in eternal light. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. The voice in Ramah. Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, because they were not. We have heard the voice in Ramah, the grief in the days of yore, when the beautiful flowers of the martyrs went to bloom on another shore. The light of our life is darkness, and with sorrow we are not done, for thine is the bitterest mourning, mourning for an only son. And what shall I utter to comfort the heart that is dearest of all, too young for the losses and crosses, too young for the rise and the fall? Oh yes, we own it, but not too young for the grace that was so nameless and blameless, for the yearning and tender embrace. He hung on thy bosom in that happiest, weariest hour, a dear little bird to its blossom, the beautiful, dutiful flower. And thus he grew by its sweetness so, that smile unto smile responded, but a little while ago. And you and I were happy, in many a vision fair, of a ripe and glorious manhood which the world and we should share. In a little while the patter of 2 little feet was heard, and many a look it cheered us, a look that was more than a word. In a little while he uttered the words we longed to hear, and Mamma and Papa blessed him with a blessing of hope and fear. In a little while he budded, a bud of the promising spring, and oh for the beautiful blossom, and oh for the fruit it will bring. The joy they never may know it, who never have parents been, the joy of a swelling bosom with a glowing light within. A light that is soft and tender, and growing in strength and grace, which wreathes a form that is slender, and glows in a dear little face. But life it knoweth the shadow as well as the shine. For the one it follows the other, and both together are thine. For the bud it never unfolded, the light it flickered away, and whose is the power to utter the grief of that bitterest day? His form is yet before me, with the fair and lofty brow, and the day since last we kissed it, is it long since then and now? Dearest, it seems but a minute, though winter has spread the snow, meek purity's mantle to cover the one that is resting below. In the acre of God that is yonder, and unto the west his head, he sleepeth the sleep untroubled, with one to watch at his bed. For the bright and guardian angel, who beholdeth the Father's face, doth stand as a sentinel watching o'er the dear one's resting place, doth stand as a sentinel guarding the dust of the precious dead, till at length the trumpet soundeth, when the years of the world are sped. And the throng which cannot be numbered put on their garments of white, and gird themselves for the glory of a realm that hath no night. And so he is gone, the darling, and the dream so fair and vain, whose light has faded to darkness, we shall never dream again. Never? Is the earth the limit to bright and beautiful hope? If the world brings not fruition, must we in the darkness grope? Oh no! There is expectation which the grave cannot control. There is boundless infinite promise for the living and deathless soul. And the darling who left us early may yonder grow a man. In deeds of the great hereafter, he may take his place in the van. Oh, if thine is the bitterest mourning, mourning for an only son, believe that in God the giver, our darling his course begun. Believe that in God the taker, his course forever will be, for this is the blessed comfort, the comfort for thee and me. Yea, this is the blessed comfort in sorrow like that of yore, when the beautiful flowers of the martyrs went to bloom on another shore. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. LaFayette. Born 1757. Died 1834. The friend and defender of liberty on 2 continents. In the year 1730 there appeared in Paris a little volume entitled Philosophic Letters, which proved to be one of the most influential books produced in modern times. It was written by Voltaire, who was then 36 years of age, and contained the results of his observations upon the English nation, in which he had resided for 2 years. Paris was then as far from London, for all practical purposes, as New York now is from Calcutta, so that when Voltaire told his countrymen of the freedom that prevailed in England, of the tolerance given to religious sects, of the honors paid to untitled merit, of Newton, buried in Westminster Abbey with almost regal pomp, of Addison, Secretary of State, and Swift, familiar with prime ministers, and of the general liberty, happiness, and abundance of the kingdom, France listened in wonder as to a new revelation. The work was, of course, immediately placed under the ban by the French government, and the author exiled, which only gave it increased currency and deeper influence. This was the beginning of the movement which produced at length the French Revolution of 1787, and which has continued until France is now blessed with a free and constitutional government. It began among the higher classes of the people, for at that day not more than 1/3 of the French could read at all, and a much smaller fraction could read such a book as the Philosophic Letters, and the books which it called forth. Republicanism was fashionable in the drawing rooms of Paris for many years before the mass of the people knew what the word meant. Among the young noblemen who were early smitten in the midst of despotism with the love of liberty was the Marquis de Lafayette, born in 1757. Few families in Europe could boast a greater antiquity than his. A century before the discovery of America, we find the Lafayettes spoken of as an ancient house, and in every generation at least one member of the family had distinguished himself by his services to the king. This young man, coming upon the stage of life when republican ideas were teeming in every cultivated mind, embraced them with all the ardor of youth and intelligence. At 16 he refused a high post in the household of one of the princes of the blood and accepted a commission in the army. At the age of 17 he was married to the daughter of a duke, whose dowry added a considerable fortune to his own ample possessions. She was an exceedingly lovely woman, and tenderly attached to her husband, and he was as fond of her as such a boy could be. The American Revolution broke out. In common with all the high-born Republicans of his time, his heart warmly espoused the cause of the revolted colonies, and he immediately conceived the project of going to America and fighting under her banner. He was scarcely 19 years of age when he sought an interview with Silas Deane, the American envoy, and offered his services to the Congress. Mr. Deane, it appears, objected to his youth. "When," says he, "I presented to the envoy my boyish face, I spoke more of my ardor in the cause than of my experience. But I dwelt much upon the effect my departure would have in France, and he signed our mutual agreement." His intention was concealed from all his family and from all his friends except 2 or 3 confidants. While he was making preparation for his departure, most distressing and alarming news came from America. The retreat from Long Island, the loss of New York, the Battle of White Plains, and the retreat through New Jersey. The American forces, it was said, reduced to a disheartened band of 3,000 militia, were pursued by a triumphant army of 33,000 English and Hessians. The credit of the colonies at Paris sank to the lowest ebb, and some of the Americans themselves confessed to Lafayette that they were discouraged, and tried to persuade him to abandon his project. He said to Mr. Dean, "Until now, sir, you have only seen my ardor in your cause, and that may not at present prove wholly useless. I shall purchase a ship to carry out your officers. We must feel confident in the future, and it is especially in the hour of danger that I wish to share your fortune." He proceeded at once with all possible secrecy to raise the money and to purchase and arm a ship. While the ship was getting ready, in order the better to conceal his intention, he made a journey to England, which had previously been arranged by his family. He was presented to the British king, against whom he was going to fight. He dined at the house of the minister who had the department of the colonies. He visited Lord Rawdon, afterwards distinguished in the Revolutionary struggle. He saw at the opera Sir Henry Clinton, whom he next saw on the battlefield of Monmouth, and he breakfasted with Lord Shelburne, a friend of the colonies. While I concealed my intentions, he tells us, I openly avowed my sentiments. I often defended the Americans. I rejoiced at their success at Trenton, and it was my spirit of opposition that obtained for me an invitation to breakfast with Lord Shelburne. On his return to France, his project was discovered, and his departure forbidden by the king. He sailed, however, in May 1777, cheered by his countrymen, and secretly approved by the government itself. On arriving at Philadelphia, he sent to Congress a remarkably brief epistle to the following effect: "After my sacrifices, I have the right to ask two favors. One is to serve at my own expense, the other to begin to serve as a volunteer." Congress immediately named him a Major General of the American Army, and he at once reported himself to General Washington. His services at the Brandywine, where he was badly wounded, in Virginia, where he held an important command, at Monmouth, where he led the attack, are sufficiently well known. When he had been in America about 15 months, the news came of the impending declaration of war between France and England. He then wrote to Congress that as long as he had believed himself free, he had gladly fought under the American flag, but that his own country being at war, he owed it the homage of his service, and he desired their permission to return home. He hoped, however, to come back to America, and asserted then that wherever he went, he should be a zealous friend of the United States. Congress gave him leave of absence, voted him a sword, and wrote a letter on his behalf to the King of France. "We recommend this noble young man," said the letter of Congress, "to the favor of your Majesty, because we have seen him wise in council, brave in battle, and patient under the fatigues of war." He was received in France with great distinction, which he amusingly describes. "When I went to court, which had hitherto only written for me orders for my arrest, I was presented to the ministers. I was interrogated, complimented, and exiled to the hotel where my wife was residing. Some days after, I wrote to the king to acknowledge my fault. I received in reply a light reprimand and the colonelcy of the Royal Dragoons. Consulted by all the ministers, and, what was much better, embraced by all the women, I had at Versailles the favor of the king and celebrity of Paris." In the midst of his popularity, he thought always of America, and often wished that the cost of the banquets bestowed upon him could be poured into the treasury of Congress. His favorite project at that time was the invasion of England, Paul Jones to command the fleet, and he himself the army. When this scheme was given up, he joined all his influence with that of Franklin to induce the French government to send to America a powerful fleet and a considerable army. When he had secured the promise of this valuable aid, he returned to America and served again in the armies of the young republic. The success of the United States so confirmed him in his attachment to republican institutions that he remained their devoted adherent and advocate as long as he lived. "May this revolution," said he once to Congress, "serve as a lesson to oppressors and as an example to the oppressed." And in one of his letters from the United States occurs this sentence: "I have always thought that a king was at least a useless being. Viewed from this side of the ocean, a king cuts a poor figure indeed." By the time he had left America at the close of the war, he had expended in the service of Congress 700,000 francs, a free gift to the cause of liberty. One of the most pleasing circumstances of Lafayette's residence in America was the affectionate friendship which existed between himself and General Washington. He looked up to Washington as to a father as well as a chief, and Washington regarded him with a tenderness truly paternal. Lafayette named his eldest son George Washington, and never omitted any opportunity to testify his love and admiration for the illustrious American. Franklin, too, was much attached to the youthful enthusiast, and privately wrote to General Washington, asking him, for the sake of the young and anxious wife of the Marquis, not to expose his life except in an important and decisive engagement. In the diary of the celebrated William Wilberforce, who visited Paris soon after the peace, there is an interesting passage descriptive of Lafayette's demeanor at the French court. He seemed to be the representative of the democracy in the very presence of the monarch, the tribune intruding with his veto within the chamber of the patrician order. His own establishment was formed upon the English model, and amidst the gaiety and ease of Fontainebleau, he assumed an air of a republican austerity. When the fine ladies of the court would attempt to drag him to the card table, he shrugged his shoulders with an air of affected contempt for the customs and amusements of the old regime. Meanwhile, the deference which this champion of the new state of things received, above all from the ladies of the court, intimated clearly the disturbance of the social atmosphere and presaged the coming tempest. From the close of the American War for Independence to the beginning of the French Revolution, a period of 6 years elapsed, during which France suffered much from the exhaustion of her resources in aiding the Americans. Lafayette lived at Paris, openly professing republicanism, which was then the surest passport to the favor both of the people and the court. The Queen of France herself favored the Republican party, though without understanding its object or tendencies. Lafayette naturally became the organ and spokesman of those who desired a reform in the government. He recommended, even in the palace of the king, a restoration of civil rights to the Protestants, the suppression of the heavy and odious tax on salt, the reform of the criminal courts, and he denounced the waste of public money on princes and court favorites. The Assembly of the Notables convened in 1787 to consider the state of the kingdom. Lafayette was its most distinguished and trusted member, and it was he who demanded a convocation of the representatives of all the departments of France, for the purpose of devising a permanent remedy for the evils under which France was suffering. "What, sir," said one of the royal princes to Lafayette, "do you really demand the assembling of a general congress of France?" "Yes, my lord," replied Lafayette, "and more than that." Despite the opposition of the court, this memorable congress met in Paris in 1789, and Lafayette represented in it the nobility of his province. It was he who presented the Declaration of Rights, drawn upon the model of those with which he had been familiar in America, and it was finally adopted. It was he also who made the ministers of the crown responsible for their acts and for the consequences of their acts. When this National Assembly was declared permanent, Lafayette was elected its vice president, and it was in that character that after the taking of the Bastille, he went to the scene at the head of a deputation of 60 members to congratulate the people upon their triumph. The next day a city guard was organized to preserve the peace of Paris, and the question arose in the assembly who should command it. The president arose and pointed to the bust of Lafayette, presented by the state of Virginia to the city of Paris. The hint was sufficient, and Lafayette was elected to the post by acclamation. He called his citizen soldiers by the name of National Guards, and he distinguished them by a tricolored cockade, and all Paris immediately fluttered with tricolored ribbons and badges. "This cockade," said Lafayette as he presented one to the National Assembly, "will make the tour of the world." From the time of his acceptance of the command of the National Guard, the course of Lafayette changed its character, and the change became more and more marked as the Revolution proceeded. Hitherto he had been chiefly employed in rousing the sentiment of liberty in the minds of his countrymen, but now that the flame threatened to become a dangerous conflagration, it devolved upon him to stay its ravages. It was a task beyond human strength, but he most gallantly accepted it. On some occasions he rescued with his own hands the victims of the popular fury, and arrested the cockaded assassins who would have destroyed them. But even his great popularity was ineffectual to prevent the massacre of innocent citizens, and more than once, overwhelmed with grief and disgust, he threatened to throw up his command. On that celebrated day when 60,000 of the people of Paris poured in a tumultuous flood into the Park of Versailles and surrounded the palace of the king, Lafayette was compelled to join the throng in order, if possible, to control its movements. He arrived in the evening and spent the whole night in posting the National Guard about the palace and taking measures to secure the safety of the royal family. At the dawn of the day he threw himself upon the bed for a few minutes' repose. Suddenly the alarm was sounded. Some infuriated men had broken into the palace, killed 2 of the king's bodyguard, and rushed into the bedchamber of the queen, a minute or two after she had escaped from it. Lafayette ran to the scene, followed by some of the National Guard, and found all the royal family assembled in the king's chamber, trembling for their lives. Beneath the window of the apartment was a roaring sea of upturned faces, scarcely kept back by a thin line of National Guards. Lafayette stepped out upon the balcony and tried to address the crowd, but could not make himself heard. He then led out upon the balcony the beautiful Queen Marie Antoinette and kissed her hand, then seizing one of the bodyguard, embraced him and placed his own cockade on the soldier's hat. At once the temper of the multitude was changed, and the cry burst forth, "Long live the general! Long live the Queen! Long live the bodyguard!" It was immediately announced that the king would go with the people to Paris, which had the effect of completely allaying their passions. During the long march of 10 miles, Lafayette rode close to the door of the king's carriage and thus conducted him in the midst of the tramping crowd in safety to the Tuileries. When the royal family was once more secure within its walls, one of the ladies, the daughter of the late king, threw herself in the arms of Lafayette, exclaiming, "General, you have saved us." From this moment dates the decline of Lafayette's popularity, and his actions, moderate and wise, continually lessened it. He demanded, as a member of the National Assembly, that persons accused of treason should be fairly tried by a jury, and he exerted all his power, while giving a constitution to his country, to preserve the monarchy. To appease the suspicions of the people that the king meditated a flight from Paris, he declared that he would answer with his head for the king's remaining. When, therefore, in June 1791, the king and queen made their blundering attempt to escape, Lafayette was immediately suspected of having secretly aided it. Danton cried out at the Jacobin Club, "We must have the person of the king or the head of the commanding general." It was in vain that after the king's return he ceased to pay him royal honors. Nothing could remove the suspicions of the people. Indeed, he still openly advised the preservation of the monarchy, and when a mob demanded the suppression of the royal power and threatened violence to the National Guard, the general, after warning them to disperse, ordered the troops to fire, an action which totally destroyed his popularity and influence. Soon after, he resigned his commission and his seat in the Assembly, and withdrew to one of his country seats. He was not long allowed to remain in seclusion. The allied dynasties of Europe, justly alarmed at the course of the events in Paris, threatened the new republic with war. Lafayette was appointed to command one of the 3 armies gathered to defend the frontiers. While he was disciplining his troops and preparing to defend the country, he kept an anxious eye upon Paris, and saw with ever-increasing alarm the prevalence of the savage element in the national politics. In 1792, he had the boldness to write a letter to the National Assembly, demanding the suppression of the clubs, and the restoration of the king to the place and power assigned him by the Constitution. Learning soon after the new outrages put upon the king, he suddenly left his army and appeared before the bar of the Assembly, accompanied by a single aide-de-camp. There he renewed his demands amid the applause of the moderate members, but a member of the opposite party adroitly asked, "Is the enemy conquered? Is the country delivered since General Lafayette is in Paris?" "No," replied he, "the country is not delivered, the situation is unchanged, and nevertheless the general of one of our armies is in Paris." After a stormy debate, the Assembly declared that he had violated the Constitution in making himself the organ of an army legally incapable of deliberating, and had rendered himself amenable to the Minister of War for leaving his post without permission. Repulsed thus by the Assembly, coldly received at court, and rejected by the National Guard, he returned to his army, despairing of the country. There he made one more attempt to save the king by inducing him to come to his camp and fight for his throne. This project being rejected, and the author of it denounced by Robespierre, his bust publicly burned in Paris, and the medal formerly voted him broken by the hand of the executioner. He deemed it necessary to seek an asylum in a neutral country. Having provided for the safety of his army, he crossed the frontiers in August 1792, accompanied by 21 persons, all of whom, on passing an Austrian post, were taken prisoner, and Lafayette was thrown into a dungeon. The friend of liberty and order was looked upon as a common enemy. His noble wife, who had been for 15 months a prisoner in Paris, hastened after her release to share her husband's captivity. For 5 years, in spite of the remonstrances of England, America, and the friends of liberty everywhere, Lafayette remained a prisoner. To every demand for his liberation, the Austrian government replied, with its usual stupidity, that the liberty of Lafayette was incompatible with the safety of the governments of Europe. He owed his liberation at length to General Bonaparte, and it required all his great authority to procure it. When Lafayette was presented to Napoleon to thank him for his interference, the first consul said to him, "I don't know what the devil you have done to the Austrians, but it cost them a mighty struggle to let you go." Lafayette voted publicly against making Napoleon consul for life, against the establishment of the empire. Notwithstanding this, Napoleon and he remained very good friends. The emperor said of him one day, "Everybody in France is corrected of his extreme ideas of liberty except one man, and that man is Lafayette. You see him now tranquil. Very well. If he had an opportunity to serve his chimeras, he would reappear on the scene more ardent than ever." Upon his return to France, he was granted the pension belonging to the military rank he had held under the Republic, and he recovered a competent estate from the property of his wife. Napoleon also gave a military commission to his son, George Washington, and when the Bourbons were restored, Lafayette received an indemnity of 450,000 francs. Napoleon's remarks proved correct. Lafayette, though he spent most of the evening of his life in directing the cultivation of his estate, was always present at every crisis in the affairs of France to plead the cause of constitutional liberty. He made a fine remark once in its defense, which taunted with the horrors of the French Revolution. "The tyranny of 1973, he said, was no more a republic than the massacre of St. Bartholomew was a religion." His visit to America in 1824 is well remembered. He was made the guest of the nation, and Congress, in recompense of his expenditures during the Revolutionary War, made him a grant of $200,000 and an extensive tract of land. It was Lafayette who in 1830 was chiefly instrumental in placing a constitutional monarch on the throne of France. The last words he ever spoke in public were uttered in behalf of the French refugees who had fled from France for offenses merely political, and the last words he ever wrote recommended the abolition of slavery. He died May 19, 1834, aged 77. His son, George Washington, always the friend of liberty like his father, died in 1849, leaving two sons, inheritor of a name so full of inspiration to the world. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Lydia Sigourney, born 1791, died 1865. The lesson of a useful and beautiful life. A beautiful life I have had, not more trial than was for my good. Countless blessings beyond expectation or desert. Behind me stretch the green pastures and still waters by which I have been led all my days. Around is the lingering of hardy flowers and fruits that bide the winter. Before stretches the shining shore. These are the words of Mrs. Sigourney, written near the close of a life of 74 years. All who have much observed human life will agree that the rarest achievement of man or woman on this earth is a solid and continuous happiness. There are very few persons past 70 who can look back upon their lives and sincerely say they would willingly live their lives over again. Mrs. Sigourney, however, was one of the happy few. Lydia Huntley, for that was her maiden name, was born at Norwich, Connecticut, on the 1st of September, 1791. Her father was Ezekiel Huntley, an exceedingly gentle, affectionate man of Scotch parentage, who had as little of a Yankee in him as any man in Connecticut. Unlike a Yankee, he never attempted to set up in business for himself, but spent the whole of the active part of his life in the service of the man to whom he was apprenticed in his youth. His employer was a druggist of great note in his day, who made a large fortune in his business, and built one of the most elegant houses in the state. On his retirement from business, his old clerk continued to reside under his roof, and to assist in the management of his estate, and even when he died, Mr. Huntley did not change his abode, but remained to conduct the affairs of the widow. In the service of this family he saved a competence for his old age, and he lived to 87, a most happy, serene old man, delighting chiefly in his garden and his only child. He survived as late as 1839. Owing to the peculiar relation sustained by her father to a wealthy family, living too in a wing of their stately mansion, and having the free range of its extensive gardens, Lydia Huntley enjoyed in her youth all the substantial advantages of wealth without encountering its perils. She was surrounded by objects pleasing or beautiful, but no menial pampered her pride or robbed her of her rightful share of household labor. As soon as she was old enough to toddle about the grounds, her father delighted to have her hold the trees which he was planting, and drop the seed into the little furrows prepared for it, and never was she better pleased than when giving him the aid of her tiny fingers. Her parents never kept a servant, and she was brought up to do her part in the house. Living on plain, substantial fare, inured to labor, and dressed so as to allow free play to every limb and muscle, she laid in a stock of health, strength, and good temper that lasted her down to the last year of her life. She never knew what dyspepsia was. She never possessed a costly toy, nor a doll that was not made at home, but she passed a childhood that was scarcely anything but joy. She was an only child, and she was the pet of 2 families, yet she was not spoiled. She was one of those children who take naturally to all kinds of culture. Without ever having had a child's book, she sought out in the old-fashioned library of the house everything which a child could understand. Chance threw a novel in her way, Mysteries of Udolpho, which she devoured with rapture, and soon after, when she was but 8 years of age, she began to write a novel. Poetry, too, she read with singular pleasure, never weary of repeating her favorite pieces. But the passion of her childhood was painting pictures. Almost in her infancy she began to draw with a pen and lilac leaf, and advanced from that to slate and pencil, and by and by to a lead pencil and backs of letters. When she had learned to draw pretty well, she was on fire to paint her pictures, but was long puzzled to procure the colors. Having obtained in some way a cake of gamboge, she begged of a washerwoman a piece of indigo, and by combining these 2 ingredients she could make different shades of yellow, blue, and green. The trunks of her trees she painted with coffee grounds, and a mixture of India ink and indigo answered tolerably well for sky and water. She afterwards discovered that the pink juice of chokeberry did very well for lips, cheeks, and gay dresses. Mixed with a little indigo it made a very bad purple, which the young artist, for the want of a better, was obliged to use for her royal robes. In sore distress for a better purple, she squeezed the purple flowers of the garden and the field for the desired tint, but nothing answered the purpose, until at dinner one day she found the very hue for which she longed in the juice of a currant and whortleberry tart. She hastened to try it, and it made a truly gorgeous purple, but the sugar in it caused it to come off in flakes from her kings and emperors, leaving them in a sorry plight. At length, to her boundless, inexpressible, and lasting joy, all her difficulties were removed by her father giving her a complete box of colors. At school she was fortunate in her teachers. One of them was the late Palatia Parrott, who afterward won high distinction as a New York merchant and universal philanthropist. Her first serious attempts at practical compositions were translations from Virgil when she was 14 years of age. After leaving school, she studied Latin with much zeal under an aged tutor, and later in life she advanced far enough in Hebrew to read the Old Testament, with the aid of grammar and dictionary. To these grave studies her parents added a thorough drill in dancing. Often, when her excellent mother observed that she had sat too long over her books, she would get her out upon the floor of their large kitchen, and then, striking up a lively song, set her dancing until her cheeks were all aglow. This studious and happy girl, like other young people, had her daydream of the future. It was to keep a school. This strange ambition, she tells us in her autobiography, she feared to impart to her companions, lest they should laugh at her, and she thought even her parents would think her arrogant if she mentioned it to them. The long-cherished secret was revealed to her parents at length. Her mother had guessed it before, but her father was exceedingly surprised. Neither of them, however, made any objection, and one of the pleasantest apartments of their house was fitted up for the reception of pupils. She was then a delicate-looking girl of about 18 and rather undersized. As soon as her desks were brought home by the carpenter, the ambitious little lady went around to the families of the place, informed them of her intention, and solicited their patronage at the established rate of $3 a quarter for each pupil. She was puzzled and disappointed at the coolness with which her project was received. Day after day she tramped the streets of Norwich, only to return at night without a name upon her catalogue. She surmised, after a time, that parents hesitated to entrust their children to her because of her extreme youth, which was the fact. At length, however, she began her school with 2 children, 9 and 11 years of age, and not only did she go through all the formalities of school with them, working 6 hours a day for 5 days and 3 hours on Saturday, but at the end of term she held an examination in the presence of a large circle of her pupils' admiring relations. Afterward, associating herself with another young lady to whom she was tenderly attached, she succeeded better. A large and populous school gathered about these zealous and admirable girls, several of their pupils being older than themselves. Compelled to hold the school in a larger room, Lydia Huntley walked 2 miles every morning and 2 more every night, besides working hard all day, and she was as happy as the weeks were long. Her experience confirms that of every genuine teacher, from Dr. Arnold downward, that of all employments of man or woman on this earth, the one that is capable of giving the most constant and intense happiness is teaching in a rationally conducted school. So fond was she of teaching that when the severity of the winter obliged her to suspend the school for many weeks, she opened a free school for poor children, one of her favorite classes in which was composed of colored girls. In the course of time, the well-known Daniel Wadsworth, the great man of Hartford 60 or 70 years ago, lured her away to that city, where he personally organized a school of 30 young ladies, the daughters of his friends, and gave her a home in his own house. There she spent 5 happy years, cherished as a daughter by her venerable patron and his wife, and held in high honor by her pupils and their parents. It was in 1815, while residing in Hartford, that her fame was born. Good old Mrs. Wadsworth, having obtained sight of her journals and manuscripts in prose and verse, the secret accumulation of many years, inflamed her husband's curiosity, so that he too asked to see them. The blushing poetess consented. Mr. Wadsworth pronounced some of them worthy of publication, and under his auspices a volume was printed in Hartford, entitled Moral Pieces in Prose and Verse. The public gave it a generous welcome, and its success led to a career of authorship which lasted 49 years, and gave to the world 56 volumes of poetry, tales, travels, biography, and letters. So passed her life till she was past 28. She had received many offers of marriage from clergymen and others, but none of her suitors tempted her to forsake her pupils, and she supposed herself destined to spend her days as an old maid. But another destiny was in store for her. On her way to and from her school, a pair of deep-set and most expressive black eyes sometimes encountered hers and spoke unutterable things. Those eyes belonged to a widower with 3 children named Charles Sigourney, a thriving hardware merchant of French descent, and those unutterable things were uttered at length through the unromantic medium of a letter. The marriage occurred a few months after, in the year 1819. For the next 15 years she resided in the most elegant mansion in Hartford, surrounded by delightful grounds, after Mr. Sigourney's own design, and even now, though the Sigourney place is eclipsed in splendor and costliness by many of more recent date, there is no abode in the beautiful city of Hartford more attractive than this. Mr. Sigourney was a man of considerable learning and exceedingly interested in the study of languages. When he was past 50, he began the study of modern Greek. Mrs. Sigourney became the mother of several children, all of whom but 2 died in infancy. One son lived to enter college, but died at the age of 19 of consumption. A daughter grew to womanhood and became the wife of a clergyman. After many years of very great prosperity in business, Mr. Sigourney experienced heavy losses, which compelled them to leave their pleasant residence, and gave a new activity to her pen. He died at the age of 76. During the last 7 years of Mrs. Sigourney's life, her chief literary employment was contributing to the columns of the New York Ledger. Mr. Bonner, having while an apprentice in the Hartford Courant office set up some of her poems, had particular pleasure in being the medium of her last communications with the public, and she must have rejoiced in the vast audience to which he gave her access, the largest she ever addressed. Mrs. Sigourney enjoyed excellent health to within a few weeks of her death. After a short illness which she bore with much patience, she died in June 1865 with her daughter at her side and affectionate friends around her. Nothing could exceed her tranquillity and resignation at the approach of death. Her long life had been spent in honorable labor for the good of her species, and she died in the fullest certainty that death would but introduce her to a larger and better sphere. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Brave Men and Women, Their Struggles, Failures, and Triumphs by Osgood E. Fuller. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kristen Hand. Old Age and Usefulness. The Glory of Brave Men and Women. Dear Lord, I thank Thee for a life of use. Dear Lord, I do not pine for any truce. Peace, peace has always come from duty done. Peace, peace will so until the end be won. Thanks, thanks, a thankful heart is my reward. Thanks, thanks, befit the children of the Lord. Wind, wind, the peaceful reel must still go round. Wind, wind, the thread of life will soon be wound. The worker has no dread of growing old. First years of toil, and then the age of gold. For lo, he hopes to bear his flag unfurled beyond the threshold of another world. John Foster, he who sprang into celebrity from one essay, Popular Ignorance, had a diseased feeling against growing old, which seems to us to be very prevalent. He was sorry to lose every parting hour. I have seen a fearful sight today, he would say. I have seen a buttercup. To others the sight would only give visions of the coming spring and future summer. To him it told of the past year, the last Christmas, the days which would never come again, the so many days nearer the grave. Thackeray continually expressed the same feeling. He reverts to the merry old time when George III was king. He looks back with a regretful mind to his own youth. The black care constantly rides behind his chariot. Ah, my friends, he says, how beautiful was youth. We are growing old. Springtime and summer are past. We are near the winter of our days. We shall never feel as we have felt. We approach the inevitable grave. Few men indeed know how to grow old gracefully, as Madame de Staël very truly observed. There is an unmanly sadness at leaving off the old follies and the old games. We all hate fogyism. Dr. Johnson, great and good as he was, had a touch of this regret, and we may pardon him for the feeling. A youth spent in poverty and neglect, a manhood consumed in unceasing struggle, are not preparatives to growing old in peace. We fancy that, after a stormy morning and a lowering day, the evening should have a sunset glow, and when the night sets in, look back with regret at the gusty, babbling, and remorseless day. But if we do so, we miss the supporting faith of the Christian and the manly cheerfulness of the heathen. To grow old is quite natural. Being natural, it is beautiful, and if we grumble at it, we miss the lesson and lose all the beauty. Half our life is spent in vain regrets. When we are boys, we ardently wish to be men. When men, we wish as ardently to be boys. We sing sad songs of the lapse of time. We talk of auld lang syne, of the days when we were young, of gathering shells on the seashore and throwing them carelessly away. We never cease to be sentimental upon past youth and lost manhood and beauty. Yet there are no regrets so false, and few half so silly. Perhaps the saddest sight in the world is to see an old lady, wrinkled and withered, dressing, talking, and acting like a very young one, and forgetting all the time, as she clings to the feeble remnant of the past, that there is no sham so transparent as her own, and that people, instead of feeling with her, are laughing at her. Old boys disguise their foibles a little better, but they are equally ridiculous. The feeble protests which they make against the flying chariot of time are equally futile. The great mower enters the field, and all must come down. To stay him would be impossible. We might as well try with a finger to stop Ixion's wheel, or to dam up the current of the Thames with a child's foot. Since the matter is inevitable, we may as well sit down and reason it out. Is it so dreadful to grow old? Does old age need its apologies and its defenders? Is it a benefit or a calamity? Why should it be odious and ridiculous? An old tree is picturesque, an old castle venerable, an old cathedral inspires awe. Why should man be worse than his works? Let us, in the first place, see what youth is. Is it so blessed and happy and flourishing as it seems to us? Schoolboys do not think so. They always wish to be older. You cannot insult one of them more than by telling him that he is a year or two younger than he is. He fires up at once. 12, did you say, sir? No, I am 14. But men and women who have reached 28 do not thus add to their years. Amongst schoolboys, notwithstanding the general tenor of those romanticists who see that everything young bears a rose-colored blush, misery is prevalent enough. Emerson, Coleridge, Wordsworth were each and all unhappy boys. They all had their rebuffs and bitter, bitter troubles, all the more bitter because their sensitiveness was so acute. Suicide is not unknown amongst the young. Fears prey upon them and terrify them, ignorances and follies surround them. Arriving at manhood, we are little better off. If we are poor, we mark the difference between the rich and us. We see position gains all the day. If we are as clever as Hamlet, we grow just as philosophically disappointed. If we love, we can only be sure of a brief pleasure, an April day. Love has its bitterness. It is, says Ovid, an adept in the matter, full of anxious fear. We fret and fume at the authority of the wise heads. We have an intense idea of our own talent. We believe calves of our own age to be as big and as valuable as full-grown bulls. We envy whilst we jest at the old. We cry with the puffed-up hero of the patrician's daughter, "It may be by the calendar of years you are the elder man, but 'tis the sun of knowledge on the mind's dial shining bright, and chronicling deeds and thoughts, that makes true time." And yet withal life is very unhappy, whether we live amongst the grumbling captains of the clubs, who are ever seeking and not finding promotion, amongst the struggling authors and rising artists who never rise, or among the young men who are full of riches, titles, places, and honor, who have every wish fulfilled and are miserable because they have nothing to wish for. Thus the young Romans killed themselves after the death of their emperor, not for grief, not for affection, not even for the fashion of suicide, which grew afterwards prevalent enough, but from the simple weariness of doing everything over and over again. Old age has passed such stages as these, landed on a safer shore, and matriculated in a higher college, in a purer air. We sigh not for impossibilities, we cry not, "Bring these anew, and set me once again in the delusion of life's infancy. I was not happy, but I knew not then that happy I was never doomed to be." We know that we are not happy. We know that life, perhaps, was not given us to be continuously comfortable and happy. We've been behind the scenes and know all the illusions. But when we are old, we are far too wise to throw life away for mere ennui. With Dandolo refusing a crown at 96, winning battles at 94, with Wellington planning and superintending fortifications at 80, with Bacon and Humboldt students to the last gasp, with wise old Montaigne, shrewd in his gray beard wisdom and loving life, even in the midst of his fits of gout and colic, age knows far too much to act like a sulky child. It knows too well the results and the value of things to care about them, that the ache will subside, the pain be lulled, the estate we coveted be worth little, the titles, ribbons, gewgaws, honors, be all more or less worthless. Who has honor? He that died a Wednesday. Such a one passed us in the race and gained it but to fall. We are still up and doing. We may be frosty and shrewd, but kindly. We can wish all men well, like them too, so far as they may be liked, and smile at the fuss, bother, hurry, and turmoil which they make about matters which to us are worthless dross. The greatest prize in the whole market, in any and in every market, success, is to the old man nothing. He cares little who is up and who is down. The present he lives in and delights in. Thus, in one of those admirable comedies in which Robson acted, we find the son a wanderer, the mother's heart nearly broken, the father torn and broken by a suspicion of his son's dishonesty, but the grandfather all the while concerned only about his gruel and his handkerchief. Even the pains and troubles incident to his state visit the old man lightly. Because Southey sat for months in his library, unable to read or touch the books he loved, we are not to infer that he was unhappy. If the stage darkens as the curtain falls, certain it also is that the senses grow duller and more blunted. "Don't cry for me, my dear," said an old lady undergoing an operation. "I do not feel it." It seems to us, therefore, that a great deal of unnecessary pity has been thrown away upon old age. We begin at school reading Cicero's treatise, hearing Cato talk with Scipio and Laelius. We hear much about poor old men. We are taught to admire the vigor, quickness, and capacity of youth and manhood. We lose sight of the wisdom which age brings even to the most foolish. We think that a circumscribed sphere must necessarily be an unhappy one. It is not always so. What one abandons in growing old is, perhaps, after all, not worth having. The chief part of youth is but excitement, often both unwise and unhealthy. The same pen which has written with a morbid feeling that there is a class of beings who do not grow old in their youth and die ere middle age, tells us also that the best of life is but intoxication. That passes away. The man who has grown old does not care about it. The author at that period has no feverish excitement about seeing himself in print. He does not hunt newspapers for reviews and notices. He is content to wait. He knows what fame is worth. The obscure man of science who has been wishing to make the world better and wiser, the struggling curate, the poor, hard-tried man of God, the enthusiastic reformer, who has watched the sadly slow dawning of progress and liberty, the artist whose dream of beauty slowly fades before his dim eyes, all lay down their feverish wishes as they advance in life, forget the bright ideal which they cannot reach, and embrace the more imperfect real. We speak not here of the assured Christian. He, from the noblest pinnacle of faith, beholds a promised land, and is eager to reach it. He prays to be delivered from the body of this death. But we write of those humbler, perhaps more human souls, with whom increasing age each day treads down an illusion. All feverish wishes, raw and inconclusive desires have died down, and a calm beauty and peace survive. Passions are dead, temptations weakened or conquered. Experience has been won. Selfish interests are widened into universal ones. Vain idle hopes have merged into a firmer faith or a complete knowledge, and more light has broken in upon the soul's dark cottage, battered and decayed, through chinks which time has made. Again, old men are valuable, not only as relics of the past, but as guides and prophets for the future. They know the pattern of every turn of life's kaleidoscope. The colors merely fall into new shapes. The groundwork is just the same. The good which a calm, kind, and cheerful old man can do is incalculable. And whilst he does good to others, he enjoys himself. He looks not unnaturally to that which should accompany old age: honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, and he plays his part in the comedy or tragedy of life with as much gusto as anyone else. Old Montague or Capulet and old Polonius, that wise Maxim man, enjoy themselves quite as well as the moody Hamlet, the perturbed Laertes, or even gallant Mercutio or lovesick Romeo. Friar Lawrence, who is a good old man, is perhaps the happiest of all in the dramatis personae. Unless we take the gossiping, garrulous old nurse, with her sunny recollections of maturity and youth. The great thing is to have the mind well employed, to work whilst it is yet day. The precise Duke of Wellington, answering every letter with F.M. presents his compliments. The wondrous worker Humboldt, with his orders of knighthood, stars, and ribbons, lying dusty in his drawer, still contemplating Cosmos, and answering his 30 letters a day, were both men in exceedingly enviable, happy positions. They had reached the top of the hill, and could look back quietly over the rough road which they had traveled. We are not all Humboldts or Wellingtons, but we can all be busy and good. Experience must teach us all a great deal, and if it only teaches us not to fear the future, not to cast a maundering regret over the past, we can be as happy in old age, aye, and far more so, than we were in youth. We are no longer the fools of time and error. We are leaving by slow degrees the old world. We stand upon the threshold of the new, not without hope, but without fear, in an exceedingly natural position, with nothing strange or dreadful about it, with our domain drawn within a narrow circle, but equal to our power. Muscular strength, organic instincts are all gone. But what then? We do not want them. We are getting ready for the great change, one which is just as necessary as it was to be born. And to a little child, perhaps, one is not a whit more painful, perhaps not so painful as the other. The wheels of time have brought us to the goal. We are about to rest while others labor. to stay at home while others wander. We touch at last the mysterious door. Are we to be pitied or to be envied? The desert of the life behind has almost faded from my mind. It has so many fair oases, which unto me are holy places. It seems like consecrated ground where silence counts for more than sound, that way of all my past endeavor which I shall tread no more forever. And God I was too blind to see. I now somewhat from blindness free discern as ever-present glory, who holds all past and future story. Eternity is all in all, time, birth, and death ephemeral. Point where a little bird alighted, then fled lest it should be benighted. End of chapter 54.